It is day number 2 of the BOL Premier League 2025. Day number 1 concluded yesterday, and we had Team Solo Invade take a 2-0, a convincing 2-0 over Conduit Esports, and the Spire in the second match yesterday, a 2-1 over Hyler. A little bit of a closer series, but we got 4 more teams competing today. Our first best of 3 is Omega Gaming taking on Dorado Gaming, and match number 2 will be Elysium taking on Literal Monkeys. We start with Omega versus Dorado. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ferris. I'm joined by Chong on the desk. You and I haven't casted together since back in December. It's good to be back with you, my friend, and hopefully we see some good games.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to be back. Happy BOL decided to let me come back, and excited for these games today. These are some well-known orgs that we got today, especially of the likes of Dorado Gaming, have been around a long stay for a long time, making waves in all leagues that they play, and recently winning, Aegis Emerald, and then looking to do the same over in Titan and Aegis again. But Omega Fever, I feel like they were hot for a while and then kind of fell off for a little bit and then are now back on the rise with the likes of Caxi, like revamping and rejoining in the comp scene and really amping up all those rosters that he's been part of. So it's excited to see kind of like an old dog reborn playing against one of the top dogs we have here in, the competitive scene for us.
Absolutely. So we got, yeah, you said Omega and Dorado. So you're saying Dorado again, they had that championship time in Aegis Emerald. Would you consider Dorado the favorite going into this series between these two?
I think it's hard just looking at the rosters. I really don't know anybody on the Dorado Gaming roster, despite for Walk Warlock. I recently played with him in the last BOL Emerald split we had, but he was my top laner. And today, to give a little bit of a spoil, he is playing jungle for the side of Dorado. So it's definitely a very interesting change, but I'm curious to see how this Dorado roster looks. And knowing some names on the side of Omega, as in Caxi is their jungler. They got Saren in the mid lane. If people know him, that's Karito, one of the Aegis admins. I think that duo has been playing together for a while now. I think it's going to be pretty hard. So I think this one can go either way, but Dorado always finds a way to find this talent that you have no idea who they are, but they always end up being the best in their role. So anything can happen right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We got new faces, like you said, with Cora, Wonderworld, Frozen Bullet, Trouble Killer. Both you and I not too familiar with these players. So we'll see what they got up their sleeves today. Let's look at the top lane matchup while we do wait for that draft to come through. I mean, Trouble Killer, and this is gonna give me such a hard time, Chong. You and I were just talking about this before we started. Perspicacious in the top lane for Omega. Both of these players are really favoring, at least from what I can see from their pools, these Juggernaut style champions. I'm seeing Darius's, I'm seeing Alawi sets and Renekton's. So we could see a bloodbath up here between these two.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think it's an interesting take to go for these juggernauts when I think the name of the game right now this season so far has been health stacking is king. So the likes of Cassante and just champions that
Yeah.
just build straight up HP as a stat instead of anything else have been superior in the top lane, but that hasn't changed the likes of Mbessa or the tank Jace that has been on the rise, getting touched next patch and being brought down to peg. So I'm excited for that to go away, but health stacking has been the name of the game, but that doesn't mean that these juggernauts like the Aatrox being banned away, or like you mentioned, the Darius and Bessas of the world being like top dogs. But speaking of top dogs, Varus has been one of the best 80 carries this whole patch. Everybody in the world has been playing it. Banned away, first pick. So I'm not surprised to see Dorado going in that direction of taking that away.
It's been a top lane focus for Omega, and for Dorado, they're looking towards these 80 carry champions, trying to deny Madge. I did have noted that Varus and Jinx, if Jinx does end up getting taken away here, 2 of the top picks for Madge. So very much focusing on this bot lane. I will note as well that Madge is the highest ranked player on this Omega Gaming team as of right now. Both of these teams are platinum average, and they do have 2 Emerald players, Frozen Bullet for Dorado Gaming, and then of course Madge, as previously mentioned here. So targeting that player could be a sound strategy here for Omega going forward. It looks like they're knocking away that Braum as well. A lot of beefy frontline options taken away from Dorado, and especially again focused towards that top lane, as the Victor still relatively strong on 15.2, going to round it out. And Chong, I don't think we're very surprised by what Omega decide to first pick here.
I'm not. I said health stacking is the king,
Yeah.
and this is the king of it. Heartsteel, you go Grasp of the Undying. Skarner is the king of the jungle, is going to be the king of the jungle ever since his rework, and it's not surprised to see first pick. The question is, what does Dorado have to answer this because we are playing full fearless here. So that means they only have to deal with this Skarner once. So they have to have an answer up their sleeve. I do not like the Wukong matchup into Skarner myself. I'm not a jungle main anymore, but I recently filled in a scrim for jungle where we were like, hey, if we get Skarner, I'm fine with them getting Wukong because I feel like the matchup isn't that good for the Wukong. But I don't think he doesn't have avenues to play in the game with the facts of Warrior Trickster and the just, benefit you have of having two ultimate casts on your Cyclone. So really curious to see what Walk Warlock is going to get out of this. And then one of the strongest AD carries, maybe a crutch pick this patch for all AD carries, is this Misfortune. She's just turbo strong right now. If you look at just like solo queue win rates on LoL Analytics, she is #1 for all AD carries. So not surprised to see that one locked away here for Dorado.
Definitely a really solid blind pick as well. The Seraphine Hover in response is interesting from Omega because this could go in a whole lot of different places. And Misfortune isn't necessarily the most interactive inside a lane. She kind of sits there and builds. The Bloodthirster is constantly trying to trade with you, shove you in, and just make sure she's there for those fights. And lockdown with Wukong might be nice, but for the Dorado side, at least on this R3, and maybe a little bit further into the draft, looking for maybe some more follow-up for this Wukong, because Wukong is solo engage, definitely not going to be enough, not enough setup for the Misfortune. And also now playing into a Seraphine, you have Encore that you have to deal with, a great disengage tool, and a pretty beefy front line. The Renekton blind into the top lane is going to be interesting, and the set is going to be the response here for Trouble Killa. They are a set player, we did mention this, and we are going to get that fist fight up in the top side, and it's going to be interesting to see how that one plays out now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised, with the way these top laners are choosing to go. We did mention they're both bruiser players. They're going to gravitate towards those. But now the support pool is going to be pinched here. I'm surprised Dorado's looking to, ban away more of these engage options when they do need to select one for themselves. I assume that they're going to go with the classic pairing of Misfortune Leona, get the matchup you want out of those engage supports. You get that first rotation of the Leona pick since you are red side. And then, whatever engage is left is going to go to Omega. But there's also the likes of Ornn who's still up, who could be like a good engage if both top laners weren't locked away already. So we're not going to see that touch. But it's definitely curious how also mid lane has been falling down in this. It's normal you see like mid lanes picked earlier, but I think with the pool that Saren has, he does like to gravitate towards more counter picks. I know he does like to play likes of Kassadin as a champion he really enjoys to play, but feels like it's hard to just blind pick that in the meta, and everybody who plays Kassadin agrees with that. You have certain matchups that you need. So I'm not surprised to see them falling. But now the fact that Dorado has less engaged options than Omega does, just from the fact that you have a Skarner and the Seraphine ultimate over top of it. But like I said, Dorado's going to shape that up, pick it, lock the Leona right here, and then curious how we're going to end this draft with that R5 mid lane for them.
There is the Yone that is up and available, could follow up on the engage from Leona and the Wukong as well. So could see that coming out of Saren. They do actually like to play that Leona locked in. And it's interesting because Frozen Bullet, from what I've seen, isn't necessarily a primary engage player. So they did pick that Misfortune. So we are going to have to see how effective Frozen Bullet can be on this pick. And we still don't know really where the Seraphine is going. Again, it could be the mid lane Seraphine. It could be the bot lane Seraphine as well for Madge. And now they're going to hover around this Maokai pick, and they did lock it in. So more disengage is coming through. My biggest concern now for Omega's draft is the damage. You have Seraphine who can build the damage, but then she's more burst oriented. Same thing with Renekton, doesn't really have that, doesn't fulfill that DPS role. So potentially in the mid lane, if this is a bot lane Seraphine, or if they've left their AD carry for last pick, what are they going to pick to bring the damage? It's going to be that Azir. But do you think now, Chong, are they a little bit overloaded towards the magic damage side of things?
I am not the biggest fan of the way Omega has chose to go with this draft. I know APCs are kind of like king right now, but like Victor being banned away, it kind of makes the options, less and less. Like I would expect a Ziggs over a Seraphine. I guess they want the survivability that comes out of her. But like you said, your sole AD damage this game is going to be that Renekton. So if he gets put behind, it's going to be hard. But also the fact that there is a set Leona and Wukong in this game, they can build additional magic resist. There's no true tank on the side of Dorado, so it doesn't really matter. But they still have these bruisers who like to build that tankier side of them, so it can still be a problem of damage variance on the Omega gaming comp, while Dorado does have a nice option between all of them. That Oriana, with the engage that they have out of a set Wukong Leona, can be devastating come these team fights. But Omega, like you said, has amazing disengage out of the comp they drafted. It's just on them to make sure they can pilot it correctly and then get the re-engages that they are looking for in these team fights.
Magic resist and health go pretty much hand in hand. You have items like Spirit Visage, like Force of Nature. These items are going to give you that health that you were talking about earlier, Chong, and give you the magic resist, which is so highly coveted into this Omega roster. And I would expect to see items like that coming out from at least the set. Maybe the Wukong, maybe not so much on him. He's probably going to be building towards more of those damage items like the Sundered Sky and those types of things. But neutral objectives, we have to talk about neutral objectives because that's where we're going to see the fights. Another addition on the Season 15 patch is Otacon. So this brand new objective coming into play, and both of these teams very team fight oriented. Again, like we've been saying, more engage for Dorado and then more on the disengage side for Omega. Get that proper disengage, let your backline survive, and then re-engage accordingly. We're going to see a lot of action around the Otacon here, so it's going to come down to execution between these two. Who do you think has the advantage around that 20-minute mark with the comps that they've drafted?
I think if you're going for looking at it from an Otacon take standpoint, it's definitely Omega. They have better tanks on their side who can survive this Otacon longer with the Skarner and the Maokai. And then they also just have better options to keep the enemy team away. But also, it all really depends. I feel like Otacon is kind of a bait in a way where it does way more damage than you're expecting if you're not properly positioned around which one you're fighting and dodging the abilities because of how quickly that its passive stacks up and removes your armor. So it could become a big issue if you're on it for too long and not ready for that engage that could come out from a Solar Flare and a Wukong flank. So I think it really all depends on the setup and the proper way that they are taking this, because Otacon can swing a game with whichever way it goes. And, you know, that seems like it's been the way that if you look at across most major leagues recently, Otacon has been the deciding factor in most of these games. So it's definitely going to be interesting, but I would have to favor Omega for this one.
And in most competitive games, we do normally see Voracious Otacon as well. I would expect that to be the case here too, because we're waiting more for those team fights. These teams don't like to skirmish as much, although with kind of weird picks like Set, you never know. Set can do some crazy things. Maybe we get a really bloody topside and somehow get a Ruinous Otacon, but I would expect Voracious to come through. We've got our teams locked in, two very team fight oriented squads. I expect to see bloodbaths towards the mid and the late game. Should be a good opener to day number 2. And as we head into the spectator delay, we're going to head to a short break. And when we come back, game 1 will be on the horizon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this. Welcome into game number 1 between Dorado Gaming and Omega Gaming here in the Blue Otter Premier League, day number 2 of week 1. Kicking 2025 off the right way, and we're going to see who takes this game number 1 between these two teams. We've been talking a whole lot about these compositions, how team fight oriented they are. Let's see how much action we get off early on here, Chong, as we got wards, a little bit of trading to start us off here as well.
Yeah, and I mean, just looking overall, everything here at Summoners and Runes and Masteries, nothing really out of the ordinary. You can debate if, Exhaust was needed to be taken by Maokai this game, but it's for Set when he dives into the backline with the ultimate, or for the Wukong for the same reason. And, looking at the names now, I do know this top laner for Dorado Gaming. I did play against him last Wednesday in Emerald for Titan, and I took me a minute to realize it, but this guy, he's good at his picks. He's good at these bruisers, and we tried to keep him off to the best of our abilities, but able to still perform on the ones that he was able to get. So it's going to be a bloody good top lane matchup here. The way as Captain Flowers said, true North American League of Legends should be played of 1v1s in the top lane.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about any of those lane swaps here in these Emerald and Diamond, even Master Leagues, because even the pros are messing those lane swaps up. The dives are really horrendous. So we're sticking to our lanes. We're sticking to the good stuff here. And that's what we like to see, just like you said, Chong. Now, the thing about this bot lane, though, it is Seraphine, it is Maokai. There's not going to be, unless junglers get involved, I think a whole lot that's going to go on. If you're Leona and you're staring down the barrel of a Seraphine Maokai, you're like, dude, like, good luck, Wonderworld. I'm roaming. I literally cannot engage. I cannot make any plays happen. It's just impossible into these two disengaged champs. So if we're going to look for some big fights and some grueling tactics here, it is going to be towards that top lane, maybe even the mid lane as well. And we'll see where the pathing between these two junglers takes us, as they're starting on opposite ends of the map looking for those full clears.
Yeah, and like you said, these supports really not going to be doing much at all this game in this bot lane. To steal more from the LTA North, I heard a great quote today. It's like supports are now like raising a toddler, where you sit with them when they're crying and they're children, and then you leave once they go to school, and then you come back once they're useful and they can provide for you. So really, like past the 5-minute mark, these supports are probably going to be out of this lane and not going to be back until their 80 carries can start, getting kills or have 1 to 2 items be effective in these few fights. So anything curious how well these junglers look to play around this mid lane, also with the top lane. Kind of 2 immobile mages. Azir has more movability than the Orianna. So it all depends on if, punishing flash timers. And since you have a Azir Skarner combination, gank angles are definitely more favorable for you. So curious to see how both of these junglers choose to path around that lane, as well as this top lane, because unless they're full camping bottom lane, there's going to be no action down here this game.
And speaking of Caxi, did just complete the recall, but was waiting around the mid lane, hoping to maybe find Cora there, unsuspecting. But the push was there for Saren. I expect Azir to have general push. I mean, both of these mid laners do like to be able to bully their lane opponents. They do have lots of range, pretty solid wave clear as well. And that will have big implications on the neutral objectives like the 6-minute grubs when those spawn, and the 5-minute Drake, which is about to spawn in the next 40 seconds as well. See who can get there first, who can help their team out. We're already seeing some really good trading as well here. Cora finding a nice one onto Saren, forcing them out. That bodes pretty well for Dorado early on.
Yeah, I mean, this early dragon should be Dorado favored. They have push in the mid lane. We just saw that big trade coming out there. Saren gonna have to take the recall and TP back. And the way that pathing is working, Caxi is pathing away from this dragon, while Walk Warlock is on his way down here. So if the bot lane can stay on the map and get the push for Dorado, this should be first dragon in exchange for grubs for both of these teams here. And it's a casual trade that we've been seeing a lot. But depending on how tempo actually works, if you are the team that can get on the dragon first and early, you could still go up to contest for these grubs. It's just a lot harder based on tempo of the game nowadays, where most teams go, is this a trade we can make? And if so, that they go for that. So I expect both teams to be trading these first set of neutral objectives, but the second ones are where we're going to see these fights, because you don't want to start giving over those feats quicker and quicker throughout this game.
Walk Warlock and Caxi on the same side of the map right now, both kind of hovering around this mid lane. And the Grubs, again, we only got 30 seconds left until those are up and available. We'll see kind of the sense of urgency that these teams have around that spawn, especially looking towards the supports as well, because they're going to want to make their move over here. But we're going to see our first gank of the game come through. Ishtal's impact from Caxi is going to land, but here is Walk Warlock to protect their mid laner. And they're just going to trade some damage. No summoner spells being burnt. Right place, right time. And we don't see the first blood fall just yet, but now both junglers have made their way over to the opposite sides of the map. This is where now, Chong, we could see that neutral objective trade that you were talking about earlier now come through.
Yeah, I mean, but it's going to be a lot harder now just because Walk Warlock was stalled on his clear of these wolves by having to counter that gank in mid lane. And even though Skarner lost his health, he still won that trade. He got a grasp proc. He's still stacking up that health that he wants to be doing. Yeah, Orianna did take 6, but Saren able to answer it. But just because, you know, they're letting the Grubs go down and just the way the mid wave state is, Saren is pushed in towards his tower. The dragon is going to go over. But I think that's a fair trade that Omega wants to be making, as they are kind of a scale up, hit like level 11, get those rank 2 ultimates, and then start looking for these team fights, because the side of Dorado does tend to fall off the later the game goes, because they are playing the likes of a Mr. Fortune and a Set. Not saying like they can't be powerhouses in the later game, but they're much more stronger at these 1, 2.5, 2 items.
Getting that isolated Infernal Drake is pretty solid for Dorado, since they do have a wombo combo team. Having that extra ability power and attack damage could make the slight difference you need, give you that extra push to get some kills over the goal line, which could then lead to some team fight wins. Very small, but I think it's a really nice Drake for them to have in isolation. Up in the top side now, we do see Caxi. They are behind Trouble Killer, who is very pushed up here. They're going to look for this gank. Ishtal's impact is going to connect and push him back a little bit, and they're going to use the Showstopper actually to move themselves further away from the lane. I don't think that's the direction that Trouble Killer wanted to go. Is now forced to use the flash, but the stun could not come down from Perspicacious, and so they don't really get what they wanted, although they do get that flash advantage. So still a little bit of something for Omega.
No, so what ended up happening was the stun did come out from Renekton, but it was during the ultimate from Skarner.
Oh,
they did not layer it correctly, so it was just the CC on top of an already CC'd character. So Trouble Killer able to get out of there with the the ultimate and the flash. So very well played by them, and it would have been first blood there for the side of Omega, I would have to assume, just based off having both flashes on their top end jungle. So little bit mislayering of these CCs. It's something we do see out of these Platinum Emerald level teams. It's hard to communicate that sometimes. You're just trying to get out as much damage as you can during that time. So little stuff like that sometimes slips through the cracks and, doesn't end up getting your team a kill when it should have been one. So, still 5-minute cooldown blown there on the side of Dorado out of Trouble Killer. So a regank, definitely an option here now for the side of Caxi. And I'm just going to call him Prep, because I'm not going to try to say that live on stream and get made fun of.
I know, I almost messed it up in my call. I'm going to mess it up. I'm going to try and say the full name, but when things are going down, I'm honestly probably just going to say Renekton, because there's no way Perspicacious is coming out of my mouth crisp and clear every single time. It's just going to be an absolute nightmare. Making it difficult for us casters and keeping us on our toes are these players sometimes with their names. I want to point out an interesting items inside of Trouble Killer's build. Has the Vamp Scepter, has the Recurve Bow. That looks like, to me, a Blade of the Rune King being built. A very aggressive set build, not the Stride Breaker first or any type of health item. It's that damage that they're going for. Something you'd see out of like an Ignite set, but this is really aggressive and going to mean that maybe they're playing more for this side lane 1 versus 1, because in those team fights, you're going to be that much more squishy.
Yeah, I mean, I know Set does win this matchup between the Renekton and the Set. I'm just not sure if this is the correct build path for the Set. I know, Stride Breaker is a big one that he does tend to go towards a lot, like you mentioned. But, you do see Blade of the Rune King, which isn't a bad option against the Omega roster. They do have the forever health stacking in the Skarner, natural health is just going to be built by this Maokai because of the likes of the support items. So it's not a terrible option, and it will make him a viable side lane threat throughout this game. So really curious to see how Trouble Killer chooses to play with these options.
Chasing down Perspicacious, who did have to use Dominus, didn't have to use Flash though. I assume the double slice and dice was enough to get them out of that situation. But we got the next set of grubs coming up here. And remember, Omega Gaming were able to secure the first 3. And so it looks like they don't want to give this over.
Yeah, all 5 members of Omega Gaming just up here, letting Wonderworld just sit bot lane solo by themselves. TP gonna come out here from the side of Madge to collect that wave, but I do believe a plate went down for Wonderworld there, so able to trade something out for it. And I think as a Misfortune, you're kind of happy with that because you are, you know, somewhat relatively weak until you get that first item in the Bloodthirster, where you have more survivability and just more straight up damage. So I think if you are the side of Dorado Gaming, you're not too upset about that going down. Yes, that does give them 2-1 on the neutral objective for the feats of strength, but overall you're still able to contest this next dragon. You know, no ultimates will burn there in contest or anything, but so it's going to come down to a big team fight for this first one, and we're going to see a team fight earlier than I think most of these teams wanted to go for, but with the way the neutral objectives fall, it's what's going to have to happen here.
And we're seeing, oh my goodness, a Shurima shuffle now coming through from Saren. There's the shockwave in response from Korra. They're 1v1ing it out to the death. Level advantage here from Korra as they just leveled up on the wave. And here comes Frozen Bullet as well, flashing forward. Follow flash though from Saren. They get the first blood. That was clean. It will be the trade. Frozen Bullet there to collect it. But the Azir will get that kill credit now. Finishes that Nashor's tooth. And we've seen our first little bit of action in this one.
Wow, what an outplay by Saren there, able to bait the Korra in there, and then able to, you know, get them to pull tower aggro with the auto attack and flash backwards to be able to get the damage out before Frozen Bullet gets in there and lands the CC to take him down. You know, really bold and aggressive play there by Saren, and it also just helps his teams get the feats off of this on the neutral objectives, because so much was burned there in the mid lane for that. Frozen Bullet burned the Solar Flare, burned Ignite, and then obviously Korra went down in the end. So I very much like that play out of Saren, knowing his damage threshold and limit. And here we go bot lane.
They're trying to look for something. They're going right onto the Leona. Frozen Bullet's locked up, but they're pretty much okay with that. And in goes Walk Warlock with the Cyclone. Bullet Time over the top as well is going to drop the Maokai. And it is now Caxi in retreat, and it will be that 1-for-0 Dorado. They play the disengage game really nicely and get 1 kill back for themselves.
Yeah, really well played and very aggressive.
Another 1 versus 1. They wanted. These two are at each other's throats, and again it will be Saren.
Oh, wait,
no trade, no feats, 2-2. But oh my gosh, you feel like Korra was upset, and again Saren had their number.
Yeah, I mean, starting out with that bot lane play, Concrete a little aggressive there, you know, getting baited in to go under tower range with that Twisted Advance, and then taking a little bit too much damage. And a really nice response gank there by Walk Warlock to be able to get onto the back line. And we're going to have a pause coming out here, but overall, that bot lane play worked out really well for the side of Dorado, really well played by the bot side and jungle combo of them. And then we go back into the mid lane where Saren and Korra just go back at it 1v1. And Saren, once again, coming out on top, you know, not going down there. So the feats still available for either team here. Really well played by Saren, up 2-1 now in this mid lane. Only down 10 CS, but the amount of gold that they are up because of this is going to be big.
And I have to feel like emotions were running high in that 1 versus 1. It's not every day. You don't think of a lane like Azir and Orianna to be the one where both players are just at each other's throats constantly looking for the solo kills like that. But Korra was like, I feel like Korra had to have been like, oh my gosh, he got one up on me. I have to go back. I had got to even the score there. And now Saren's up too. So I feel like a little bit of the mental game is actually working out here for Omega's side. Saren now, as we did see on our screen, did end up DCing there. So they were going to have to wait until they end up coming back. But it gives us a little bit of more time now here, Chong, to kind of break down what's been going on in this game. Again, 2-2 on the feats of strength, or at least that feat of strength for the kills. So the next person to grab that one, if it is Omega, they're going to be the ones with those upgraded boots, which people were freaking out about over the early season. They're just like, oh my gosh, feats of strength, so OP, you get the boots, it's basically game over. I don't think that's the case now, but it definitely would be nice for one of these teams to actually be able to pick those up.
Yeah, I think the funny statistic that came out of that is if you look at, you know, the end of last season, the win rate percentage with First Blood was basically the same win percentage as getting First Blood 4 feats of strength in this season and getting the boots upgrade. So nothing really changed. It's whoever got the early gold still got it, but I do think that a lot of these boots upgrades are actually way stronger than people expected them to be, specifically like the swiftness boots and the mercury treads. I think they are the two best ones by far. Everything else kind of second tier to them, and then so on and so forth. But overall, I do think that just the overall feats gain, it just allows teams to want to play up tempo and higher and push these gold advantages that they start to get early, which is something that Riot, I feel like Riot has been trying to push for in all these seasons. We got the Otacon now, Grubs, Double Herald. They were doing all this stuff to make the game faster because seasons ago, who remembers, 50-minute tank slugfest games? Nobody wanted to play in those anymore. So, every season it feels like there's ways to increase the game, but now there's also easier ways to come back in the games now, thanks to Otacon and the way they've revamped, shutdowns, bounties, and all this stuff. So I feel like the game is. Yes, I feel like Otacon is a very overpowered buff, and half the time if you get it, you're going to win the game, but it doesn't mean it's unbeatable like it used to feel with like old Barons and stuff like that. But looking at the landscape of this game, Azir is your strongest member right now on the side of Omega. He's 2-1. He's already got the Nashor's Tooth on him. So you have to look to play around him in these fights because he's basically your sole damage source. Because the other option is Renekton trying to dive onto a backline, which can be hard when there's a Wukong, Set, and Leona to peel you. So it's really all on Saren to be, the Shuriman Emperor, the Messiah for the side of Omega here.
In the one sense, with the talk of scaling, Omega has these uber tanks in the Maokai who is going to be on that supports economy, so might not be as formidable as Skarner, but they're going to have a good amount of magic damage and a lot of tanks to try and eat through, and not a lot of premier tank killers. I mean, Set is building Blade of the Rune King, so we'll see how effective that is later on. But then on the other side, they do have a lot of damage to offer in those team fights, and so it could end up being the over-concentrated magic damage that bites Omega if this game does go very long. But we'll see around what I have to assume is a voracious Otacon because of how slow this game has been. It's almost certainly going to be that. What happens around there and whichever team that can get it, if they can accelerate the pace and end it soon enough. While we wait for Saren to reconnect back to the game and get things underway, we'll cut to a short break. And when we come back, we will have the continuation of game number 1 between these two. Don't go anywhere. Back from the pause, and Saren has reconnected, so things are looking a little bit better now for Omega. I mean, losing your mid laner who just found 2 solo kills in the mid lane would definitely be devastating, but they got the full squad back. We're ready to resume this game at the 14-minute mark. Had the little freeze, which is very common after pauses, right back into this one, and we're looking to see Caxi around the area, potentially trying to find Trouble Killer once again, but the wave is shoving out. They're going to go right back towards that jungle as these teams prepare for that next neutral objective. Looks like that top side in that Rift Herald shot.
Yeah, I mean, not really surprising to see that they are prioritizing to get this neutral objective, this Herald, because that will give the part one of the feats to the side of Omega if they're able to pick it up. Thanks. Oh, never mind. They already got it. I'm going crazy here tonight. But regardless, I think the Herald will help Omega if they get it. It'll help them be easier to break open that first turret of the game. But also, the side of Omega wants the Herald for the same reason. So we're going to see these two team fight oriented comps look to get up here and fight over that, unless, you know, Saren has something to say about it and tries to get another solo kill in this mid lane before it to just ensure it for his team, which at this point I would not be shocked to see, but never mind.
In onto Perspicacious right now. The Showstopper is going to send him right back, but he might just find the kill. Going to flash away from the Haymaker, but following it up is Walk Warlock to finish off the kill, and that will be the feat of warfare claimed for Dorado, denying the feats of strength thus far for Omega. A huge kill up there to set up for that.
Yeah, really big up there in the top lane. I thought Walk almost kind of threw that one. We saw him cast the Cyclone too, and then Warrior Trickster forward. But in the meantime,
as well.
All right, we missed what happened there bot lane, but Korra once again tried to walk up to a wave and was just punished for it. CC train to look like the ultimate coming out from both the Skarner and the Seraphine there to be able to pick that one up. And it looks like Korra not having the best debut game here in the BOL Premier League, but you know, it happens to the best of us, and the team is going even. So you know, you can be upset that you're getting focused down, but at the end of the day, the game isn't over yet. And, you know, the gold is dead even at this point in the game. So really curious to see how the rest of this plays out with, you know, the kills going on the right members of the side of Omega. And Walk Warlock here on this Wukong up 2-0 right now, kind of the carry of the team in the early game. But, you know, Wonderworld has been farming up and is up 25 CS now on this Misfortune, has that Bloodthirster, has the free boots, so looking to get into one of these team fights and, you know, make it rain and rain hell down on the side of Omega Gaming.
These next fights should be pretty telling as to what kind of mind state that Dorado is in. Are they on the same page? Their team composition, I would believe, really isn't as forgiving as Omega's, because you do rely on Cyclone into Solar Flare, into Bullet Time. You need to hit your Shockwave as well. Very ultimate reliant. On the other side, you have DPS in his ear for Omega. If you miss the Encore, it's okay, as long as your backline is alive, and Starter can be that real big threat. So I mean, they don't get tested here at the Rift Herald. There is no contest from Omega. They don't get the 6 grubs plus Herald Spike. Might just utilize this time now to try and get control over the river for this Drake, which is coming up in the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, big thing to note that happened down there, though. In that meantime, while the Herald went down to the side of Dorado Gaming, you know, Perspicacious, or as I got insider info while we were in the pause, to just call him Percy able to pick up first turret in the bot lane there for the side of Omega Gaming. So very, I guess, a very good macro decision there. You know, you're gonna not be able to contest the Herald unless you're willing to burn both TTs to get up there, but realize that with the position Dorado is in, you're able to pick up first turret yourself. So that means, I believe that should be feats over to the side of Omega Gaming with the first turret and the neutral objectives. But we're going to see an engage come out here.
Come through. Here's the Nature's Grasp on the flank. Pretty nice. The Encore onto 3 is even better, into a 3-person impale. There's a massive bullet time over the top, but the red health bars are getting so low, but it's actually the first 2 kills that are going to go to Dorado. Finally, one traded back for Caxi. These were the bloody team fights we were looking for, as it is Saren and Caxi trying to get something back here. Very low is Frozen Bullet, but should be able to walk this one out. Absolute devastation in the mid lane.
Yeah, and I mean, the biggest thing to remember here is that was just a 4v4 straight up. Like, Percy and Korra just both in the bot lane said, nah, they got this. They can fight it out themselves. We're just going to sit down here, farm up. I'm going to slap a turret a little bit. But really solid engage out of Omega, but really well answered out of the side of Wukong. Like I said, you know, the disengage options, you know, we didn't really talk about them on the side of Omega, but they're very good as well. You have 2 casts of the Cyclone, you know, the movement out of the ultimate from Orianna, the Shockwave, and then also the Solar Flare over top, able to slow down the fights and, able to let your team reposition. We saw it out of Wonder World there, but ended up going down in the end. But if you decided Dorado, you're pretty happy with that. But never mind, Percy's going in
starting
here.
off the fight right here inside of the Tri-Brush, just trying to buy some space for the rest of the Omega team to finish off that Ocean Drake. Is going to be successful in doing so. So low is Walk Warlock on this Wukong, 1 health. Going to use that empowered recall from the Rift Herald to get right on back. 2 Drakes now for Omega. They were really the beneficiaries of this play now because they had priority of the river. They can now get this Drake. They don't lose out on anything else. Again, both teams working towards this scaling, and the Drakes are definitely going to help out with that, especially if you can secure the soul later down the line. These contested Drakes are what matter most.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing we really haven't talked about is Trouble Killer slowly starting to become a problem. He hasn't gone down yet, and he's only done a few CS, but able to have a bounty on himself in this game. But really well played there out of Percy to be able to just zone out the rest of the side of Dorado Gaming. So, like to see that from them, knowing their limitations on these champions that they play so much, and able to just create the space that was needed for his team to be able to pick up second dragon of the game for his team, but slowly start encroaching on that Ocean Soul point, which can really determine how team fights like this go when both of you are team fight oriented and kind of want to slow play them out. So, very well played by the side of Omega, but that doesn't mean it's end of the world here for Dorado, as we've seen the amount of damage they can do from that earlier mid-game team fight. So if they can get set up beforehand, it's going to be the side of Omega that's going to be suffering if Dorado gets the jump on them.
It has been the better objective play overall here from the side of Omega. They just have more objectives with both sets of grubs and those 2 Drakes. They are typically the ones that are here first, and that makes it a lot harder for Dorado. They have to walk into the pit, potentially into an Encore, potentially to a Renekton waiting in the bush to CC lock you. So I would like to see Dorado this time make sure, if it's Otacon that you want, you got to get there first. They're doing that right now. They're contesting for this vision pretty heavily with Korra around, as well as Frozen Bullet sweeping out that vision that Omega is trying to lay down. Maintain this position and then try and get a better fight for yourself that way. Be the first ones to engage. We'll see if that ends up being better here for Dorado, but we might not see this Otacon go down for a very long time. We see so many different games of dances around Otacon lasting for minutes on minutes on minutes, and we could see that here as well.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, that Dorado was trying very hard to contest the vision, but it can always be very hard to contest the vision when your team isn't helping you buy control wards. As a support main, every time there's an objective fight, I said, guys, if you have the space, please buy control ward. And my team goes, oh no, I don't have the space. And I go, sell your Doran's item and go buy 2 pink wards because it's gonna win us the fight. And that's a lot of thing that like laners and people in this elo aren't willing to sacrifice, is that they don't understand how important vision can be to win you these team fights. And it's also knowing when you can't be fighting for vision, and effective ward placements where you're not just burning wards to just for the sake of, hey, we know where this one person is, they're going to clear it in 2 seconds. Sometimes that's good, sometimes that can be bad. So it all depends on how teams want to play it out. But overall, with this Otacon fight, what I've come to realize is, if you just know that they're starting it and you know your team is fast enough to get there to contest, let Otacon shred their armor, shred their resistances, and then go in for the contest. But it's about being able to have the correct ward placement to be able to set it up that way.
Both teams are being so careful, so I feel like this isn't really going to go down until later on. It also isn't on the same side as the Baron, which is interesting because in 3 minutes time, or now 2.5, Baron is also going to be on the map. So we could see trades, we could see Baron started up while Otacon's being started up and people decide to ditch the Otacon and go contest the Baron. We are going to really see the macro play of these teams contested here, and now we're going to see Frozen Bullet in some trouble, has to burn the flash. The Ishtal's impact was charging, so going to be without that summoner for the next 5 minutes. Could hurt the engage potential here of the Dorado squad going forward.
All right, so I have some more information for us here, Faris. I was told also now to not call him Percy. Direct quote is, I don't know who told you to call him Percy, just call him Percy. So I guess we're switching back to Purse Pier. So thank you, Twitch chat, for that one. But right up here on top lane,
on to Purse of all people. Speak of the devil at 1 versus 1. But it doesn't look like this is going to end up being something that results in a kill. Although both ultimates used by those top laners. Dominus going to be down. Showstopper going to be down. Mid-prio is being contested over. Now we're going to have the Drake added into this play here, as we're going to see this 1v1 continue. Haymaker,
Oh!
excellent flash prediction. Trouble killer, that was insane. Flashing the mastery afterwards, too. I mean, after a play like that, Chong, you definitely deserve that.
Yeah, I mean, shout out Trouble Killer. Flash of the mastery after that one, like you said, well deserved. But now we're going to see Concrete here in a lot of trouble.
4 versus 4. It is Concrete who's engaged upon them. Maokai doesn't have any friends to keep them alive, and now it's the Caxi as well. The Skarner isolated out, has to flash away from that bullet time. A big ultimate committed here from Dorado, but now is the moment where they are going to jump onto this Ocean Dream.
All right, so I want to shout out Wonderworld. I like the commitment to the bullet time after everybody had flashed out of it and you were doing no more damage, letting it full channel for the show. But really good play there by Dorado.
Tried to go for the steal, and it's going to get pulled in by the Facebreaker. We actually see a Solar Flare, I believe it was, over the wall to lock up Saren, who has to get out of town. And now Chong opens the door for them to take the Otacon. The Dragon Steel wasn't really worth it for Omega.
Yeah, I feel like risking your life for a Dragon Steel when it's not even soul for the enemy team, and it only puts you on soul point. It doesn't even secure your soul and steal that. You just let that one go down, wait for your team to respawn, and then you know that because now that the jungler's down, they're going to get the free Otacon. But if you're up, there's still the option to be able to contest on the Otacon buff. So definitely a really interesting choice there out of Caxi to just risk his life for something that doesn't change the game in your favor, unlike what Otacon does for your team.
So now, what do we see out of Dorado? They have the withdraw available to them. Concrete has to be careful. No flash. Getting deep vision like that, even with just the saplings, can be dangerous. Honestly, if I'm Dorado, I might just force this Baron down once I get my ultimates back up. It looks like the majority of them are coming right back up. Solar Flare has a couple seconds left. Cyclone and Showstopper and the Shockwave locked, loaded, ready to go. You can see Omega kind of hovering around this area of the map. They know that some plays could be forced here, and they're looking to make it happen right here, right now. On to Caxi, they go. No flash available, pulled back in with the Facebreaker. There's the Impale, it only lands onto one. Here comes the CC, the Cyclone's gonna layer it down. He's tanky, but not tanky enough. Frozen Bullet gets the kill credit, but more importantly, that is Jungle down, and that is Baron on the menu for Dorado.
I think Omega's still going to contest this. They're keeping Persp up in the top lane here, split pushing, while they're going to contest as a 3-man unit.
Nature's Grasp comes down, plus the Encore as well. He lands onto 3, but now the engage is here for Dorado. It looks like Frozen Bullet is just trying to play bodyguard, but right now Dorado is all split up. They're trying to jump in and engage. There's a massive Shockwave though onto 3. Withdrawing is Walk Warlock, but there is still 3 people left. Trouble Killer with the Showstopper sets up perfectly for the bullet time of Wonder World, and they win the fight. They don't get the Baron, but that's a lot of gold into their pockets.
I mean, in that meantime, Persp just split pushing away in that bottom lane, picks up an inhibitor for himself. You know, Omega, right idea, but just got a little too close to Trouble Killer on that set. Here. He's gonna, no, I think he's gonna kill Walk Warlock.
Oh, he's gonna trade one, and he should die. I mean, there's a lot of CC. Now the rest of the squad is running up. You're able to trade 1 for 1, get some towers, pretty good, but he's gonna fall in the end.
Yeah, I mean, Omega had the right idea there, but got a little too close to Trouble Killer, who does do a lot of damage, and also getting a little too close to Frozen Bullet when they still had the command Shockwave for Korra, able to hit that onto all 3 members, I believe, there. So Omega able to contest, you know, Baron doesn't fall down to the side of Dorado. They're able to pick up, I believe, everybody's Otacon passive there. So they're not able to just coin flip a fight like that again at the Baron, because if it does go Omega's way, they're just able to pick it up. And since that inhib has gone down in the bottom lane, they could just look for an end angle through that lane. So I think Omega played that out the best they could in that situation, but Dorado, you know, got a little too antsy there and just didn't respect the Renekton split push, and it could end up coming back to cost them later in this game.
And so with the inhibitor down now, that opens the door for Omega to have some pretty solid macro play around this Baron. And despite all those kills going over to Dorado, as we do jump into another pause, it is only a 1.7k lead. You would expect, after an absolute massacre in those fights, that Dorado was able to get for themselves. It might be something like a 3,000-4,000 gold lead at this moment, but it's really not that bad for the side of Omega. So they're still very much in this game. Again, we're not going to see Soul for at least another 6 or so minutes, depending on who gets it. So this game could be drawn out a whole lot longer. It's been a really tight game, number one. And now we're getting really to that most tense moment around the Baron, where that's alive. There's no more Otacon left for these teams to get. We're going to see who can win those crucial fights, grab that buff, and see if they can close it out with that.
Yeah, and I mean, the biggest reason that the gold is actually this close is because Persp has been split pushing this whole game.
Yeah.
Omega is up 5 towers to the side of 2 of Dorado, so they're able to get all that free gold, and especially because one of those has been an inner turret and then an inhibitor turret where all the gold actually lies in the turret takes. It's not on these outer turrets that Dorado has picked up. So really, like, minute macro things that Omega has been playing to keep themselves in this game. And like we were saying, with both of these team comps that have been drafted, one team fight is going to win either one of these teams the game. And with the way it is, if Omega plays it out correct, now that I said before, they broke open that bottom lane inhibitor, if they're able to keep both TPs up on Persp and on Saren, and they pick up a Baron buff, DP bottom lane, you win the game off of it. So it all really comes down to like these later game team fights where death timers are longer and it's just crucial positioning on what summoners you can burn before that or burn in the last fight. And it seems like with the Otacon buff, Omega, was able to catch Dorado while they tried to play a little bit too aggressive around that Baron when you could just push down mid lane, sacrifice your way to get turrets instead of a buff. So some macro plays that you can make questions about from both teams this game, but definitely an interesting, great start to the day we have here.
Yeah, 100%. If I'm Dorado, you got to keep Korra, who is your only magic damage, in that side lane. Deal with those super minions as they do have that negative magic resist, and magic damage dealing characters do a whole lot more to those super minions. Clear out those waves, get all that extra solo XP, even go up 1 versus 1 against Persp if Persp is trying to push that wave down, and then TP to a Baron accordingly. But a lot of success has been achieved from the teams who were at the neutral objectives first. You and I already touched on this point, but in that play as well, Dorado was there first. It was Omega that had to go into them without their Skarner to engage for them, and that's where they really struggled. So getting to these objectives first, getting the vision set up with 2 compositions like this who don't have a lot of tricky angles that they can go for, barring maybe a flank from Concrete on the Maokai, it is super, super important, and it's going to be a big factor in these next couple neutral objective fights. We're in another pause. We're going to get back to the game very soon, but we'll head to another short break as we wait for things to be figured out. And when we come back, we'll be here again at the tense moments in game number 1. A short break, and we are back. Now, don't know if Persp is back or not. We did hear that Persp is the one that did lose connection. We've had a long amount of time of pauses here. So I think in the rulebook, there's only a certain amount of allotted pause time allowed in a certain game before it just has to continue regardless. So if this is the case for Omega and Persp isn't here, Chong, I mean, there really isn't a whole lot here to say. You're playing 4v5. It's going to be really, really tough and really unlucky situation.
Yeah, you end up playing 4v5 and have to pray that it happens. We saw them play yesterday, but Conduit is an org I know pretty well. There was a time where they had a team actually have to play 4v5 and actually almost did come back in that game, but, too long of a gap between XP and everything, just not able to come back from that one. It becomes very hard in a 4v5 to actually stay in the game. It's all about, how you play around neutral objectives, picking up side lane farm because it's extra gold and XP for your laners and everything. So it becomes very difficult in 4v5s to even stay relevant. It kind of just feels like, you just beating a dead horse, and never mind. Omega's saying, forget
what
that.
What is going on right now? This is far. Did they just decide a gentleman's agreement, give it over? Because what the heck? They just 4 versus 5 get to sneak the Baron from under their nose. That is the heist of the series right there. I have no idea if Dorado even knew that was happening. I mean, clearly they did not, because they weren't around to contest that. They're going to get the Drake, but that's just a very small consolation. Soul point for Baron. Definitely something I'm going to be happy about, especially if I'm playing 4 versus 5. Deny the team with a whole extra player that Baron buff. And honestly, I wonder if Dorado aware that Persp is not here?
I don't know, man.
Maybe they think he's still lingering inside of the jungle and like,
I
where's
don't
his
know.
Fnatic?
A 4v5 Baron sneak is, a bigger fleece than the Lakers getting Luka Doncic for AD in a first round draft pick. But honestly, really smart macro play there by Omega going, hey, they have no vision on this. We can just take this in this 4v5 and prolong the game. Like, it doesn't. Yes, you probably don't have the siege potential just because it's 4v5, but it stalls the game out for another 3 minutes. Hopefully, Perth is able to get back in that time, or you're able to do the same exact play again, or take the dragon and keep them on sole point. Anything to prolong a game to get it back in their favor is anything beneficial to Omega here. And I'll speak of the
There we
devil, and
go.
he will reconnect. Perth looking like he's reconnecting, still in the fountain, and we see movement. So looking really good here for Omega. And now they got a 5-man Baron finally with Perth reconnecting.
Yes, they do. It feels weird to talk about, but it feels very much like a missed opportunity for Dorado. If they did know that Perth wasn't there, I'd be sending 5 versus 4. TP flank them and everything, but we're going to see a fight right here at the top tier 2. There's the Nature's Grasp that's going to roll through. It's only going to connect onto Trouble Killer, but the Impale is going to land onto 2. In with the Cyclone, though, is the Wukong and is able to knock down Saren. Perth has disconnected in the middle of the fight. That is awful. As more kills go down the way of Dorado. It is actually a 2-4-0 despite Omega starting that playoff. A successful defense for Dorado around their top lane.
Yeah, I think even if Persp has reconnected, he was in the mid lane. I don't know why you try to take a 4v5 there. You got the tower. You got what you wanted out of your Baron buff that you shouldn't even have had. There's no need to engage that fight there. Just fall back, pick up more farm, reset, and get ready to take the mid tier 2 instead of going for a play that is already unfavored for you. And it went very well there for the side of Dorado. Walk able to get a big flank onto the back line of Omega, and Trouble Killer able to get an ultimate that was the killing grace onto Saren there. So overall, really good defense by Dorado, and just a little bit overplay by the side of Omega getting their hand caught in the cookie jar.
Now, the thing about Dorado is they really aren't playing with a whole lot of proactivity in their steam. Like, not enough steam in their engines right now. I feel like they need to be pushing the envelope here, threading the needle. You have 3 items on your Orianna. You have won a couple team fights. They really aren't sieging a whole lot here. You're seeing a lot of Omega knocking at the door of Dorado's base. You're not seeing that vice versa. So if they're just going to sit around here and not try and go for these aggressive plays around the towers, it's going to be really hard to actually win this game. You're getting the kills. You're up 15 kills to 5, but it really doesn't feel like they are the ones in the driver's seat right now, despite the fact that they have that 3K lead. They could just play it safe, play it slow, wait for that soul, but they are making a play now on the top side. They're going to get the Emperor's Divide, ultimate for ultimate trade out of Saren. But they got a little bit of they need to think a little bit more of a sense of urgency here. But maybe once they grab that soul, if they can get it, is when they start to turn on the jets here, Chong.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of place Dorado has to be going for. It's 4v5. You punish whoever's in the side lane, and now that Saren doesn't have an ultimate for that little bit, you try to punish it again, maybe get a flash out of him this time. But it all is crucial summoners that you're trying to burn out of the enemy team and not out of yourself to get ready to secure the soul. But like I said, they go for the play. We saw them in closing on Saren in the top lane, and they're still going for this. It's going to be a 4-man play up here on him. But let's see what happens also in the mid lane for the side of Omega as we see them in closing on the Wonder.
They're just going to be able to kill Saren right here, right now. Gone, immediately nowhere to go. And it looks like Wonderworld was able to escape, though, did have to burn Flash. But look at the nice counterpunch here, Chong. They're able to grab this tier 2. It's a kill for a tier 2 in a 5 versus 4. You'll take that any day of the week. If you're Omega, you get the bullet time out as well to clear the wave. They are just outplaying Dorado in this macro sense.
Yeah,
and so around this Ocean Drake, this is where things are going to have to pick up.
Yeah, I was going to say the bigger thing in that is if you look at the ultimates burned out of the side of Dorado, they have no shockwave, they have no bullet time. Cyclone's just coming off of cooldown, but you have, I mean, yeah, Omega did have to burn some ultimates there to get the flash out of Wonder, but I think overall you're kind of happy out of Omega if you're able to get set up and contest this Ocean Dragon, but it looks like they're just going to have to give this one away based off timers, unless Maj is going to TP back and look for a contest here. It all depends on how fast they can get back on this map, because Dorado, with the comp they've drafted, can burn this soul down pretty quickly, and it looks like they already got it. So A little bit of an oversight out of Omega staying a little bit too long there in the mid lane cost them that Ocean Soul contest.
And now with the Ocean Soul, we do have Baron coming up in 30 seconds. I assume, just based on the way they've been playing, they're going to wait that one out. They're going to grab the Baron as well. I would like to see a contest from Omega. It is 4 versus 5. It sucks, but you can't really give over both of these objectives because Ocean Soul, 5 versus 4, Baron on top of that, that's got to be GG if it is Dorado that decide to finally start to siege down these towers. But we're going to see, Chong, can the miracle play happen? Is there any way, 4 versus 5, I mean, maybe a massive encore in the pit into an Emperor's Divide that they can make this happen?
Yeah, I mean, it's the only way is you get the perfect Serena shuffle into a crescendo, into, you know, the, I don't even know Skarner's ultimate. I think it's something Impact.
Impale.
Oh, Impale. I don't even know why I thought Impact. But regardless, it all has to go exactly right for Omega to be able to contest in a 4v5 of this situation. Or, you know, they get their prayers answered. Purse reconnects, she TP's bot lane, split pushes and wins the game while they contest is the only other way Omega can come back in this one. And now Dorado clearing vision and going to force Omega to walk into them.
You can kind of see that Dorado is a little bit skeptical about grouping up inside of the pit because they are aware of Madge and Saren and the damage that can be done. I have a feeling, though, even if First reconnects at this point, as long as Dorado looks for a fight, First is so far behind level 15 now. If you take a look at Trouble Killer, who's already ahead in items, is level 18 as well. It's going to be so hard still to muster the strength to be effective on this Renekton, and you'd have to find a stun onto a key target, but this Baron is going down very low. What can Caxi do right now? They are behind the pit. They do have Ishtal's impact to get inside. They're just going to use the Blast Cone. Are they going to try and flip this? The Skarner's so tanky. Can you burst him? Oh my goodness, of all people. It's Trouble Killer to grab the Baron, but it goes to Dorado nonetheless. They've dropped the Skarner as well, and now they have a mid lane to take care of.
Both junglers smited early there, and the Baron was left at 106 HP, and Trouble Killer was able to pick it up for his team. That was way closer than it should have been for the side of Omega to be able to even get in there and contest it. I don't know why they were all just letting him walk in and do whatever he wanted there. If I was on the side of Dorado, I would have been over that wall, CCing him, keeping him away from that pit, and, you know, it's risky to be just willing to coin flip stuff like that. Even in a 4v5, you got to do what you can to play your odds right and play the wins out, and that one almost came up black for the side of Omega.
It almost did, but they weren't able to grab it. Now, let's see. Dorado, you got to make stuff happen here. They got their top lane pushing in. That's good. Eventually, in the next 1 to 2 minutes, all these waves are going to crash, and then they should be able to grab some of these towers, but at a certain point, I feel like you can just dive this tower. Get Frozen Bullet in there. Get Walk Warlock in there. Just go crazy because you have the man advantage. You have all of these buffs in your favor. They have to at least crack the base. Even then, it would be a kind of an underuse of this Baron right now because they are at such an advantage right now. It's been a really formidable defense from Omega, but they do have a really good anti-siege comp with the range that they have, and it's part of the reason why Dorado's struggling.
Yeah, and I mean, the biggest thing that Dorado's doing here is just using this Baron to basically drain all life out of Omega, taking every structure that they have available to them on the map. Like, the gold lead was close when the first Baron went down for the side of Omega. It was about 1k, and over the last about 10 minutes, it has ballooned to now a 10k gold lead for the side of Dorado. So, we're going to see them look for something.
Emperor's Divide is going to push him back, but he's just going to bullet time the other way. They found the misfortune. She is down. Excellent flash play from Concrete. Do they want to continue 4 versus 4? Both of their carries are still alive, though. Concrete is going to fall to a massive haymaker. That beat drop landed onto 3, and the Impale is going to follow it up as well. 4 versus 5. Are you kidding me? Omega has done it once again, and they keep themselves alive here at 38 minutes.
There's no actual way we just witnessed that. Concrete was able to get the flash engage onto Wonderworld, and then everybody was there to follow it up. We got the Serena shuffle, we got the crescendo over top to just keep them locked in there forever. And then the rest of the fight played out so beautifully for Omega, and they're gonna look to try to end this game here. I mean, they're not going to be able to, but they're going to be able to crack this mid lane turret. They're going to be able to take this mid lane inhib, and then possibly the bot lane inhib, depending on how quickly they're able to do this. This game is actually not over, despite it being a 4v5. Omega doing everything the right way to be able to stay in this game, and honestly, I am surprised they're able to be pulling this one off.
I have a feeling it's a little bit of a compositional advantage for Omega, whether it is an actual counter to the composition that Dorado drafted, or if Dorado just really are struggling to actually find their synergies here and get what they want. I think it's a little bit of both. There's so many disengage options on the side of Omega, but that time around, it really was just Wonderworld caught out of position, and Dorado feels lost on the map. They're not grouping up. They're not able to siege together. It feels like they're panicking and they're overthinking this, feeling like maybe they should be winning by this point because it is 4 versus 5. And Omega just has that underdog fire in their hearts. They're working together. They're playing so well as a team, trying to pull out this miraculous win. This would be quite the incredible story here, Chong. And honestly, I'm here for it. If they can pull it off 4 versus 5, that would be incredible here. And I'm sure the fans would like that as well. So let's see what else Omega can do. Because again, still 4 versus 5. The odds still very much stacked against them. And we got an Elder coming up.
Yeah, I mean, this Elder fight is literally what's going to decide this game. And the way it's set up now, the mid lane push is always going to be in favor of the side of Omega. And I'm not going to stop talking because they're engaging.
Oh, they're finally going to try and make it happen here, but the bullet time doesn't quite connect. And Walk Warlock cannot get in with the Cyclone. There was a couple ultimates used from either side, but now things are going to reset around the mid lane. And it's still priority around this mid lane for the side of Dorado. They're trying to make something happen. They're going to try and jump onto Caxi, but he's going to get right on under there with the Ixtal's impact. It's so difficult for Dorado to get anything done.
Yeah, I mean, the way Omega was able to play that out, maybe used one too many ultimates. Saren did use his ultimate in that one when the engage just wasn't in range. I like the idea, you know, playing for it. And now Wukong's going in again.
Now they're going to try and go for it. They've landed it onto 3. Was that the shockwave as well? It was. Is it going to be enough for Dorado to finally put away this game? Showstopper into the back. It is still Saren who is alive. The Haymaker is just going to go wide. The front line is doing such a valiant effort to keep their back line alive, but finally Caxi will drop. The next person will be Concrete. They finally punched their ticket into these team fights, has Dorado, and now they have options, Elder, or to just run it down and end this game.
Yeah, this should be, I don't even know. I think Dorado's going to play it slow after what happened trying to take that inhib turret. They're going to take the Elder and then look to regroup and end this one. But because of that, once again, like I've been saying, it stalls this game out longer. And now in 35 seconds, is this Baron spawning? Dorado should, in theory, be able to just get it for free. You have the Elder buff on 4 members. It makes it almost unable to contest another neutral objective for the side of Omega. But who knows, man? Omega's been doing some crazy stuff this game. They might be able to still win it, even into the eyes of an Elder Dragon.
Well, for the side of Dorado, it's going to have to be a team fight for us. Now, again, you could, the Baron is up. Okay, so you know what? They could play for Baron. But honestly, I am making the most out of this Elder. You only have 2.5 minutes. This buff is gone if you waste any time. So going for this Baron might actually be a bait if you are Dorado. Just win the game with the Elder. Just go for it. You got Flash almost up on Wukong. You got bullet time. They're going to go for the Baron. Honestly, I'm not contesting this if I'm Omega. I'm kind of just trying to wait out the Elder. I would rather fight around a Baron empowered minion push, then fight at the Baron pit to try and deny it with an Elder Soul Dorado. So we'll see what Omega's choice is.
Yeah, I agree. I was going to say, if I'm the side of Omega, I'm happy to see them wasting their time at this Baron. Don't even get in range for them to engage. Stall out that Elder buff. Yes, you have trouble kill split pushing in the spot lane. If you just send Azir or Madge there to clear the wave, the more time you waste off of these buffs, the better that you're feeling at the side of Omega, because they've wasted about a minute of this Elder Dragon buff now, and now they're finally starting this Baron, so they're not going to be layered over top of each other for as long as they would like to. And once again, like I said, Azir down here clearing this wave. Yes, Baron goes over to the side of Dorado, but they're only going to have... Oh, wait, hold on.
You can find a steal.
Hold
Ixtal's
on.
it back in. There's just no way. There is no way. Okay, it does not go through. They do get the Baron. Flash out, flash follow from Walk Warlock. The Elder execute on to Caxi. If you're Dorado, right here, right now, just pile drive down the mid lane with the last little bit that you have with this Elder and end this game, but they don't have a wave. They don't have a wave. They can't do it. It's 43 minutes, Chong. It's 5 versus 4, and it looks like Trouble Killer is going to be a goner here as well. My goodness, that Haymaker did so much damage. Is the burn going to be enough? It doesn't look like it, but Omega still hold on.
Not even the Showmaker was a lot of damage. Did we not see the amount of damage that Saren did to Trouble Killer with like 2 soldier autos? He did all of his health bar in 2 goes. But now we also see again here, This is a big point in the game for Omega.
They're going for it. They're going to go for it. Can they get the bullet time onto the Maokai? They can. He's going to fall with the last little bit of the Elder buff that they still have. Finally, they're going to crack the base. They have an inhibitor down. Do they want to continue for the end? They're trying to get the Solar Flare here onto Saren, who does have to commit the flash. Now the first Nexus Tower is going to drop. A lot of damage is being layered down by Madge. Is it going to be enough? That's a huge beat drop that's gone on through. It forces the stasis here out of Korra, who has to try and flash away. Same thing with Frozen Bullet, but they both drop. Now it is only Wandering World who is here on their lonesome. 3 people down. Omega still hold on, refusing to lose.
No, this can't be real. They can't keep getting away with this. Omega in a 4v5 makes another base defense, and guess what they get to do now? They get to run back down mid lane, they get to break open that inhib again, and they get to sell this game out for probably another 3.5 to 4 minutes. This is absolute cinema. We're going to have a 50-minute Game 1 banger fest on day 2 here in BOL Premier League, and this is what we wanted when we all signed up to be part of this, and I am happy that we are getting this right now, because this is amazing. Because now, like we said, the longer this game goes on, you're like, hey, maybe Purse will reconnect. And at this point, he'll get so much gold and XP from just picking up these sideways that he'll just be back in the game in about 2 to 3 minutes. So it's a numbers game at this point.
It's incredible. This is an incredible story for Omega. But if you're Dorado, you gotta try and figure out some type of way. What they've been doing isn't working here. It's almost like I'm kind of face palming at this point. It's 45 minutes. Omega has done such a good job, but Dorado, they need to find a flank to get onto this backline. They need to find a way around both Caxi and Concrete, who have been so impossible to break through. It's this literal concrete wall, pun intended, and everything that Dorado just cannot break through. So I want to see maybe some creative angles here from Walk Warlock or Trouble Killer. Get a flank, get this Seraphine to the forefront of your team to one-shot her and put this away for good. Because for Omega too, they keep winning these fights, but it's really hard for them to actually get into a position to win because a couple people from Dorado slip away and they just can't find the time to push down these towers.
Yeah, and I mean, the biggest thing that, Omega has going for them is the power that they have in wave clear. Yes, it's like only Seraphine and Azir, but that's enough, especially into Baron empowered minions. They take less damage from AD sources. AP people can still clear these waves relatively quickly later in this game, especially with, full 5 items on both of them. So very, very good choice in draft here. And this game is just going to keep stalling out. And at this point, despite it being a 4v5, despite it being despite it being an 8k gold lead for the side of Dorado, despite the Ocean Soul, I honestly have no idea who's going to end up coming up with the win in this one.
It's one of those games where just like, yeah, bush camp, do it. Death Bush, that's the only way. Use Wonder World as bait. Bait the whole team into the bush. You got to try and somehow be able to kill all 4 Omega members at some point to end this game, or even vice versa. Somehow find a way to get all of Dorado down and crack open that Nexus. This reminds me, back in LEC, I think a couple weeks ago, I think it was Rogue versus Giant X that went.
Yeah, like week 1,
minutes.
right? Yeah,
yeah.
Like, it was like week
this
1,
is what
game
that
1.
Like. Oh, it's never gonna end.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the state of this game, it's going to be another Elder Dragon going to go over here to the side of Dorado. Probably going to be uncontested unless Caxi can find another angle to potentially contest. But I think at this point, it's another one where you're like, hey, we'll let this one go away. Because we're about 50 minutes of the game, death timers are about 65 seconds long at this point. So if you go down trying to steal something, you're basically losing the game at that point, despite where the waves are, because that is such a long time. And we almost saw it on that Baron take where Caxi tried to steal it, almost got it, but ended up dying for it. Dorado did almost end the game, but it was a phenomenal defense out of Saren, Mazur, and Concrete, and they're all going to have to work together to pull off a miracle again, because Dorado's going to look to break open this mid-lane turret now.
It's the point of the game where Riot Games is like, okay, if you die, you are dead for 10,000 years to try and get this League of Legends game to finish. We are going to keep you dead for 70 whole seconds. Now the question is, second Elder, can Dorado get down these key targets? We've already talked about it here. They got to try and find a way. At this point, I'm just getting impatient. I'm just sending it. Just send it under the tower. Send some abilities and go for it. The problem is the flashes are available, but they're going to try it right here, right now. In with the Cyclone, it's only on to 1, and that's the front line. Saren's the first one to grab the kill. Solar Flare is on to 2. Can Dorado finally do it? They just can't get to the back line. They've already lost 2 members. The second one to go down is Frozen Bullet, and they are on the retreat. They're able to get one back. It is still 3 versus 3. That man disadvantage here for Omega, potentially hurting them. They're going to at least get some inhibitors. But there's a Shockwave flash away from Saren. Inhibitors down, but Omega hold on again.
I think Omega has the plot armor in this game, the way it's been playing out. And they're going to try to keep that plot armor going because we have Caxi trying to go in again.
They just want the fight, even despite the Elder Drake being alive. But that might have been the mistake there for Caxi. You can't disrespect his Elder buff. That's going to be the execute with the Haymaker. But oh my goodness, Saren does so much damage, almost knocking down Wonderworld right there. They don't really have enough tools to close the gap onto these members that are so long range. It's so frustrating for Dorado. The Wukong is down. Frozen Bullet is down as well. They're going to have to retreat it, and we go on past the 50-minute mark, Chong.
I mean, I did not expect this type of banger for game number 1 here. If you sat me down and said, hey, you know we have you here until about 8 o'clock Eastern time. How about 9? How about 10 o'clock? I probably would have still said yes.
Oh my
but it was
goodness,
so unexpected. Yep. And he flashed!
And the flash, too. Oh, my goodness. It's like finding a gold star in Fortnite for Omega. And Persp has reconnected!
The
They're going to do it! Are you kidding me? That's the best situation possible.
Oh my gosh. There's no way. Persp, the Renekton, he's back. It's 5v5 once again. And guess what's on the map? Baron buff is on the map. Omega can contest this 5 now. This is the game that everybody wanted. It's not the game that everybody expected, though.
Bro, Persp, they're going to try for it again. Now they're going to try. Persp is here, though. They try and get onto the Zero with no flash, but Saren gets away. The next target is Concrete. They do, I believe, have flash to get out of this, but they're just so tanky. There's not enough damage. Wonderworld, again, not here. This is 4 versus 4. I can't believe Persp just reconnects to this game and is like, dude, seriously? We're still going? That's awesome. It's one of those solo queue games where you leave and it's still going on.
It's one of the solo queue games that you rage quit and then you're still sitting there for 30 minutes.
Can't queue up for another one, but this is a major fight, and it actually looks like finally the Shockwave going down. It looks finally good for Dorado. Did Persp come back just for it all to end like this? Say it ain't so. He's going to have to try and get away. Saren is going to have to get away as well. Can he get the Shifting Sands cooldown? He cannot. Just like that. Are you kidding me? Persp comes back, and then all of a sudden they lose the game. This can't be the way it ends.
Oh, man, that is a heartbreaker. This is where it's like, this is another solo queue situation when the person reconnects and you're like, no, you cursed us. DC again. And it's just a tragic end to such a long stall here out of Omega in this first game. But honestly, even if I'm the side of Omega, this mental gap for game number 2 has to be massive, the way you were able to stall out in this 4v5. But Dorado able to make it work in the end, able to get the crucial fight that they needed to finally put this game to rest at 52.5 minutes. Dorado gonna go up 1-0 over Omega Gaming in this series.
I'm gonna be real, Chong. I've casted a lot of League of Legends games. I've never, ever, ever casted a game like that before. That was a unique one, to say the least. But Dorado, 52.5 minutes, man. They finally are able to get it done here at the very end of it and go up 1-0 in this series. Hopefully, at least for Omega. Again, this is a best of 3, and they got another crack at it. They got a crack at the reverse sweep. Hopefully, with all that time that Persp was gone, the internet problems or whatever it was have been fixed up, and so that game number 2, they're ready to go. They can try and mount this reverse sweep. But I mean, really, it feels like normally this is the point in the post game here, Chong, where we're like, okay, what went wrong here for Omega? Well, you know what went wrong, but do you think this surely would have been their game if Persp had stayed there the entire time? You would have to believe, right?
Yeah, you would have to think so. I think the better question we should be asking ourselves is what went wrong for Dorado? The fact that, like, in a 4v5, you got double Baron, double Elder, and you still weren't able to end the game until somebody finally reconnects after, like, 20 minutes. Like, the fact that you aren't able to end that game in this situation just shows the way that their draft was lacking in siege tools. Like the only way you're actually getting the siege off is just that you're forcing your ultimates with Wukong, with Leona, but the disengage ultimates out of the side of the likes of the Skarner, Seraphine, Azir, and Maokai made it so difficult for Dorado to do anything in this game. And the amount of wave clear just out of Seraphine and Azir, and also the damage they can just pump out in these team fights was so unexpected that I think Dorado really fumbled to get over the finish line here. It kind of felt like, you know, you're at the 1 yard line. It felt like the Eagles versus Commanders, where they just kept trying to jump over the line and kept getting penalized. And the ref said, hey, we're going to give them a touchdown if you keep doing this. And that kind of feels like how Dorado got the game 1 win here.
Well, after an absolute slugfest of a game, it's finally come to a conclusion, and we can see the continuation of this series after this very short break. When we come back, it's game number 2. That felt like an entire series just in one game, but we've got more for you. Dorado and Omega Fever, they continue their series right after this. Welcome back to the BOL Premier League, day number 2 of our first week, where we saw quite the action-packed and interesting game of League of Legends for Game 1 between Dorado and Omega Gaming. Dorado came out on top. Now we have switched sides, and we are running back the exact same bands. We're already into the draft here, Chong. We're going to see what the adaptations are between these two teams, because we're in full Fearless. Champions that were played last game cannot be played this time around. We got a Cassiopeia B1 lock-in here for Dorado.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bold pick out of B1 here is Cassiopeia, just letting it be counterpicked. There isn't a world where it could be Cassiopeia top lane, it could be Cassiopeia even APC I've seen before, so has some flexibility options, but it's most likely locked into the mid lane here. But I really hope in this break that we had, everybody grabbed something to drink, made to themselves some new popcorn, because if this is anything like game number 1, we're gonna be here for another 52-minute banger of a game. But we see Syndra locked away here for the side of Omega Gaming. Very good scaling pick. Has that burst potential once they are able to get the passive stacks up and able to execute on their outplay button known as Unleash Power. So definitely going to be a good option here for the side of Omega, especially with the way Sarah played that game number 1 on his Azir. So really curious to see what they choose to pair with it here, whether it's their jungle pick or mid. And they're going to pick an option who loves seeing fast execute fights. It's this Viego, able to pick up anybody's body and just go absolutely insane in these team fights.
Well, what I would like to see now from Dorado, these two champions, you have a burst champion and you have a champion that really gets hindered by crowd control. And so I think the Rel lock-in, although you would be blind picking your support, it's one of the strongest supports in the game right now, and it provides pretty much everything that you need. You need a solid front line to tank up the Syndra and that Viego, and you can have a lot of crowd control to lock them down. A Mumu on top of it would be absolutely insane too. We also have to talk about Petrifying Gaze from this Cassiopeia. So Dorado, once again, if they do lock in this Amumu, they're playing another Death Ball composition, full team fight focused. You got some solid backline characters, but with frontline comes a couple of counter picks, and we talked about Bruisers and Juggernauts. One particular pocket pick in the hands of Persp is that Alawi that has slipped through the draft, and Chong. What a fantastic game for Alawi this is so far, based on what Dorado has drafted.
I would agree, but it's Persp Alawi, and if he DCs, this champ is going to be absolutely useless. So we're hoping that does not happen again here. But Alawi loves seeing front-to-back team fights, able to just sit there and wail on people with the test of will on top of the ultimate and all this fun stuff that Alawi does. But as you said, Rel is one of the strongest supports in the game right now with the engage options, but it's still a risky blind pick when, we see it banned away. Milio is an option. If you play Alistair, it's a really good counter into her. Even the Janna is a very strong counter pick into this Rel champion, so it becomes on the Rel player to find the correct angles to get these engage offs where they're not going to be canceled by these very strong counter picks into them. So I would not be surprised to see the likes of Alistair be banned away here, because Janna is such a niche support pick that not many people play. I'm not sure if they've practiced that on the side of Omega, but the side of Dorado for their draft that they've have so far is, once again, they are lacking this siege potential. They have no real range. Cassiopeia is such a short range caster that we're falling into the same trap that we could be sitting here for another 52 minutes going, how are they not taking any turrets yet, despite having Baron buffs, despite having Elder Dragons? Is because they have no range and they have no way to actually get on these turrets without risking their life, while the side of Omega has that range option with the likes of Syndra, who is able to just be able to deal out a lot of DPS from the farther range of the whole Dorado draft so far.
We're going to see a Poppy locked in. So this is interesting. This is probably Poppy support. So again, we're talking about things that Rel doesn't like to play into. You have the Steadfast Presence, which blocks Crashdown. So that is going to be a very important interaction for Omega, not only in the lane phase, but also if they can get that interaction in team fights, that's going to stifle a lot of the engage that Dorado has. Bot lane pick still up and available here. Top lane potentially as well, unless they want to throw the Cassio up in the top side. There is the Ezreal, which does combat the low range so far, aside from the Syndra and the Scout of the Week, that the side of Omega has. You're going to be able to be very safe against the Viego, very safe against the Lowy. The question is, will you be able to ramp up enough damage to eat through these frontline targets? They can be very tanky, and Ezreal does have some trouble. So an early game advantage would be very nice for this Dorado bot lane, as we're going to see what they rounded out with B5 for most likely their top lane going up into that Alawi. What will the pick be for Trouble Killa? It's going to be their patented Darius.
Yeah, I mean, Ezreal is also like Varus is probably Varus Asher like B1, B2 for best AD carries on the patch right now worldwide. Number three is this Ezreal pick. It is just a menace. It does absolutely a lot of damage once you're able to hit those mystic shots. But it's the reason it's also being picked a lot is because like the strongest junglers are these dive style junglers. It's the likes of Vi, also Mbessa, Cassandra are very strong picks. Ezreal able to keep himself safe while dealing out a ton of DPS. And speaking of dealing out a ton of DPS in team fights, Sivir does exactly that with the Boomerang Blade and the Ricochet, just able to shred through targets once they are able to sit there and machine gun through a team fight. So definitely a front to back style draft here out of Omega again. While Dorado does have that, but they also have some very nice options to be able to kite back and play these out longer.
And so the bot lane now of Omega, you said it, the spell shield ricochets are really good for wave clear. Sivir is a tough champion to get a hold of in the backline. She's so very elusive because of those tools that she has to get away from big CC abilities, which Dorado have drafted for themselves. I'm getting inklings of last game. There's a lot of great disengage tools. Scatter the Weak can be that for Omega. Steadfast Presence and the spell shield Alawi can also be great counter engage as well. If you jump onto her, she's going to use the leap of faith and absolutely annihilate your team. So I think the priority on Trouble Kill is Darius to win this lane, put this Alawi behind, and prevent that snowball style of play that she has in the top side from coming through, and actually get a snowball for yourself in this Darius, because he absolutely has to win lane. Otherwise, this champion really isn't a champion at all here in League of Legends. So analyzing these compositions, I think based on the way last game went and you know, the momentum that Omega had, even though it might have been stifled by their loss, if we can pray for Persp's Wi-Fi, I think Omega might have this one here, but I'd be interested to hear your thoughts, Chong, on the drafts that we have now. Who do you like better? Who do you have favored here in game two?
I mean, we all know back in the day, like Sivir and Ivy were the two best champions at these 50-minute long 400 CS style games. The story was Sivir hits 400 CS, you're winning
Yeah.
the game. So if Omega is able to do that again, they're probably going to pull out the win. The only issue they have this game is their engage options are so much more limited compared to what they have last game. They have a Poppy stun, a Syndra stun, and a Viego Q. It's three single target skill shot oriented. Despite the Poppy E, it's semi skill shot because you have to be in the range of a wall. But skill shot oriented CC options, while Dorado has larger AoE skill shot options with the Rel ultimate and the Amumu ultimate, and also Cassiopeia, one of these champions that is so good at like stifling any engage that your enemy team is able to make with the petrifying gaze. So it becomes on Omega to be able to actually outplay the petrifying gaze with the small, slight backsteps and able to cancel that while keeping their server safe to just absolutely shred through the team. So it comes down to skill expression and just like overall macro play. But with the momentum and how it goes, I'm gonna have to favor Omega with their scaling picks in this one.
It's going to be an interesting match. Again, we have some very unique compositions. We got picks like Darius. We got picks like Alawi. We got a Sivir in this game. We got a Cassiopeia as well. A whole lot of pocket picks being pulled out in this one. So people bring in their solo queue tendencies to these games, makes them all wildly unpredictable. I would have to imagine as well for Omega, you want to get this Viego going here. You need Caxi to start to pop off on this champ. If he falls behind, he's definitely going to struggle. With all the CC options that are available, all the escapes from Ezreal as well, if you do want to get onto that backline, going to be a big part of this team. But we have our teams locked in. We're ready to go for game two. Again, everyone in chat, pray for Persp's Wi-Fi. We can get a 5-on-5 game. We'll see if Omega can take us to 3 games here in this series when we come back after this break, waiting through the spectator delay. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very, very soon. Welcome back for game number 2 between Dorado and Omega Gaming here in the BOL Premier League. Day number 2 of week 1. And while these teams are sitting here around the river, we'll give a quick shout out to ProComps, who is our sponsor, which is a game changer app for the league community. And it's not just like other tools, it's your personal draft coach, perfect for both teams and solo players. You can pair with any other app that you use. With ProComps, you'll receive full-time drafting advice with tailored champion picks and ban recommendations. It stands out with features such as the ability to generate champion pools in seconds that you can share with your friends, a post-game draft guide to attack the game, and you can generate comps based on your preferences. Coaches and analysis can even create personalized tier lists. You can kind of think of it as having a virtual coach and strategy toolkit all in one. So the app already has over 280,000 downloads and thousands of daily users just like you. ProComps is user-friendly and totally free. It's a no-brainer, and give it a go. Download ProComps now and you'll experience a whole new level of drafting power in your League of Legends games. Go to procomps.gg and download it from Overwolf or click the link in the bio. And that is ProComps. So shout out to ProComps sponsoring the game. And we're into game number 2, Chong. And let's see if we get as crazy of a game as we did, as now we're actually seeing it is Cassiopeia bot and Ezreal mid, of all things.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to bring that up and say, I wonder what ProComps thinks about this one with the Cassiopeia going bot this game, taking barrier. So no triple TP. It's, typically we do see TP coming out of these APCs in the bot lane, just able to get that cheater recall in, reset with whatever AP mana item that they want early in the game, but not going for that one this game. And Cora piloting the Ezreal mid. So curious, we see the Boston kind of popping early. Some nice damage here onto Cassiopeia, and that's the issue of not running, TP on these mages, because you were so weak in like the first early levels that a big trade like that where auto attacks just win, it could lose a lot of laning pressure that you have. And, the side of Omega able to really punish that. Even Madge hitting both ends of the boomerang blade there. But big thing is Concrete is running the more aggressive Popsy option of running Halo Blades along with the Ignite. You can run the Aftershock and, have a little bit more survivability. We're just looking for straight up burst and DPS damage when they go in for these trades. And, we saw it there, a lot of damage onto Wonderworld early in this lane.
And the mistake that they made was they didn't play as aggressive on the wave, did Wonderworld and Frozen Bullet. If you're taking barrier, you want to be able to fight. And so getting that priority in the lane is so very important. Otherwise, you are just going to get chunked out like that and you can't duel as effectively anymore. So I felt like they should have played more aggressively there on that wave state. And now it's going to be really difficult to deal with the Sivir in this situation. Mana is going to be a problem for her. If she does buy Essence Reaver, it won't be a problem later on. But getting pushed in permanently here for Cassiopeia bot, not necessarily what you want, as this pick is typically one where you really want to start dueling and get aggressive.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of getting in pushed in aggressively, we see Trouble Kill getting pushed in. I'm like, Caxi flashing in here.
Maw onto Caxi right now, who's trying to look for the kill. They're going to flash over the wall as well. And Purst is going to join that play. First Blood is going to go over to Caxi. We're seeing fights in the bot lane as well. Excellent flash heroic charge. It is going to be the barrier utilized here by Wonderworld. Flash still available for Madge. I assume he's going to use it to try and secure this kill. Still hasn't used it yet. Now he's going to commit it. There is the Boomerang Blade. One more auto attack will do the trick, and Madge will grab it. 2 kills to 0 for Omega. One more towards that feat of warfare.
Yeah, and a tower shot going there.
Flash forward. Solo kill potential. Trouble Killa is maybe going to find it. The bleed is good. Yes, it is. One back for Dorado.
Yeah, Press taking a tower shot there, and then the bleed stack up on Darius is so huge in the early game. Trouble Killer realizing he has the threshold, flash forward, able to get that one. But aggression early in this game out of the side of Omega. Caxi looking for that early invade, getting the flash onto Walk Warlock, able to help pick that one up for his team. And Press sadly burned that flash to try to get that kill, but doesn't end up getting it, and it ends up costing him his life in the end. But we see in the bot lane, like we said, the issue with these AP casters, they're relatively weak early, and in the early games, just raw stats and auto attacks reign supreme, and that's why AD carries always win these early game trades in the bot lane when you're not using mana and you're just using auto attacks. So Madge and Concrete played that one out super well, able to pick up that kill, and you as the server got to be loving this one because you're close to the Essence Reaver. Mana issues won't be a problem once you hit that, and you just be able to sit there and clear waves for 70 years if you want to.
It's a really nice feeling. It's super easy, it's super chill, and if anything is like last game, I don't think Madge is going to be under a whole lot of threat here, but we'll have to see how well and coordinated Walk Warlock and Frozen Bullet can be, because those two players are the ones for the side of Dorado who are going to be in the driver's seat This top lane matchup, though, we did see the solo kill come down. And again, it was a little bit of a misplay there from Persp. But they have really been running this lane. They are up ahead so much gold here. And it's kind of hard for Darius to deal with this Alawi if your Spirit gets pulled, because every time that happens, Alawi's always going to win these trades. So it's going to be up to Trouble Killer with the fancy feet to kind of dodge away from that Spirit pull if you want to win that 1v1. And did opt as well into the teleport instead of the Ghost. So that kill potential there definitely drops. You can get kited out a whole lot easier. Might bite him later on. I don't know. Can he make the teleport work? That's the interesting question.
Yeah, and I mean, the biggest thing is he might have picking up that kill for him on the side of Trouble Killer is big because he's down about 20 CS, so that gold from the kill is going to even it out. But in the end, it's still going to be relentless pressure here on the side of Presp. And like you said, if he's able to land the Test the Will, I believe it's called, or whatever, something will, the more damage that you get onto that Spirit, the later it is with the levels into it, the more damage it deals back to the Darius, and the longer the slow is once the tentacles spawn. So can be risky, and you know, Saren and Korra just trading poke back and forth here with each other. But if you're the side of Omega, you got to be favoring the tempo of this game. Now also considering that you picked up the first set of Grebs here for your team, so back to it with the early neutral objective focus out of Omega here this game.
And they got the grubs. They're going straight towards that dragon. And Walk Warlock is on the other side of the map. Is this just going to be a coast-to-coast neutral objective take? I mean, the bot lane prio is there. Again, it is still Madge and Concrete maintaining this control, knocking out those pink wards. They don't know where this Viego is after that grub take came through, but now we could see Saren in some trouble. No flash because they just burned it into 1v1, but it ends up being a trade. Thankfully, Walk Warlock was able to get there for the assist. 1-for-1 in the mid lane.
Well, we saw the classic Syndra outplay button there of throw all my balls at you and you can't dodge them. So able to pick up the feat of warfare there for his team, getting a third kill early in this game. And we are, at least with this tempo, we might be looking at the Voracious Anaconda, I believe, is the one for kills, if I remember correctly. But
I think it's Ruinous, but we're seeing a really big engage come through. This Hex Flash from Concrete has been so good, and thankfully Wonderworld able to get away. Did have to burn the barrier, but I want to commend you, Chong. I like the way that you just described that Syndra ultimate. I don't think I've ever heard anyone describe Syndra's ultimate quite in that way, but that was quite nice and a pretty accurate description of what happened. I felt like Korra could have just backed off and let Walk Warlock grab that kill, and it didn't have to be a 1-for-1. So I feel like it was a little bit of a misplay in that regard. But we're going to see the Leap of Faith come through. The Spirit is pulled, and that Trouble Killer's got to get right on out of there.
Yeah, and I mean, also a big thing to note in that bot lane with that engage that Concrete made, he made great use of the remaining time he had on the Hex Flash to get that in, because if you notice, he has his regular flash back up now, so he doesn't have to wait the 5 seconds or, you know, for the max range channel to be able to make a play like that happen again if Wonderworld is not respectful of his positioning against that wall. So I very much like the way Concrete has been playing this Poppy early in this game, and overall just the way Omega has been playing with the tempo that they have.
And it's just confidence. You know that this Rel can't do much to you. Frozen Bullet is definitely suffering in this game. It's kind of the way that Frozen Bullet was also suffering last time around. They don't strike me as much of an engaged player, although it's not necessarily their fault because they are playing into these counter matchups like the Maokai versus Leona, now the Poppy versus the Rel. There's not a lot of options there, but they were more in solo queue. Some of the damage and enchanters slash peel champions like the Brahms and the Lulus and those types of things. So they have struggled a whole lot in this series. We'll see if maybe towards the later stages of the game when lane phase is over and those team fights happen, then Frozen Bullet on this Rel pick, which can be so impactful, might be able to find the engages that Dorado need. But they definitely are on the back foot right now, down 1k gold, and all those neutral objectives as well going over to Omega. One more and they'll grab themselves feats of strength, because now we are going to see Saren get ganked here by Frozen Bullet, who we were just talking about. Excellent job on the roam. Gets a kill back here for Dorado. They're looking for another kill on the top side as well. No Leap of Faith available. Trouble Killer is going to grab that one, and Persp goes down. Dorado strike back on the map.
Yeah, there's just really good rotation plays there out of Dorado, getting, you know, Frozen Bullet up there early.
The Keeper's Verdict goes through. And they're going to have to walk on back. And I see a flash forward, though, and that is going to be a bandage toss connecting. No Curse of the Sad Mummy, though. They're just going to trade the flashes, and that'll be it for that play.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think Concrete realizes how not tanky he is at this point of the game because he elected to go with the Halo Blades and not Aftershock. So just like goes in there, loses basically all his HP for it. But big things to note, there's no Flash now on the Rel. There's no Ultimate. There's no Curse of the Sad Mummy or Flash on your Amumu now. So contesting grubs is still possible here for the side of Omega, and it's going to be what they want to be doing to be able to claim that feat. But we see on the minimap, Walk Warlock and Trouble Killer already on this one. It's a little too late here for Omega to be contesting it, so they're going to try to look for a play onto Korra here, but since it's warded up, nothing's going to happen, and they're just going to have to look to try to contest next Dragon.
We do see a stun land onto Frozen Bullet and positioned up against the wall so perfectly again. Concrete able to grab that kill. There's a reset for the Viego. Trying to run away now, stealing the sort of form of the Rel right now. And so aggressive is Korra right now. Could end up biting him as he steps too far forward. There's the Shattering Strike connecting from Caxi. But in the end, it will still be a 1-for-1. Walk Warlock is now getting engaged upon underneath the tower. Should have enough HP to escape. And it is Madge joining the party here, as well as Trouble Killer down from the top side. Only 2 grubs went over to Dorado, so there is still one up for grabs for either of these teams if they want.
Yeah, I was going to say, if Omega wanted to, they could just go up there right now, take that last grub, get a 4 grub for them. Yes, it doesn't give you anything towards the feet, but it lets you spawn 1 grub to be able to take these turrets. But really, well responded there by Omega. I didn't think there was going to be a play to happen there, but Concrete able to find the angle onto Frozen Bullet, who overstepped, and the rest of the team even there. Caxi, using the last seconds of the transform into Reldex Viego passive to get the stun onto Korra, goes down in the end, but the rest of the team there to be able to pick it up. So, like what I'm seeing out of both teams so far, but, it's really interesting to see how this game is playing out so far. Both teams very even when you think as both of them to, once again, be more of these scaling options when you have the likes of a Sivir and a Syndra in comparison to, also an Ezreal and a Cassiopeia.
One of the things that are different for Omega this time around, they don't really have a designated tank. Kind of the similar situation that Dorado was in last game, and that could bite them in these fights because last time around they really did get bailed out by the fact that they had 2 super tanks in the Skarner and the Maokai standing in front of their long-range carries. This time they don't, but there is a massive lead for Caxi on this Viego to try and be more effective than this Amumu. There is a lack of utility, but a surplus in gold. We'll see if the Viego can end up doing it. It looks like they're trying to secure away this final grub, although Trouble Kill is in the area. He has found Caxi on this Viego. He's trying to stack up those 5 stacks to work towards that Noxian Guillotine. Can't quite do it. And the Heartbreaker is committed to get away.
Yeah, and in the meantime, while Trouble Killer was, bothering Caxi up in there, the Dragon is going to go down to the side of Dorado here. And like you said, there's no real tank on the side of Omega, but we see Alawi choosing to go with the Frozen Fist. So going for the more tankier build and more frontline option, you still do a lot of damage with this build, regardless of not having, the Triforce and Black Cleaver and all that stuff. You still get relatively tanky and still do a lot of damage. But also, there's a good tank on the side of Dorado with the Amumu and the Rel, so Caxi could just take one of them and become a frontliner that way. So it could be an option here for Omega, but big damage here out of
Scout of the Week. There's the Unleashed Power, and Saren just eliminates Korra from existence. Chong, that is the Syndra that we all know and love.
Yeah, outplayed, I guess. There's no counterplay to it unless you build a Zoni's Hourglass, my friends. But no, that's still really well played by Saren, knowing the early damage thresholds on all his abilities, able to land literally everything there to be able to get that execute. And, it gets scary when a Syndra starts to snowball like this because of the range she can play at. It becomes very hard to get on her. And it kind of feels like the side of Dorado, if you're going to get on the Sivir or the Syndra, it kind of starts to feel like a one-way mission if you're like the likes of Frozen Bullet or Walk Warlock here.
And 2 kills on Trouble Kill, looking back up to that top lane matchup. How much value can this Darius get? Because you just mentioned the range of the Syndra, and that will definitely be a problem for a champion like Darius. Gets hit with a Scout of the Week, gets blown up, and Viego gets a reset with Heartbreaker those are situations you're going to want to avoid, but he is going to want to try and wreck these team fights. As we're seeing a flash forward here, the engage from Frozen Bullet, definitely not going to find the value that they want, although no one dropping just yet too far forward is Caxi. Has to burn the flash. True Shot Barrage just goes wide. One more Mystic Shot. Ignite is ticking, not enough damage to finish off the Omega jungler, and they will be able to escape, but it is Dorado taking control of this mid lane very close to this Rift Herald spawn.
Yeah, Court also flashed forward there to try to hit the True Shot Barrage into a Mystic Shot onto Caxi to pick him up there, but not able to do that one. And, you know, you asked how much value is Darius going to be able to get in this game? And it's very hard when you choose not to go the Ghost option on Darius because it really lowers his sticking power and threat to the backline, especially when Syndra can just literally push him back and say, nope, you can try again next year. So it really becomes on your engage options out of Frozen Bullet and Walk Warlock to really help make this Darius really benefit in a team fight. If you want to be Darius, you've got to be looking for more of these split push plays and looking for stuff like that, or even the 1v1 into prep or perp. But it's going to be hard to even win those 1v1s. I'm not sure how that matchup folds out at the end of the lane. But I think I would have to favor Alawi just because I know how strong that champion can be in 1v1 situations.
Yeah, really, it's kind of a skill matchup. Again, it'll go back into the spirit pull. If Alawi pulls your spirit, you're never winning a 1v1 against her. But if it is Trouble Killer that can dodge away from that ability, then maybe gets 5 stacks, gets the Noxian Guillotine down, can drop her down before that cooldown refreshes. But we're seeing a potential take of the Rift Herald. Excellent usage of the Keeper's Verdict to knock away Walk Warlock. They're going to try and finish this Rift Herald down now before the move can get back there, and they will be able to do so. Excellent job from Concrete there, able to secure the objective for the team.
Yeah, and once again, Concrete hitting that ultimate onto Walk Warlock picks up the feats of strength for the side of Omega Gaming here. So once again, we are seeing them pick up feats twice in a row in both of these games. Hopefully they're able to get the win in this one to, you know, make it worth all their while, and hopefully Perp is able to have not get Wi-Fi diff for his team, but we'll see how the rest of this game plays out, as first items are basically completed on every champion in this game now, except for the likes of Frozen Bullet, who went full boots, while Concrete went for the locket first and some brown bags.
Now that first turret of the game secured by Persp. And that's something Alawi loves. That extra gold injection is going to be super nice in that very important 1 versus 1 flash, heroic charge, but there is an Amumu waiting for you. Double Shattering Strike as well. True Shot Barrage is going to land onto 3, and that's going to allow them to kill Caxi that much quicker. Be the first kill of the fight. The second one will also follow. Dorado get 2. The Sivir no longer has the spell shield, so cannot dodge away from the CC that the Rel has to provide. Frozen Bullet trying to lock down Madge, but they just don't have the damage to take her out. But still, 2 kills go over to Dorado. We're seeing a 1 versus 1 on the top side as well, and it's not looking very good for the Darius. Trouble Killer flashes, but he still falls, and now the Syndra Saren has made their way to the bot side, getting 2 kills back across the map here for Omega in the extended play.
Yeah, really well counter-engaged there by Walk Warlock, and the biggest thing is Cassiopeia just got to do her favorite thing and sit still, hit the Twin Fang onto any target that is poison, and just get an insane amount of DPS there in the fight. Madge almost going down, kind of wasting the spell shield once he flashed away from the bandage toss, but Saren able to get there, hit the stun onto Wonderworld, and able to pick up the kill there. And Frozen Bullet almost got pressed with the Unleashed Power, almost got outplayed, but was able to get out and able to stay alive in that one. But because of tempo, resets, and everything, we're going to see this Mountain Dragon go over to the side of Omega Gaming, while the rest of Dorado is going to probably look to take this tier 1 in the top lane.
Starting to see some struggles on Omega's side when it comes to the fact that they don't have a true tank in front of them inside of these fights. They're dying very quickly after the Curse of the Sad Mummy goes down. There's so much follow-up here for Dorado. So I think the big X factor for Omega in this game, it has to be Persp. Can you frontline for the team? Can you get these huge leap of faith down? We're seeing a teleport into 3 people. That might not have been the play there, Saren. They did burn the flash, though. They dodged away from the Shattering Strike. A very dangerous position avoided in giving away that bounty there from Omega's side.
Yeah, and also the biggest thing we didn't talk about was Perp got the solo kill up top against Trouble Killer. And like I said, the Frozen Fist build is very good on Alawi. It makes it almost impossible for Darius to run away when they are scrapping like that in that 1v1. And we saw it there. He tried his best but in the end, just not able to get away there. Perp hitting everything, hit the test of will, hit the leap of faith, and just able to run him down. And like you said, Saren taking a risky TP into the top lane, and that gets out. But we see a bot lane play
We're
happening
seeing stuff
here.
going down to bot side, and it's going to be beneficial here to Omega. For some reason, we're locked in on the top side of the map, but we can see that Omega is making things happen right now. It looks like they tried to make a play onto Purse, and it just did not work because the rest of the team from Omega's side was here, and now they can take down a tier 2 as well. This is game-winning plays coming through from the Omega team. They're also getting cross-map pressure here, Chong. They are running the map right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, not only did they win topside, but Saren without the flash, and, you know, Korra did have flash, got the solo kill onto Korra, and is also going to pick up a tier 2 turret up there for themselves with the solo gold. And honestly, Omega kind of just running the Dorado team around the map in this game and just out-macroing, and doing everything in their power to get the win that they deserved in the game, in game number 1. And it looks like they're going to succeed in this one if everything continues to come up to snuff the way it is right now.
I said it had to be Purse, and in that situation, absorbing so much pressure, it looks like Trouble Killer tried to be the first one to make the play, had to run in the opposite direction to stay away from the leap of faith, and then the rest of Omega came back to punish. Now they've got so much gold injected into their team. They're up 4,000 gold. They're sieging down this mid lane. This Cassio really can't do a whole lot because the range of Sivir is just so much more. What Dorado has to do now is utilize this Amumu to the best of their ability, find big engages, and knock out these key targets fast if they can, like Madge and Saren. Otherwise, it's going to be a tough game for them going forward because the damage output and profile is just so much from this side. We are seeing a very interesting 1 versus 1 breakout. The soul has been pulled, and now, Korra, you got a Poppy who's joining the play as well. I have to believe we're kind of inching away from this fight here, but he's going to die. It is 2 versus 1. This Alawi is way too strong to try and be 1v1ing anyone at the moment. And again, it's been such a good game from Purse, bouncing back from, we know, the struggles of game number 1.
Yeah, and I was going to say, before we saw that 1v1 breakout, which became a 2v1, the big thing that happened in all that passage of play, while they took 2 tier 2s in, you know, top and bot and a tier 1 in mid, they never popped the Herald, and now Caxi is finally going to pop it. Drifted up to top lane, I guess, but it's going to go down in the jungle, I would have to assume, and not get a charge here. Definitely an interesting choice there. I thought they would use it to just get pressure on that tier 2 in mid lane, but it looks like they're going to try to... Oh, they're pressuring for Otacon, but okay, I guess Otacon just going to go over for free here for the side of Omega as they are responding to the Rift Herald up in that top side. I don't think they're going to be able to get up here in time. They're looking to contest. Korra is TPing in. I'm going to let you take over.
They're double TPing. This is going to be a late contest, but in goes the Amumu. Should be able to find a massive stun, and they get the Voracious Otacon, which means they will have the withdraws, but there's the Leap of Faith doing so much damage. But now it is Purse that's getting very low. There's the Petrifying Gaze. They're going to find the shutdown. There is the Noxia Guillotine that's going to send Madge straight to the Death Chamber. And what a late contest, and what a play from Walk Warlock to find the steal and get these huge shutdowns for Dorado.
I was not expecting them to be able to get in there. Okay, well...
Oh. You should be dead. I mean, Korra, you're going to try and run, flash forward. There's the withdraw, but now, did they compromise their position? Doesn't look like it. They should be okay. Walk this out. Saren is playing with some poise right now.
Saren's playing with some poison. But was able to, you know, stay on the edge there, not get caught up in anything Cassiopeia was trying to do. But really, like you said, really well played by Walk Warlock, able to get in there and get the smite steal on. They tried to CC him up and burst him down before anything, but the amount of damage that came down onto the Otacon before that, able to work out in the side of Dorado, able to pick that one up for themselves and get some crucial shutdowns without trading over way too much gold, thanks to the withdrawals and not actual kills. And now we see the fourth dragon spawning onto the Rift, a mountain dragon here. So definitely going to be another contest here as we see both teams prospering around this mid lane.
The big spikes have been hit here for the Ezreal, but that's a huge scatter the weak flash away from Frozen Bullet. Is going to be alive, but will not have the flash available for that engage. A bit of a chunk onto concrete. Those Mystic shots are hurting. I was going to say 2-item spike for Ezreal. Korra has that Manamune in their inventory. 10 stacked Rylai's for the side, or not Rylai's, rather, the Rod of Ages for Wonderworld. And its priority, a couple withdraws still available on this Drake for Dorado. Waiting for this engage is Omega. But they don't have a whole ton of engage options here. This is a situation they really don't like to be in. But if they just blow up the Rel like that, that might be enough for them to start the playoff. But the Drake has gone down, and full retreat in effect here for Dorado. Saren is doing so much damage. Arcane shift away. The play might be started off, though, with the Apprehend from Trouble Killer, who brings over one. But the Poppy's getting right on out of there. All the meanwhile, pay attention to Purse, who's wreaking havoc in the top side.
Yeah, I was going to say, all the whole time, they just got to stall them on the recalls because Perp is going to start breaking open this base. This is what Alawi does. Yeah, you lose the dragon. You still pick up a kill in the 45, lose nobody, and break open an inhib, and Perp probably going to go down here now.
First wants this, though. There's the leap of faith. No, that's it.
Nah, he gets shredded by Alawi. But yeah, like, this is actually phenomenal play by Omega. Like, yes, you lost a dragon, but it's not, once again, it's not a soul dragon. It's not even a soul point dragon. You're able to break open an inhib, and now you're able to pick up a Baron and hopefully get the rest of your team out of here without anybody losing it. And it looks like they will succeed in that, all clumped up in one bush, free calling together. So really, really smart stuff here out of Omega, because now they're able to get the reset, even able to clear this wave onto 2, no pressure coming out from Dorado. So I like what we're seeing in this game out of Omega, and you know, who knows, maybe if stuff went in their way of game number 1, it would have been a 2-0, but it looks like if things continue on this track, we are going to have the full 3-game series here.
And that'll be a 3-game fearless setting as well, which will be really exciting, but it still is Omega that has to close this game out. They have definitely looked like the better macro team, and I love what you pointed out there, Chong, about the fact that they're just running them around the map. Now they make a great play. They're capitalizing off of Purse's pressure in the top side so well. And they get an inhib. Now they get the Baron. They are running this game kind of the way Dorado should have been upping the ante in the last game. And they're not afraid here to try and push forward and make these plays. They're poising themselves very aggressively around the jungle. Taking a lot of damage is Caxi. They should be okay. Very close to this Rabadon's death cap. Spike here as well for Saren. That would be 4 items on the Syndra at 27 minutes. That is an insane power spike.
Yeah, Saren is definitely the scariest member on the side of Omega here. Probably then Perp, and then right now would be Madge as number 3. But a big thing to remember is that Perp did not get this Baron buff, and Frozen Bullet almost going down again there in the mid lane. But like I said, Perp doesn't have this Baron buff, so his waves do take a little bit longer to get the push because they're easier to contest. We see Corey doing an easy job of handling that. But regardless of that, because of the chunk they got on Frozen Bullet and even Wonderworld, tier 2 in the mid lane going to go down, and they're going to start putting pressure on this inhibitor turret as we see the bandage toss try to come from Walk, nothing coming out of it. But the amount of damage that Saren is just pumping out here is actually insane, and it's keeping the siege going forever. They have double cannons here, and the only play Dorado really has to make is try to make a play onto Perp or the 4-man unit.
It's just disgusting, the damage that Saren is able to do here. That was a Darius that they chunked just like an 80 carry, but we're seeing a fight break out. That was a Curse of the Sad Mummy that went down onto Purse, but it didn't really accomplish much. It didn't even get the flash out of the Alawi, and they are able to walk themselves out of this one. They knock the tier 3 turret in the mid lane down. They still have that inhibitor to deal with, is Dorado, but they're still kind of hovering around here. They're clearing away camps. We can see some action happening up in the top side of the jungle. And something's going down. It looks like the Viego's in the entire mix of everything, and they are, but they actually might have overstayed their welcome. Concrete is going to suffer for this. So one back for Dorado, trying to hold on as best they can.
Yeah, definitely overstayed the 3-man unit there of Madge, Concrete, and Caxi, as Saren and Perp had already recalled off of the map. So definitely overstaying, playing their hand a little bit too much there, able to get some gold back on the side of Dorado. But overall, you would have to think it's a successful Baron push for the side of Omega, getting it further and further closer to this game point. As, I mean, Ezreal is still scaling up. He's on 2.5 items now, but that is nothing in comparison to the likes of Saren on the Syndra. He's got the death cap now. He's just farming up a storm. Well, not farming up a storm, as in farming up damage is more like it. But honestly, if you were the side of Omega, you just peel for Saren and Madge, and it feels almost impossible for Dorado to do anything against you.
It's really, really tough. And also, the 3rd item has been delayed by Korra, buying that Vamp Scepter and now trying to itemize into the Spear of Shojin. Actually, they've completed it. Wow, that was a lot of gold that they were sitting on. They were only sitting on a Tunneler into Ruby Crystal. Now they have the Spear Shojin completed. So that is going to be a big spike for the Ezreal, but I think you hit the nail on the head there, Chong. It's going to be nothing in comparison to the type of damage that Saren is going to be able to deal. Way out of position is Frozen Bullet. The Steadfast Presence is going to prevent the crash down from coming through, which means no escape for the Rel, and Madge will pick up that kill, which should mean sole point here for Omega is in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the counter pick there with Concrete getting the stun on the Frozen Bullet, unsuspecting and just not able to get out once that comes down because you're not able to leap away from Poppy.
They're looking for the Alawi, but is this the target? Leap of Faith is going to come down. So much healing is there. Sterix as well. It is Persp who is A-okay in this situation. And look at Korra is 1 HP and is going to run right into Saren, who has an unleashed power to the face, locked, loaded, and ready to go. 1 kill in favor of Omega plus the Drake. They are happy as can be right now.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to burn everything on to the Alawi there, but able to flash away because they were not grounded by the miasma. And then Saren, like you said, it saw Korra for half a second and was able to press that unleashed power on them and pick up that kill. But now Saren does have no flash, so this is a risky situation that you find yourself in. You 3v4 on the bot side of the map. Taxi is hovering nearby, but more towards mid, and Persp is far away, all the way up by their dead tier 1 turret in the top lane, so have to play this slow if you're inside of Omega because a play could go south really quickly here, and I say that and
like it's going south right now. Walk Warlock so close to dying. Heartbreaker's gonna miss. They got Saren. This shutdown unfortunately went to Frozen Bullet, but is it enough here for Dorado to mount a defense? Still 3 people strong for the side of Omega. Grouped up here. Persp is pressuring on the top side as well, and it will be Korra delegated over there to deal with that Alawi, but it feels like they've held on. They got the shutdown, Chong, but it went over to the wrong person. That's gotta feel bad if you're Dorado.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel really bad, but at that point, it's just like, hey, we got the most threatening player off of the map for at least 30 seconds. We're able to recoup ourselves, push these waves out. But if you're the side of Saren, you can't be playing like that. You are in a mobile mage, you have no flash. Like, yes, you want to pick up that kill and keep the pressure going, but it's like, at the end of the day, it's just on the Amumu. It's not like it's on the Cassiopeia or the Darius or the Ezreal. So definitely not a choice that you probably want to be making when you're trying to push the end of this game, because if they were able to keep Saren alive and maybe, you know, just push them further back in the base force recalls, they could have already had Baron at this point.
Well, now that Baron is alive, True Shot Barrage is going to scout it out for Dorado, so they know that Omega hasn't quite started it yet, but they have to try and find a way to get to this Baron and contest it, which is 2 very tall orders, because I mean, they actually have pretty good vision lines set up right now. You can see a lot of blue wards inside of the jungle. It's definitely up to Omega right now to walk in there and sweep those out. That's going to be up to Caxi and Concrete, who have those sweepers as their trinkets. Or you could just kill the enemy jungler, and that also works too. Saren is able to pick that one up, did commit the unleashed power to it. Now you can get the free Baron. So you know what? Everything I just said, toss it out the window. This will be Baron for Omega.
Yeah, I think it got bursted in like 0.25 seconds because the second we panned up the top, it was a dead Amumu on our map. But yeah, just death pushing the classic Fnatic strat, and it works out for the side of Omega, picking up their second Baron of this game, and are probably going to look to push for the end on this one now, considering that your split push threat actually does have it on themselves and not having to sacrifice themselves for your team to pick it up. But overall, I mean, right now, you have to still play it cautiously if you are the side of Omega, because they still do have engage options. You still have the Rel to worry about in the Cassiopeia with their DPS if they're able to get that engage. So it really comes down to Concrete getting the correct block and making sure that they're not able to get what they're looking for on the side of Dorado Gaming.
See a 4-1 push coming through, and the subsequent match here as well. For Dorado, you have Korra that's holding Persp right now. The range advantage is pretty good for that Ezreal. And they're kind of trying to usher in these minions, try and find an opening, see if someone oversteps. Maybe get a scatter of the week, start off the fight here if you are Omega. I'm trying to fish for any of these engages. Can't quite find a whole lot right now. Now they're going to kind of back up and try to make a play onto Persp because he's getting pretty low. I feel like the comms are coming through to kill him out, but look at that leap of faith. Holy crap. Goodbye, Korra. In an instant, they are gone. And all the inhibitors are being annihilated in the meantime. There goes the on the hunt there for the Sivir. And they're going to try and start this play off. The extra movement speed reset comes through as well for Caxi trying to jump in with the Rel. But now the Darius has the 5 stacked passive. Looking for the Noxian Guillotine. Isn't quite going to use it. Caxi's able to get on out of there. They continue to push. Can they end the game, or are they just going to go for this tier 3 in the bot lane?
I think they could have ended the game when they tried to kill Perp, but they went to break the mid lane inhib. Like, you have a Sivir, you can just clear the wave that was in top lane and then just push it onto the inhibitor turrets, because the only person defending was a Darius. Darius isn't going to be able to clear that wave, but regardless, because of that kill onto Walk Warlock, it looks like this is going to be the end of game 2 here, and it looks like Omega's going to pick this one up unless we have the world's best defense out of Wonderworld and Trouble Killa, and they're looking for it, but it does not look like it's going to come to pass, but it's long enough for Core to respond.
They're going to try. Now there's 2 people back alive. Core is here, just like you said. They might just be looking for the engage. Potential angle for the crash down, but not able to get it done there. Is Frozen Bullet. The Mystic shots here from Korra do so much damage. The cooldowns are so low, but it's an excellent scout of the week here to stop the advance forward from Saren. And now here is Perp as well. Steals the soul there of Frozen Bullet. Going to get a little bit of damage down. Now they're resetting. Now they're teleporting. This Mountain Soul is up and available for Omega. They have 6 super minions piling in to that Dorado base every single wave, which makes it so hard here for Dorado to do anything to try and contest. This soul is just going to go right on over to Omega's side.
Yeah, and I mean, we have another banger on our hands here. This one not as, you know, nail-biting and insane as the last one, but another long, drawn-out game here out of these 2 teams, really just making sure that they don't make the mistake to let the enemy team back into it, and they're just going to cross their eyes, or cross their T's, dot their I's, get everything that they're looking for on the map, and Cassiopeia using the Petrifying Gaze there, so that's a big ultimate down on the defense for the side of Dorado Gaming, as Omega is looking to push in and end this game right here, right now.
They have so many minions barreling in. They have the Scatter the Weeks from the Syndra, and now they have these extra resistances as well. It's so difficult to knock down these targets while trying to defend your base. You only have 1 Nexus Tower if you are Dorado. Your game is crumbling before your eyes, and so is your Nexus Tower. They're going to try and find an engage, but the Keeper's Verdict is so good from the Poppy to knock away the Darius. In with the Leap of Faith goes Perp, wreaking havoc in this backline. It is Frozen Bullet trying to do their very best to stall out the backline of Omega, but they will fall, and now the onslaught will continue. There's the Scatter of the Week. The Nexus is going to fall before everyone from Dorado does, and Omega will tie up this series 1-1, and we're going to game 3.
I mean, hey, I wouldn't have wanted it any other way after how that first game ended. Omega came in, showing that that first game was a fluke. They would have won if they were all 5 there, and they proved that this game really played out well by them. And honestly, I think Saren and Concrete both played phenomenal that game. You know, Concrete really showing the power of the counter pick Poppy, not letting Frozen Bullet get anything that they wanted going in that game. And Saren just a scary Syndra moment multiple times, just hitting every single combo on the correct people at all times. But, you know, regardless of that, Korra's damaged that game. Almost 40,000 damage on the mid lane Ezreal, just landing all those Mystic shots. At the end of the day, just was not enough to help Dorado pick up the 2-0 victory. And we're going to have to go to game 3 to decide our winner in this series here.
And this is, from what I saw, Saren's most played champion and their best champion heading into this series. And we saw that this game with the absolute insane performance on this pick. Looked super comfortable, landing killer skill shots that was really carrying the squad in those fights. You can see there wasn't a whole lot of damage that Caxi was able to deal in this one because everyone was dead before Caxi could even get onto anyone, because Saren had already wrecked the fight there. And yeah, you mentioned Korra still doing a whole lot of damage. That's Ezreal things. Has so much range. Those Mystic shots really hurt. But the rest of the picks in this draft, this Cassiopeia and this Darius, more specifically, really did not pay dividends for Dorado. They weren't able to get the damage off that they wanted. The fights weren't slow enough for Darius to ramp up and get those resets, and Cassio just simply wasn't really in range and didn't quite have the setup that she wanted to get things done. Again, it felt like Dorado, they had a plan going into it. They have a decently nice crafted composition that has some strengths, but they really just couldn't capitalize on those strengths as well as their opponents in Omega could. And that's going to knot up the series. And we're going to game number 3, Chong, in a full Fearless draft. So we're going to see 20 champions taken off the board, including another couple of champions that will be banned away. So there will be a lot of options taken out. We'll see what these players pick out, and we'll see how this game ends up concluding. This series ends up concluding between these two. It's been an absolute blast between them. And we're going to see how it concludes right after this. So we're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you game number 3. A very short break and straight back into the draft between Omega and Dorado. We flip sides, and we are going to see the conclusion of the series with this game number 3. And we're starting off with the exact same bands we've got every single game. All those grayed out champions cannot be played in this one. We are in full fearless. It all comes down to this, a simple best of 1 to decide the series. We're starting it off with a potential Aurora pick on the B1 here, Chong, for Omega's side.
Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to what teams want to prioritize after this when all the power picks are like really gone at this point. They're either banned or already picked. And instead of Aurora, it's actually a Hui B1. So I'm really curious if this is a flex pick on the side of Omega here. But, you know, always first picking a mid is risky. We did see it last time be flexed for the side of Dorado when they picked the Cassiopeia. Did not work out in their favor, but maybe it's a different story for Mega does choose to flex this champion. But now it really comes down to like what all these teams want to prioritize once your meta picks are gone. Like Brand is now being picked, which is a champion I haven't seen since he was a medicine. Oh wait, is this the Chinese bottom lane of Brand Nami?
I feel like it was you and I who were casting last time in Blue Water, and it was another question. We were talking about this bottom lane combination. I feel like it was me and you.
I think it was.
But yeah, it could be a Brand Nami bot lane. Again, Brand can also jungle as well. So we'll see what Dorado are cooking up here. It is pretty all up in the air for Walk Warlock. I mean, they do play a whole lot of things. I don't know if I ever saw a Brand jungle, so at the very least, it's a flex pick, and it's going to keep Omega wondering. And they're actually going to opt into blinding Jax here, which I don't know if I'm entirely on board with. I don't think Jax is as strong as he used to be, and I feel like there's a couple champions that could dominate him in the top side, but we'll see what the response will be there for the side of Dorado.
Yeah, I mean, Blind Jax is definitely an interesting pick, but it kind of makes sense as we were talking in game number 1 about these top laners champion pool. They play these AD bruisers. They're going to want to auto attack each other and fight each other. And what does Jax do? He just literally says, you can't auto me for about 3 seconds, and then I'm going to stun you afterwards. But now also Udyr being picked in, who used to be a massive menace in the jungle. I still do think this champion is very strong. I do think this champion is good, but it's not at the pinnacle power that it used to be. So I want to see how Caxi chooses to pilot this one. And so far, kind of liking what Omega is drafting, but the range, once again, I'm going to talk about that Dorado has, and the team fight potential just with a Brand ult in itself is up there. And a Mordekaiser locked away here for Dorado. Definitely an interesting choice here.
So I have a little theory here, Chong. I did notice when I was scouting out the players for this series that Caxi is someone who does like to play the Jax jungle, and Jax into Mordekaiser is miserable, by the way. That's why Dorado has picked this. Mordekaiser absolutely annihilates Jax. I have a very strong inclination that we are going to see a top lane Udyr and a Jax jungle, and I think Udyr would be a much better pick into the Mordekaiser. You're much faster. You can dodge the skill shots. I think you can even unstoppable Mordekaiser's ult. Is that a thing with the
Yes, you'd have to
Ram stance?
It all depends. So you used to also be able to do it with a Lowy ultimate. If you could get the animation read correctly of when he goes to cast his ultimate, you can cancel it with anything that's unstoppable, because Lowy's animation of the Leap of Faith was unstoppable. You were able to just straight up neutralize the Mordekaiser ult. So it was a niche counter pick, weird interaction thing. So yeah, Udyr, if he can do it correctly, can stop the ultimate from being cast on him. But I think even in it, I think Udyr wouldn't mind 1v1ing Mordekaiser in a Death Realm.
No, I certainly don't think it would be a bad choice. So I'm gonna put my bet down, and I'm betting literally nothing, but I'm betting my bragging rights. I think it's gonna be a Jax jungle here. We're seeing the second round of bans coming through. We're gonna see what the R4 pick is for Dorado. They have a lot of magic damage, so they're gonna want to lock in some AD champs here. And it's gonna have to come from what I assume to be, especially because of these hovers, their jungle and their mid lane. So they might have to pick an AD mid here for the side of Korra. They do play the Jace. This Jace is still up and available, so maybe they end up indexing into that. Smolder is something that Korra also has played before. That would be a really, really fearless composition if they went Smolder here on top of the Vi and the Brand Nami bot lane, but I don't know. We'll see what the response is as we get a Blitz lock-in for Omega.
It's not locked in, it's being hovered, but if you think about all the engage options that left, it's like Blitzcrank and Rakan, really, and Blitz is like super situational. But I mean, the pick I would have liked to see once I see a Vi locked in, if it's open, I'm just locking Tom Kench every game. You have the same ultimate cooldown, you make the champ useless when she ults somebody, so okay. There it is.
Wow.
We got Saren's Kassadin. I am so excited. I have been playing. Me and Saren, we know each other. We play in a Pokemon Draft League together, and a lot of us in there all play competitive League of Legends. We all talk about champions, and Kassadin is a champion that he is constantly talking about. So I'm not surprised to see him picking this one up here. And like you said, you predicted it. We do have a Smolder Vi locked in with most likely a Brand Nami bot lane.
And I assume they were thinking about it. And then once they see the Kassadin as well, it makes the Smolder a little bit more enticing because you can just simply scale with the Kassadin. But this composition from Dorado makes no sense. Like, it is all over the place. I think if you were to screenshot this draft and just caption Fearless, people would understand, because this doesn't make any sense. You want disengage with Brand, you want people to walk into you with Brand and Smolder, then you want to jump in with Vi, and no one's going to be able to follow up when Vi goes in. That is going to be a nightmare. So it's going to be really, really interesting. I definitely do favor Omega, just based on composition-wise. And I don't want to be so cynical towards Dorado, but they really have, I'll just have to say what I've been seeing, they have had struggles with their synergy in this series. So the fact that this composition is all over the place, it might hurt them a lot, or maybe it will help them because they don't have to rely so much on their synergy as a team, and it's kind of every man for himself in this composition.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes it can be hard to be on the right foot. I'm not saying Wok Warlock has been playing bad this series by any means, but it's always hard when you're role swapping. He is a former top laner, now playing jungle. It can make comms very difficult and muttered sometimes when you're trying to figure out what is the next play to be going, especially if he is a leading voice on the side of Dorado. I'm not sure what their communications are like inside of a game, but you can assume that sometimes it can be difficult when to know to engage when you are on those options or what objectives you're fighting for. So maybe that has something to do with it. But like you said, maybe this is a better composition for Dorado. Maybe, it's basically, hey, Mordekaiser's going to try to 1v1 somebody, Vi's going to try to 1v1 somebody, and then the rest of them are just going to try to keep their own in the 3v whatever's left after that. But I mean, overall, I think even the side of Omega has more of a similar comp to that, where Jax wants to also just have a 1v1. Even Udyr wants to run somebody down in Kassadin. We all know Kassadin. I'm expecting a timer to be going in the chat for all the levels that Kassadin gets until level 60 in the classic Kassadin shenanigans. But it's definitely... This is the ideal Fearless draft that we are seeing here. This is what Fearless is. Once 25 champions are gone, it goes, hey, what's left? What champion do you have left? Let's play it.
Yeah, pretty much. And we have a pretty exciting draft here. I want to say the side lanes are terrifying if you're going up against... Now, okay, I did realize this is probably a Jax jungle, but even then, Udyr can be a menace in side lanes. Kassadin's going to go to a side lane to try and get level 16 really fast. And then when this team from the side of Dorado is all split up, you have really vulnerable champions like Smolder and Mordekaiser that can be exploited there in those lanes, especially if Mordekaiser is matched up against Kassadin. Later on, that's going to be Kassadin all day long. So it's going to be kind of on Dorado here to make some plays happen, try and punish someone if they can do it, get use out of this Vi. But I think we're in for an absolute slobber knocker of a game. This is going to be so messy. This is going to be really fun. And what a way to conclude the series as well, because this has been quite exciting. It's Omega, it's Dorado. We got our teams. We're in the spectator delay. We'll be right back, and we will see how this series concludes. Don't go anywhere. Game number 3 begins. We might be starting it off really hot here, although the ward from Dorado is going to spot out this invade. It's Blitzcrank. We all know it's coming. We just need to know which part of the map is it coming from. Unfortunately, Dorado, they've warded the right place. We're not going to get those level 1 Blitzcrank shenanigans, as we do see Wonderworld be cheeky, canceling that recall. It doesn't look like we're going to get the Blitzcrank first blood here, Chong, but dude, these comps, man, this is messy. I expect us to see action right from the get-go.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, it's gonna be a bloody game at the point of what we have looking at us in these drafts here. Like, no, there's one 80 carry in this game. We have another set of AP mages bot. We have Saren on the Cassidon, who's gonna just be looking to assassinate backline members come the late game. Sadly, we did not get the Jax jungle like you betted all your nothing
Darn.
on. We got the Jax top lane. Good thing you bet absolutely nothing on that one. But we're seeing the classic tech of Smolder take grasp mid. It just lets you trade longer in lane and get those empowered autos, let you be a little bit tankier come the late game. But I mean, overall, this game is going to be scrappy and it's going to be bloody. And like at the end of the day, either team can win this one. I mean, we're gonna see Saren get harassed in this lane here. It's not unexpected. It's melee into range. It's what's gonna happen. But I think the later the game goes, the Cassidon is going to be favoring any side lane matchup against the Smolder.
No one wants to hold this Cassidon. No one can do it. There's rarely any champions in League of Legends in general that can hold the level 16 Cassidon, but these ones are just not the ones that interact nicely. Maybe Korra, if they are fed enough and have the range with rapid fire cannon, can find a couple shots with the Q to knock the HP and make it a little bit better, but yeah, very much the win condition here for Omega is how much they can get off of this Cassidon from Saren, who's been a really influential player for Omega in this series thus far. I also want to talk about this Blitzcrank too in Concrete in this lane. Blitzcrank is so good here. You have two range champions who Blitzcrank loves to play into. Can they find kills with this pick in lane? I would hope that they could because it's such a good matchup for him.
Yeah, it really comes down to how Wonderworld and Frozen Bullet play around their minion wave and how well Concrete is able to force them uncomfortably away from it. And like a big thing, a lot of people who played Blitzcrank, I'm going to stop talking here.
Is going to be in trouble here again. This is the Jax Mordekaiser matchup. You got to be careful. First blood goes to Trouble Killer, getting back for that pretty rough game too that he had.
Yeah, and I mean, Trouble Killer flashed for that one, so that means just the summoner advantage on the side. Okay.
Oh, we're flashing. Oh, hook goes wide. That was the combo, Chong, but yeah, it just didn't line up there.
Yeah, and that was like the big thing I was going to talk about before we got that kill in the top lane is a lot of things Blitzcrank players don't tend to do is, run forward with your W and land an E first and then a Q to follow. They'll always W and Q first to pull them in and then E afterwards. A lot of the times, just running up aggressively at somebody will force them to flash instead of trying to bait it with a Q that they can dodge. So I like seeing that play out of Concrete, looking for the knockup first and then the hook after. Doesn't land this one. Wonder able to get the flash away from it, but the idea is there. I like to see it. Just the execution got to be there next time, and it will be a kill now that this brand has no flash in the bot lane.
That has to be one of the most scariest things in bot lane, as someone who is a bot laner myself, is a Blitzcrank just sprinting at you and you know they have hookup and you're just playing the dodge game. There's one that does land onto Frozen Bullet, although not a lot of follow-up there. Maybe there was some cooldowns that Madge was waiting on, or maybe they thought Jungler was nearby, but it is going to be Frozen Bullet. That's okay. They did get the heal out of Nanami, though, so that is something. But yeah, I mean, we just talked about it, and now Concrete has been an absolute menace in the last 3 minutes, so that's been pretty good for them, and we'll see if they can actually translate that into kills later on, as we do see full control, though, for Trouble Killer in this top side, getting the push. That kill really paying dividends there.
Yeah, I mean, he got the kill. He's down a little bit of CS, but you're up gold because of the kill. And just look at the items. Like, Trouble Killer is gonna enjoy the time in this lane just because he's got the double AP items while, Perp has to go towards these defensive options. And we're gonna just see another massive trade here out of Trouble Killer. Perp gonna have to either take an unfavorable recall and lose all of this, or fight for his life under this turret, and he can't really recall at this point. You've already burned TP, so Trouble Killer really making the best out of this counter pick in the top lane.
The real problem is your counter strike as Jax is just not effective into Mordekaiser. He does not care. He does auto attack and it does stack up the passive, but the majority is just him poking you with this Q and your melee. So you got to step up for these minions and you just get harassed every single time. It's like playing against the range top basically, who you can't just stat check if you jump on. So you're really seeing how much Persp is struggling in this one. We've yet to see maybe if Caxi can get over here and help him out, but for the moment, they're taking that Drake. It looks like it will be a neutral objective trade, and it actually is the switch up of lane assignments here. Bot lane up to the mid lane to really ensure these grubs, which I think is smart when you do have such an aggressive champion like Vi, and you guys want to try and get ahead early on to try and prevent this Cassidy from scaling. That will be a big asset to you, as massive hook here from Concrete should set up at least the summoner spell down from the Smolder. And Korra is going to have to probably waltz back to base, but flash forward from Madge. What an aggressive play. Gets the kill. 1 for 1 now in the kill score.
Yeah, I was also going to say Madge was level 6 there. That's just the kill, but never mind. He's going to flash forward for it and pick it up. But yeah, I mean, overall, it was a nice notice by Madge and Concrete that they were able to get that play if they hit the hook on Korra, and Concrete able to land yet another one of those crucial hooks. But overall, I think even on the side of Omega...
Oh, they're going for him again. This is just bullying at this point. Able to get one back. No! Execute wasn't able to damage Madge. Unfortunate. And they punished the Smolder right off the TP. It's a Henshin TP, Chong.
Yeah, I mean, that is a horrible tempo play for Dorado, because instead of trying to reset the lanes, they just tell Korra, go back bot lane, like mid lane is ours, despite having a TP of their own on the brand. So Korra now dying twice here, and is even down CS into Saren, who just got to free farm. He got an extra level, extra gold, and is just enjoying his life, getting to scale up freely and not really being punished, unlike Korra is so far.
And now we're going to see just kind of the ramifications of that. We did see, though, Saren was suffering at least a little bit in that lane assignment where they were 2 versus 1 up against Brand Nami as Castanen. When you're level 7, that's pretty rough, but the 2 kills are going to be very, very nice, and one of them went on to Caxi. And we are seeing a whole lot of action around the map, but we're seeing it in small bursts of skirmishes. We're not seeing it in a grand scale of a team fight. So we still have the trade and objectives. We're kind of waiting for this game to blow wide open. Where is the first massive play going to happen? If you look at the next Drake or 2, maybe around that next trio of grubs that spawn, trying to prevent 6 from going down to Dorado, especially when your Mordekaiser has all of this pressure in the side lane, can be an absolute threat. Maybe Smolder as well later on as it goes. But that's where I expect to see it blow wide open.
Yeah, I mean, the 6 grubs should go to the side of Dorado in theory. They have constant push in top lane, and Mordekaiser can even solo the grubs by himself thanks to his passive and how quickly he's able to just take those off the map. So you could just look to contest the dragon and have Mordekaiser do your dirty work for you up on the top side, because he's probably... I thought he was just going to solo kill him there. I was holding my breath for that one. But, yeah, no, the way Trouble Killer is playing out this top wave and top lane is just overall beneficial to the side of Dorado. We're able to just leave those 2 on an island and go for what you want. But big trade there for Saren in the mid lane, getting on top of Korra. And this is kind of what I expected to see come, the later levels of this matchup. Just able to jump onto him, either force him to E or get a nice trade for yourself. And we see it again here.
Again, forces the mom out of Korra as well. The one nice thing, though, at the very least for Korra is that while these trades are going... Oh, we see flash forward, not going to connect on the rocket grab. These trades are looking beneficial to Saren, but there is a lot of stacks that are going the way of Korra on the passive, the Dragon Practice stacks, because they're hitting so many abilities there, like the E and the Q. Mom as well, rolling on through those minions. There is a little bit of beneficial stuff here for the Smolder going on, but if your Cassidy is winning trades, your Cassidy's winning trades, and it's a good luck for Omega.
Yeah, especially because you're winning trades at level 8 and not level 16. But we're going to see the fight happen at top lane.
Realm of Death. If this kill goes down here for Persp, it's big, but you just do not win this 1 versus 1. Flash forward misses. That might be a misplay that could result in a very long chase, but just going to try and walk back in. No way. Misses another kill.
Wait.
Persp, are you serious? Gets away with the ward hop. He can't catch him. He's got no flash. What? No way he gets out of that. Only in this series would you see such a grand escape as Caxi trying to find the stun. Do you really think he got the damage here? This could be a misplay in it of its own, as Cassidy was on the way as well. They're trying to extend this play. I don't think they're gonna get much out of this. Here comes the tidal wave, but again, he's got Riftwalker, bro. He's all good. He's gonna walk right on out of that.
I think there's something more important that we need to talk about than Persp getting away in that exchange of plays. It's what Caxi is building. I don't think in my recent lifetime of seeing Udyr post rework have I not seen him just rush
They're trying to
aliens.
jump onto him. That cease and desist didn't go the way that they wanted. That was an excellent usage of the Unstoppable, but now it's going to be Concrete that is going to pay, and Wonderworld will grab the kill. But yeah, you're going to have to elaborate on the build here, Chong. I'm not an Udyr player. I don't know what this champion builds.
Yeah, so
but
Udyr's
normally... and Tunneler?
Yeah, they normally go like Leandry's first item because of how it works with your new ultimate, your basically updated Phoenix stance. It just absolutely shreds everybody. Because once again, why not have an AD champion? Okay, we're just gonna see a whiffed ult by Madge. But if he still has a flash come out by Core there, so overall win for Madge, I guess. But regardless, yeah, Udyr's ultimate still scales off of AP, still does what the old Phoenix stance does, if you remember it, but a lot more AoE damage. But I don't think I've ever seen just I assume it's gonna be Titanic Hydra here on an Udyr. I am in uncharted territory with this build that he's going here, and maybe it'll work. I'm not really positive how it's gonna play out. I guess it makes sense when you have double AP mid and bot, so you don't want to overstack on AP, but once again, there's no true tank on the side of Dorado, so really curious to see the approach Caxi has in this game.
He's cooking something. Is he burning the food? We're going to find out. We'll see how long he puts it on the stove for, and if it really pays off. He's 1-0. He's down 10 CS to the buy, and we're seeing a whole lot of stuff going down on the bot side as well, while everything else is playing out on the map. That 1v1 was really close. Korra was taking a whole lot of damage there from Madge. He just does not have the range into something like the play. And was playing so cocky underneath the tower too, dodging the necessary skill shots to stay alive. If one of those landed, it would have been another dead smolder on the bot tower. But that didn't end up happening. We got 2 Drakes here for Omega, so despite their losses, they're still able to pick up these 2 Drakes, and the gold is even. We got ourselves a game, Chong. The first one, we know how that went, 52 minutes. The next game was 40 minutes. Hell, we started at 4 o'clock, and it is 7 o'clock, and we're still kicking here. We're only 13 minutes into game 2. This is the best of 3 of all best of 3s. We're here for it.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a big thing to note here is that the feats of strength would have already gone over to the side of Dorado if they were able to get a single auto attack onto Madge when he got executed under that turret. So it's still up for grabs for both teams here. And if you are, the side of either of them, you want that because, you have the two neutral objectives for both teams. So getting that, kill one would be a big boon for your team towards the overall feats gain. And like I predicted, it is the Titanic Hydra out of Udyr, something I have not seen in a very, 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 very long time. But, a typical thing I've seen is the forever scaling build out of the Cassidon. He's got his Rod of Ages, and he's building up towards the Sarah's Embrace.
Got the Dark Seal as well. He's sitting at a 0-0-0 score line. He's waiting for his big moment. Jump in, team fight, grab a couple kills, maybe a couple assists. And once that Dark Seal gets to that one range, we'll see if it upgrades to Medjai's, but we've seen a rocket grab plus a Spiraling Despair. Good dodge from Madge as well on the tidal wave, but they just don't have the burst really, and walking straight on forward is Wonderworld to grab the kill, and now it will be the assassination of the Nami as well. It is a 1-for-1. Teleports are rolling on through. Here comes the Cassidon, and it looks like Wonderworld will be not long for this world. It is no longer Wonder's world, and Trouble Killer TP'd in. So did Purse, by the way. And Walk Warlock is here as well. It's a party down here on the bot side, but we got a 2-for-1 in favor of Omega as both of their bot laners went down. And that looks like this play is all but going to continue. I was going to say it's all but over, but look at the Titanic Hydra Udyr Chung. Here it is in action. What do you rate the plays right there?
What the hell did I just watch? I don't even know how that happened. Okay, and it looks like Concrete might go down here. But yeah, okay, so AD Udyr is working so far as planned, I would assume. But a big thing to note in that bot lane play is that Madge fell down before Wonderworld, so the feats go to the side of Dorado. Now they are just one neutral objective off getting the full stack, while, on the side of Omega, they're going to have to get first turret and another neutral objective. So basically a very good momentum swing for Dorado, despite losing Cora in the mid lane yet again here.
And we're, again, at this very even game state. We're seeing a minute 14, though, on the next Drake, as once again, Saren is getting bullied out by this Brand Nami duo, but here it comes, the big bad Blitzcrank. Trying to look for a rocket grab, can't quite find it. And Perth is just ignoring the Smolder here. Cora's going to get a couple stacks, though, so it's going to feel a little nice. 1 minute to go on this Infernal Drake. Omega, again, for them, this is that soul point. Maybe a pretty early soul point as well. If they are able to grab this one, they're working their way towards a 22-minute soul, which, when you got a Kassadin, a Jax, even a Hui, who does pretty well later on in the game, it's got to be feeling really good, as that's not what you want as a Hui. You're getting put into the realm of death. Let's see what Madge can do. And honestly, I think it was Trouble Killer that saw the TP come down before he went into the realm of death, so he decides to back on up. He knows he can't kill the Hui in time, but he has to deal with this Kassadin. The tower went down, and look at those Rift Walks. Level 11, he's got that rank up. The Severing Bolt is going to actually finish off the job here, as Dorado is looking to try and finish off Perth in the top lane, but they just don't have the damage. They can't quite find that kill, and it's going to be a +1 trade for Omega.
Yeah, wow. Omega really getting, once again, the map plays down a really smart DP at Saren there to pick up that first turret while they were in the realm of death. Also, Madge really played that well, getting all of his damage out onto Trouble Killer, making him feel uncomfortable to even go in for that. And
Oh my goodness. You see the burst there? Okay, Chong, we are kind of getting the intel right now. That was crazy. That was a lot of damage, right?
That was actually insane. I did not expect to see that. That was something, all right. But yeah, AD Udyr showing his prowess here, showing that the Tiger also does have claws, and it's not just all about that Phoenix stance, as everyone still lovingly calls it, despite it probably having a new name. But I mean, if you're the side of Omega and you have a level 11 Kassadin who's 1-0-1, he's helped get that first turret. You guys now have the feats because you got the first turret bot lane and just picked up another neutral objective. You guys got to be sitting pretty at this point in the game, and just know that if you keep playing this way, it's going to be a serious win. And Concrete getting big damage here.
Wow, Madge does so much damage. That passive proccing onto both Wondersworld, who's stepping up forward while he's 1 HP, and he gets a ball of paint straight to the face, and that is a deadly ball of paint. Flash Bubble not going to connect from Frozen Bullet. It ends up being a 1-for-1, though. It will be support for AP carry trade. Infernal Drake is alive, and onto it is Walk Warlock, as we see the top lane assignments here as well. Is this going to just be the take here from Dorado? It doesn't look like it. It looks like Walk Warlock is moving off of this. We're going to kind of continue this standoff here in the mid lane.
Yeah, I really thought that Concrete was going to die there under turret.
Look, he's good. He's not good. Here comes the cease and desist. But here comes the Kassadin as well. Rift Walker. They're forcing them away. No one goes down in this. That was some really crazy pathing from Caxi. But they've summoned the Herald. It doesn't... I don't know if it's going to get a charge off. Maybe it will. Oh, they're going to ride it. They're going to ride it right on out.
Madge is going backwards.
He's circling. They hit it. They're going for it. This fight is very tense. I don't know who's going to break out first, but here comes the solo kill potentially for Purse. Leap Strike on cooldown. Doesn't need it. Gets the Empower anyways. Solo Bolo. Cora having a rough one.
Cora is just having a rough series overall, getting punished in game 1, now getting punished here again in game number 3. 0-4 on the Smolder. Literally just trying to get stacks to be effective in this game at this point, and just no one on the side of Omega letting him do that, because everybody knows what a late game Smolder is able to do. But that whole time, just that whole passage of play, Dragon is still up. You're getting another turret here on the side of Omega. Your Jax is now back in the game because he's been getting to lane freely. Concrete gonna fail another flash hook. And, I mean, if you're the side of Omega, like I said before, you're just happy with the way all this passage of play has been going, because it's just benefiting you over and over again. You're ballooning this, slowly getting this up to a 3k gold lead at 20 minutes. And that mid lane turret is able to go down with another good push. But it's like, I mean, on the side of Dorado, you just have to be looking to get enough people in range on a single target to burst them. But looking at the side of Omega, your only real options are to get Hui or Blitzcrank, because you have the double ram charge out of Udyr be unstoppable. Kassadin does all his stuff, and Jax can also bounce away as well.
Land the hook onto the Mordekaiser, and he's going to put the Blitzcrank into the realm of death right now. Caxi actually just got one shot. The kill credit goes over to Walk Warlock. The realm of death is looking pretty good as well, but there is going to be one trade back there for Madge. as Persp has now joined the party as well. Looks like it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Dorado. They've gotten a fight that's like going a little bit better for them than the other fights have. I don't know if that was the right target. I'm not sure if Concrete knew that Trouble Killer was waiting over the wall. I think he thought he was hooking Wonderworld, and then he was like, "Oh, nice! I got the brand." And then a Mordekaiser came from the Fog of War, and he was like, "Well, that's not who I wanted," and he ended up dying in the Death Realm. So Dorado getting one back.
I think if I was Concrete, even if I hooked the Mordekaiser, I'd be happy he used his ult to kill me and not my Hui or my Kassadin. Because, like, he's stealing some MR and HP and armor. It's not like he's removing one of the carries from my team. And, I mean, overall, yeah, that play did favor Dorado. They got the turret bottom. They picked up some extra crucial kills in the mid lane onto not only Walk Warlock, but Trouble Killer also picking up a kill there, becoming a problem. He's got the Leandries and the Rylai's now. So I think Concrete, again, just being aggressive in the jungle by himself, able to get out. But yeah, no, I think Dorado just needs to try to look to slow the pace of this game, while Omega is also fine with it being a slower pace because you have the likes of a Kassadin who wants to hit that level 16.
We might be in for another 40-minute game.
50 minutes?
Because 50 minutes. Could be. I mean, both these teams, they want to get to that point. If they get to that point, they're happy. So we could be in for a long one. Again, this Infernal Drake has lasted so long. We were on pace for a 22-minute soul potentially here, Chong. And the third Drake has lasted for like 7-8 minutes straight now. Maybe even 10 minutes, basically, if you do the math right here.
I think it lasted as long as Perp's DC time from game number 1.
Yeah, or no, it hasn't quite lasted that long yet. That was like 20 minutes.
That was like 20 minutes. That was a long time.
Really
yeah, no, especially for it being an Infernal Soul and Infernal Dragon, this has lasted longer than I've seen some Cloud Dragons or Chemtex survive on the Rift. So definitely both teams not wanting to go for anything crazy,
but
to
play under Persp. They got the cease and assist down as well. Do they have the damage though? This Jax is tanky with the Grandmaster at arms, ultimate ability there. He gets a lot of armor, gets a lot of magic resist. He just tanks that all up, and then that's free Drake over to the side of Omega. And Otacon is now on the map as well. A new neutral objective to fight over in this very crazy game.
All right, so how long does Otacon last on this map? Is it another 8 minutes?
There's a Blitzcrank, so I have a feeling, at least Concrete's been playing super aggressive, so I feel like Concrete's just going to make stuff happen. He's going to flash hook somebody. He's going to go for it. I feel like we're going to see it sooner than later.
I hope so. I mean, in the meantime of them trying to make the play on Perp, the Dragon does go down to Omega, so they are now on Infernal Soul Point, something that would be very nice for their team overall. I can't imagine how disgusting a Kassadin would be once he gets his hands on that. But, okay, so this is something I did hear Saren talking about, is not building boots on Kassadin.
Really?
Well, yeah, I mean, apparently
he's doing it.
It's for the gold efficiency because you want to get
there's a hook. That's a dead vibe. Spiraling Despair is taking as well. They're just going to leave her because they know she's dead. Wait, they could have got the Nami as well. They're going to get her anyways. The burn from the Blackfire Torch is good. We're seeing a 1 versus 1 initiated in the top side. There's another kill. What the heck? Triple kill for Madge out of nowhere. How's this top lane 1v1 going to go? I think the Mordekaiser's still winning that one. Yeah, you got to wait your time here, Persp. I don't know if you're ever going to be winning that 1 versus 1. It's a rough matchup, but, I mean, for Omega, hey, your team is absolutely wrecking house in the mid lane.
Yeah, Madge is going absolutely crazy on this game, and he was also going absolutely amazing on the Seraphine in game number 1. Madge on these AP carries is actually a menace, but yeah, I'm not surprised to see, Saren going this, and also I'm not surprised to see Trouble Killer still winning that 1v1 in the top lane. I don't know if that ever coin flips into Jax's favor the later this game goes, though.
Well, he's been having a hard time. At the very least, he should be effective in fights. I mean, he's got a very powerful backline to protect, so if you can get some CC, make sure your Hui is not being attacked in the backside. You're Kassadin as well. For those of you that have been paying attention to how close this guy is to level 16, Saren, level 15, farming up a storm, getting that solo XP. Very close to Doomsday here for Dorado. On the other side, not quite sure how close Cora is to 225, although I would assume at the 25-minute mark, you're either there or very, very close. If you're not there yet, you're doing something wrong. This is also the Infinity Edge build iteration of the Smolder, so a lot more upfront damage, but the items are a little bit more expensive. You don't quite have that ability haste either. opted in for the Swifty boots. So really going to lack that CDR here. I know it's called ability haste now, but back to old days when it was CDR, really going to lack that here on the Smolder. Might struggle in the DPS side of things for these fights.
Yeah, and I mean, it's also this game, it's a lot harder for Dorado to just sneak away a Baron like they did in game number 1. So they have to be looking for these picks beforehand, and they're trying to set up around this Otacon Baron area while they have answer Cora in the side lane again. And I think this is the matchup that Jax would prefer to be in. Oh, we are at 225 stacks. I saw the little execute marker pop up on Jax when he got hit by the Smolder Q. So we are a fully stacked dragon at this point. Obviously, not fully stacked forever stacking. But yeah, we are looking very good for the side of Dorado scaling into this game. But we're also very close to Saren hitting that crucial level 16 point on Cassidy and getting that rank 3 ultimate to just be forever blinking around this map. And it looks like Omega's going to start favoring towards this bottom side to get themselves Infernal Soul. They have vision on Otacon, so we'll know if it started up, but they're going to play for the permanent soul instead of the temporary buff.
Yeah, so I said that Otacon was going down soon. I was totally wrong. These teams are not even, they haven't even blinked towards Otacon's way. They don't care. They want the soul, I think, like rightfully so for Omega, and of course Dorado have to respect that, like you're saying. They don't want to just give a free Infernal Soul away. The question is, will Saren, in the next 45 seconds, hit level 16? Because that is really important to the success of Omega in this fight. And we're going to see potential 1 versus 1 initiated here by Purse onto this boulder. He's definitely winning this one. He likes this 1v1. He doesn't like the Mordekaiser. He likes the Baby Dragon here. And he's going to flash over the wall and secure that. There's a couple friends there to secure that just in case. And they will knock down the mid laner of Dorado here, Chong, right before this Infernal Drake spawns.
Yeah, I mean, Jax likes those odds of that 1v1, despite 2 other people on his team being in the area. Nobody gets the credit, so full-on 1v1. But the bigger thing that happened, despite Perp getting the 1v1 kill, Saren has now had level 16 and hooking on Nami.
Oh, you're a goner. She's a, yep, Nami's a goner. That's that. That's a quick kill.
Yeah, I mean, that's the burst that they have. I mean, apparently this 80 Udyr just absolutely melts somebody if they're hooked in by Blitzcrank, because that number was on the screen for like half a second once it was hooked in, and Caxi got the kill credit for it. But, I mean, this is looking even harder for Dorado to play into. The Infernal Soul now going to be on the side of Omega as they're going to look to transfer all their vision up onto this top side for not only Otacon, but also for this Baron buff.
I think we're really seeing the deficiencies in the composition that Dorado have drafted. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. They don't have a lot of synergies. And, you know, Blitzcrank is kind of just running this game. Concrete, this Blitzcrank was so good, especially into the blind brand Nami that they went for. They should have banned Blitzcrank. If they were going to pick this, they should have banned Blitzcrank because it's so good and it makes it so hard for them to play. And now they're facing Infernal Soul. Like you said, there's Baron up, there's Otacon up. It's go time for them. But Doomsday is already here. It's a level 16 Kassadin. So you guys got to try and win this fight right here, right now, if you want things to shape up a little bit better. There's a pretty big mom, though, through the big choke point. They're finding themselves a whole lot of damage here, but into the backline is the Kassadin. But he's actually dropping. He's going to grab 2 before he goes down, though. But it's actually not looking as bad as it possibly could have for Dorado. They're trying to get some kills here in the backside of the fight. It's a 3-4-3, and they should be able to grab this Otacon unless somehow the Hui can steal it away. He cannot. Somehow they secure it. They get the fight win. They were listening to me. They were angry. They said, no, Ferris, this game not over yet. Otacon secured for Dorado.
Yeah, I mean, that was absolutely insane. I mean, Saren basically 3v1 the backline, ended up going down in the end to Cora. And Cora picked up 2 crucial kills for themselves in that fight, but we just saw the powers of a level 16 Kassadin in that fight. We also saw how good a late game scaling Smolder can be, just absolutely shredding through whoever was in front of him, that time being Saren. And overall, I think that teamfight was what Dorado wanted. It was in a tight choke point where Smolder, Brand, and Mordekaiser all love to thrive, and it worked out very well for them. But the crucial thing is Omega just like, we've seen all these Otacon fights just not go in the favor of whatever team starts them, and it just looked that way again here. And it's now the fake GA went on to all the members, because Otacon isn't like Baron buff or Elder Soul. You will still get it even if you die.
Yes, you will. And that fight Well, the difference was, at the very least, for the side of Omega, they didn't quite find a quick pick from Concrete like they're normally finding. And I feel like Saren went a little bit gung-ho there as, ooh, that was really close. I don't know if the flash is really worth expending when they had the Otacon withdraw. So that one is not going to be in the hands of Concrete for the next little bit. He might try and make a play onto the Smolder Shears by himself underneath the tower. Starting it off, is Saren going to get in and out with that Rift Walker? They're just trying to knock down the tower. They're going to be successful in doing so. They pick that one up. Now the rest of the team is here to try and defend.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you expend summoner spells just when they have the Otacon withdraw, it is never worth it. Like you stated, I don't think Concrete should have looked for the Flash Hook when you only get 200 gold out of it, even if it goes your way. So, definitely an interesting choice, but I did like the way they played around that bot lane turret, as Saren can easily, remove aggro from himself thanks to the Rift Walker, and just goes in, gets some poke onto Korra. Korra's back up, and then turret just is able to go down in favor of his team. So, I mean, overall, despite losing the Otacon fight and everything like that, Omega is still in the driver's seat of this game, still playing the way they should be. So, curious to see what ends up happening now around the next neutral objective, which is this Baron buff.
All eyes on, for me, it's all eyes on Concrete, right? You find these early picks in the fights, it's going to be so huge. Pretty much everyone that you can hook, except for Trouble Killa, is someone you can just immediately one-shot and remove from the fight. And it's been the win con here as that one goes wide for the side of Omega. But when are they really going to... They're really putting a lot of priority on the mid lane right now. When are they going to move towards the Baron is my question. Really start to sweep out this vision that Dorado is setting up inside of their topside jungle. And then with Blitzcrank, you can just sit inside of brushes that Dorado have no vision in, and it's going to be impossible for them to try and check the Baron if you get that control. So if I'm Omega, I'm looking for that control of the topside jungle and trying to transition that into a Baron. Otherwise, if they're just going to wait it out here, then try and do the same thing, but for the Elder. And that'll be an interesting dynamic if both the Elder and the Baron are alive at the same time here, Chong.
Yeah, I was literally about to say, it kind of feels like Omega wants to play for the Elder buff and not for the Baron buff, as it just seems like they're just pushing mid waves and constantly just letting it reset without ever clearing vision on the bot side or on the top side around this Baron pit. So it kind of feels like they want to go Elder and then into Baron because it's really hard to contest the team once they have Elder for whatever they want to do. So it kind of feels like that's what Omega is aiming to do to be able to close this game out. And as we say that, they're now walking up into this top side to start clearing up this vision after, Nami recalled and Brain was a little delayed on it, so then we're able to go for it. But Baron started up here. I think it was just the Blitzcrank ultimate passive hitting a bolt onto the Baron, so it aggroed it.
They did get a TP, though. I think it was Wonderworld that teleported kind of from the middle of the base to, like, the Raptor Pit. It wasn't really the most efficient use of the teleport, but they got one of them out, one of the three that the side of Dorado do have. And it looks like we are just waiting for that Elder. 30 seconds to go. This game, it felt like it started off really hot, like fast-paced. Now, you would feel like the pace would step up a little bit once people hit their power spikes. Like, once Kassadin was here at the level 16+ mark, he would be going crazy. But that actually hasn't been the case. They've kind of just slowed down. Like, oh, we hit our power spikes. Now it's time to chillax. But maybe as I say that, we're starting off a fight. Nope, we just get the flash off of the Nami. So going to be without that. At least something there for Omega to walk home with.
Yeah, I thought Perp was about to queue forward in there into 3 members with the Counter-Strike up. But now, like I said, the Elder Dragon is up and it's quickly being closed in on by the side of Omega. They should just look to play for a pick. You have a Blitzcrank. You can easily just pick somebody out when they try to walk in here, as long as it's not Trouble Killa. But in the meantime, Dorado's pushing in this mid lane. We have a TP coming out here from Korra, who just got that reset, is now on Bloodthirster. But this Elder is burning.
Oh, we're not going to see. It did go over to the side of Omega, and now Dorado cannot escape, but they do get the first kill. Can they get onto the Smolder is the question. Korra is dealing damage from the backside, and this Smolder is annihilating them all. They got the Elder, but they can't get onto the Dragon, and he breathes fire all over them and burns them to a crisp. This is the scaling you wanted to see, and now the Baron's wide open for Dorado.
That is actually crazy. We saw... Oh, wait. Smolder's on 4 items. I didn't even realize. When did Smolder get 4 items? Oh, he just recalled and bought a full Spear of Shojin. That's what happened there, guys. But regardless, Smolder, a late game Smolder, he is an Elder Dragon. He has the execute himself, and they were not, like you said, not able to get on them. We saw at the end of it, Perp was able to...
Oh, maybe Saren can find the assassination. He can flash away from the Mordekaiser pull as well. Did they get them off of the Baron too? Somehow, Caxi, is he going to be able to survive? He is not. Walk Warlock going to pick up that kill, but the Baron has been salvaged. The Dragon is down. Raid boss down. There is a lot less damage now on the side of Dorado here. They're going to have to walk away.
Yeah, and I mean, I held my breath because Saren actually played that very well. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Well, Blitzcrank kind of getting this turned onto him. They're trying to jump onto Saren, but this is a level 18 Kassadin with a Malignance. The cooldowns are very low, and they still have that Elder for another 30 seconds, I believe. No, 1 minute. A whole minute they have it for.
This could now be Omega's angle to go onto the Baron buff here, thanks to the recalls coming out, and there's no TPs except for on Trouble Killa. So the momentum of this game, yes, the Elder went down to the side of Omega, and they basically lost almost all of it. The only people who had it left were Caxi and Saren. Now only Saren has it. But Saren able to get the assassination onto Korra. All right, Perp is going to get out here, but I mean, this game, at this point, literally can go either way. It doesn't matter that they have Infernal Soul. It doesn't matter that they have all these turrets. You have a late-game Smolder who's level 18. I really have no idea how many stacks he's on, but this is actually a very close game, despite how the early game started, like you said.
Okay, so I see a cloth armor in the inventory of Korra. I am going to assume that's going into, well, either GA, which would be smart, or Zanya's. I would do Zanya's. I don't know how good Smolder's magic damage scaling is anymore, but I feel like you get more use out of the Zanya's. The GA is more of a one-time thing. We're going to hold that conversation because there's been a hook onto the brand. It is Wonderworld that got pulled in, but he ends up surviving. Now they're jumping in with the cease and assist, and there comes the mom down the choke point. Korra's going to grab the first kill onto Concrete. In goes Purse, but this Smolder is untouched. Smolder is only what matters. If he is untouched, everything is going well. And Madge is playing Walk Warlock here. Actually, a lot of low health bars. They almost dropped the Smolder now, as there goes Saren. You have to be so careful. Severing Bolt going to be dodged away from one more Rift Walker. Surprised he didn't jump forward there.
I thought the same thing. I thought he was about to jump in and assassinate him. But these fights are so close. The amount of damage that Hui and Kassadin deal out in comparison to Brand and Smolder, it is basically the same. So literally, we saw a great engage out of Concrete there, got a beautiful hook, and they were just not able to burst the target that they were on top of. And it turned into this bloodbath where it went 2 for 3 in the favor of Dorado. But Omega's still looking around, trying to get picks. Nope, Saren not able to catch them on the recall there. But overall, like, this is now only a 1k gold lead for the side of Omega, despite having such a strong early game. They let the Smolder scale up way too long in the side lane, didn't push their advantages, didn't take the Baron buff when they had the chance, and now Dorado is fully back in this one and able to play this. And you thought we were only going to get one 40-minute game. You thought we were only going to get one 50-minute game. We might have two 50-minute games on our hand here in the series.
That's what I was just about to mention to you, Chong. We've had 2 games now. I'm assuming we're going to have 2 games because it's only a minute 45.
Is he going Death Stance?
2 games that are going to go to second Elder, and I think it's going to be GA. I think that medallion builds into Guardian Angel.
I'm Google searching it right now.
I'm pretty sure it does. Pretty sure it's BF Sword and the medallion. What is that item called? Bronze medallion? Something like that. Something medallion. I think it builds into GA and the Zanya's. Or not Zanya's. The GA and Death Stance. But
yes, yeah, it does.
Yeah, so that I was going to say, and one of the things I was going to say about the side of Omega is the fact that your Kassadin can one-shot the Smolder, so finding a flank angle would be ideal. But if this Smolder has Guardian Angel, that kind of just thwarts everything. Maybe if they win the fight 4 versus 5 while the Smolder's respawning, but a GA just throws a wrench in everything, and it makes it actually really hard for Omega to knock this champion down.
Oh, and to update you on that item name, it is Steel Sigil is the name of that item.
Steel Sigil. Okay, I don't know why I had medallion in my mind, but
it looks like a medallion. Yeah, it looks like a medallion, so I can't blame you for that one. But okay, so I have a slightly crazy update for us. We are now once again in a 4v5.
Are we actually?
Caxi had to leave to go to work. His hard time limit has approached.
Oh, the hard cutoff is coming to
We
play.
are now.
I saw the chat popping off, and I was like, "What's going on?" That's why it was so awkward there. So I was like, "What happened? What happened?" But Caxi, while we were talking about, is this bronze medallion? Is this not bronze medallion? They DC'd, and now it is Persp that's trying to find the 1v1. Once again, this is a tale as old as time. It's just not working out for you. Maybe it is this time. Maybe he will actually get his kill. He does get his kill. Okay, so he can go to bed happy because he found his solo kill. He might actually find the brand as well. That's 2 kills now. That has gone over to the side of Omega, but they're going to trade that one back immediately. Could they actually win this game if they win this team fight? But they do still have to deal with the Smolder. The raid boss is still alive. Korra still alive and well. No, Caxi is so tragic.
That's
okay.
That's bigger than Perp
DCing.
DCing. That's bigger than Perp DCing in game 1 because now you have no smites to contest objectives.
Yeah.
So this is basically just a free Elder and Baron here for the side of Dorado.
I don't think I can understate this. This is the weirdest best of 3, longest best of 3, like I've ever casted in my entire life. 2 games going to 2 Elders, 2 games where DCs come into effect. They have to keep playing while it's 5 versus 4. But they're going to try and make the hero play happen. They're trying to flank the Smolder. And he's just silenced. He might be dead. He flashes away. Can they finish off the kill? Yes, they should be able to. They do. Oh my goodness. They get the 2 most important people now. They get the jungler. They get the big carry. Actually, maybe they don't get the jungler. The Vault Breaker is enough to get away, but they should be able to grab the Elder now here. Chong, can they do it? Can Omega pull off a 2-4 versus 5? I mean, dude, this is crazy.
Okay, just even if Omega loses this, I think that Dorado gets the world's largest asterisk put against their victory on the season over Omega because both of their wins happened in 4v5s. They could not beat Omega in a straight up 5v5.
This best of 3 is gonna be something of myth. I cannot wait to explain this.
I'm so glad that I get to cast this because like nobody will ever believe us. We're gonna sound like absolutely crazy lunatics when we're like, dude, have you ever casted a hour in like almost a 2-hour long series where 2 of the games were 4v5?
And we've been firing through these games too because they tried to get these games going as fast as possible so that time constraint wouldn't happen. And still, we've reached that. They're pushing down the base. They're going to get an inhibitor, but everyone's back, so they should not be able to end here. But this is crazy. I mean, what do we even talk about here? The Baron is up. Dorado, once again, they're in a 5 versus 4. They got to try something here. They're Smolder as GA. I think this is their best shot.
I mean, yeah, I think if you are the side of Omega, you will need to burst off the GA, turn back on to everybody else, get them all killed in like the 3 seconds it takes for Smolder to respawn, and then you have a chance to win the game. Also, if you're able to just pick off the Smolder in a side lane, you would then be able to make anything work that you need to. But it's so hard at this point in the game. I mean, shout out Omega for absolutely playing the hell out of this series. And if they're able to win this 4v5, it'll be the craziest story in BOL history. And this is, you know, the beginning of the newest season for BOL, the BOL Premier League. And
no, he has so many Riftwalkers, but he doesn't have enough.
Oh, no.
Walk straight into disaster. Yeah, that kind of just tosses any hopes out the window for this Baron for Omega.
Oh, no.
Okay, but Dorado has to go for the Baron now. Though,
they have to. They literally have to. I mean,
guys,
who could have asked for a better start to the BOL Premier League of this being only day 2 of week number 1, and we get this banger of a series?
I mean, my goodness, man. We thought how unique game number 1 was. What a unique situation.
Oh my God.
We're getting it all over again. And that is Frozen Bullet gone off the map. For some reason, Dorado, 5 versus 3. Maybe they're afraid of the Hui and the Elder buff. They didn't go for the Baron there. Again, this is such a drawn-out game here, Chong. We can't get over this. We really can't get over this. How insane this is. It's flash burned there from Trouble Killa. We're waiting for Dorado to turn it on here. Again, 4 versus 5. Wait, hold on a second. Does Dorado know that Caxi's gone yet?
They have to know, right? Or
Maybe
they just say, or they're just like, he's got 600 CS and he's gonna come out with 32 items. Like, oh man, this is crazy. Who's Caxi gonna pay and give his info to go finish this game for him? Because it kind of feels like they kind of need that last player to push him over the edge. to get the win here on the side of Omega Gaming.
It did feel like last time, though, Omega was going to pull out the 4v5 until Perse reconnected. So, Caxie's not going to reconnect. He's at work.
Right. You're right. They could win
So
it
the curse.
4v5. The curse could not happen.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying right now. As Dorado this is okay. I'm trying to vouch for Dorado here. They have no sense of urgency. These guys do not want to abuse the 5 versus 4 advantage. I'm only saying that maybe they think that for some reason, Caxie is still here. The elusive Udyr that hasn't shown up in the last 5 minutes might still be hanging around. But they gotta press the issue. It's 5 versus 4.
Yeah, he's taking his red buff right now. That's what he's doing. Oh
He's
my
full
gosh.
clearing. He's scaling.
Maybe Caxie is gonna pull the DSG strat where since they can only afford 1 laptop, they have to practice on Wild Rift, and he's gonna log into Wild Rift when he gets to work and finish out this game with his team.
It's what would have to happen, but right now, they're still holding on. They're sieging, and
Saren is split pushing in the bot lane this whole time. This is absolutely wild. It's come to the point where I just feel like we're broken records and we have nothing extra to talk about.
I know. It's like, what else do we say? This is like a dream right now. How is this even happening? Like, this is, I have casted best of 5s like half as long as this best of 3, man.
Yeah.
That have gone like the whole distance.
Yeah, to answer somebody's question in chat, yes, there is a whole other best of 3 series after this. This is only series number 1 of the day. Oh wait, they're going in?
Oh, the mom comes down. This again, 4 versus 3 right now. Spiraling Despair and Flash. Whoa, Maj. I think he thought there was a little bit more threat around him than there actually was, but that was a whole lot of spells tossed out. And yes, there is actually the players who are slated to play at 6 o'clock Eastern, who are still waiting for this series.
They're playing at 8 p.m. EST.
They're still waiting for this series to finish so that they can actually play. So yeah, we got a lot of people like waiting in, saying, when is this crazy series gonna end?
Oh, this is actually insane. I mean, also the big thing is Maj did burn his ultimate and flash there, which is a very crucial mistake at this point in the game because now he's just a sitting character for this Vi to cast her ultimate onto, and Saren split pushed in the meantime.
Can they one-shot him? Actually, the cease and desist just went down to the Maj. He has no summoner spells. Maj is going to be gone. Finally, this is the moment for Dorado to flex their muscles, but in comes the Kassadin. Saren, you have to pull off a heroic performance here to pull this one off. I don't think it's going to be enough. Can you even take down the brand? No, you cannot. He's 1 HP. You guys, look at this. 65-second death timers. Dorado. Do they siege down the mid lane? They don't. They're going to go for the Baron. Third Elder, by the way, is coming up soon as well here, Chong. What progress are we going to see from this ace, do you think?
None. Absolutely none. like how long it's taking them to take Dragon because they're too busy chasing a Blitzcrank.
Oh my gosh.
Like, they're still taking Baron.
It is, I'm telling you, like, for everyone in chat, we are trying our very best to stay professional here. This is, if there's any series to test your professionalism, it's this one. What the hell is going on? End the game. End the game. Third Elder. Get it? Run it down and get this W, Dorado. You guys, they're going to do it eventually. It's going to happen. We're pressing the 50-minute mark. We got Elder. And Chong, analysis. What are we seeing next here?
Like I said, Maj burning the flash on that top lane play literally cost them the Baron and now the Elder because Vi can, once he's on the screen, can literally press ultimate on him and the rest of the damage is there from the team comp that has been drafted by the side of Dorado. Blitzcrank did the dirty work. He thinned the wave out with his ultimate and caused people to chase him, and now Hui is going to lose half his health bar for thinking about breathing on a wave in Smolder's presence. But Saren's going back to split push while the team pushes down mid with Baron buff.
Gonna try and maybe knock down that inhibitor.
Maybe break the mid inhib so you guys have supers against supers.
Could also.
It's not a bad strategy.
The problem is there's Elder, there's Baron, there's only 3 of them. Like this should just be a done and dusted right now. This has to be the push.
He's got a recall right now. He's TPing back. Okay.
Okay, here comes the base defense. All right, no, Dorado, no, don't you, don't ball breaker back. Nope. Get your butts back to the Nexus towers and end this game right now. I do not want to see you recall.
I
It
do.
is not allowed.
Recall. Keep going.
No, don't do
Keep
it,
going.
please.
Oh my
End
god.
the
Wait.
game.
Wait.
Oh, Mom comes through. Finally, yes. Frozen Bullet is able to slay Madge. They're on to the Nexus Towers. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting close to the end. Maybe. They're waiting for the next wave to come through.
Oh no, that's it.
It's over. It's
They
it.
got the ult on the Saren. That's
We
good.
made it. We've completed the marathon. Dorado, a hard-fought series. They are the winners of what was almost a 3.5-hour long best of 3. That was unequivocally the craziest series I've ever casted in my entire life. I don't think anything will ever top that.
I have literally no words for what has just happened throughout this whole series. We got two 50-minute longs 4v5s and then a 45-minute 5v5. I mean, shout out Omega for literally proving that Dorado can't beat them unless they tie one hand behind their back. But like, I mean, the fact that this even happened is the craziest best of 3 I've ever seen in my life.
Dude, I mean, yeah, exactly. Nothing else can really be said. Omega, I mean, it sucks. It really, really sucks. They had some pretty big hurdles go their way. But you know what? Everyone who's watching this, pay attention to this series. This is the start of the Omega Revenge Tour. If anything warrants a revenge tour, this series would definitely be that. So we're definitely, I'm in my heart, I'm going to be rooting for Omega to get some of their games back. And after this really rough start, bounce back in Blue Water Premier. But wow. I mean, yeah, nothing else to say. We've gone through it. This was crazy. I really thought that they were turning tail and heading back. I thought Dorado was getting out of there. I was gonna crawl through my screen and be a character myself and sub in for Caxi and end that one. But it's over. Dorado has been victorious here in this one. 2-1. They get the win. And we are ready for the next one. I mean, again, that was just best of 3, number 1. Chong and I are going to be here for another best of 3. We are clocking in tonight. We're putting in the numbers, and
Getting
so
overtime,
we are gonna,
baby.
yeah, we're gonna go to break, and we're gonna get some water. We're gonna be back for the next best of 3. So tune into that if you want to tune into that, and we're gonna have a good time here. So stay tuned. We'll be back soon. Welcome everyone back to the Blue Otter Premier League and our first week, second match of the day. We're going to put everything we saw behind us and focus now on what we got ahead of us here. It's Elysium and Literal Monkeys going head to head here. We're already into the draft. Our two new teams here. Chong, what can you tell us about these two?
Yeah, so starting on the side of Elysium, they got some well-known names that have been around the leagues for a while. We got Guster Posey playing jungle, Dilly ADC, Arrow support. These three guys used to play a lot together, separated for a while, and now back together under the Elysium name again for the BOL Premier League. So excited to see them. And then we got some names I haven't seen before. We got Duddy Brains in the top lane and Sofandicott. I'm gonna call him Sofa.
Yeah, we'll call him Sofa.
Call him Sofa in the mid lane. So excited to see what these two guys can do. I really don't know much about them, but I know the core that they have on the side of Elysium. It's a core that's played a lot together and know how each other likes to play. So excited to see them. And then on the opposite side of Literal Monkeys, they got two names there that I know personally. They got TDK PPT, I just call them TDK, and they got Ferromancy. So not surprised to see the Rel band come out for the side of Elysium, as that name does imply. So, I mean, Literal Monkeys have been making a lot of waves. Paul really making some strong rosters recently, specifically BOL last split in Emerald. Two teams make the playoffs, have a nice little run there. But, still trying to reestablish themselves. They were one of these older orgs that have been around for a while and really starting to ramp back up again. Now they got a wave of people with really strong abilities and talents. So really excited to see these two orgs go head to head here.
So we do have, at least for as far as ranks go, again, this is an Emerald 1 capped league, but Elysium is an Emerald average team in terms of their solo queue rankings. Literal Monkeys is a Platinum average. So I don't know if we'll see any type of anything like that come into effect there, but it may be worth noting here. We got our first couple picks locked and loaded here. We got a pretty heavy frontline team here for Elysium. They got the Swain, they got the Maokai, and they got a pretty short range champion in the Corki. So honestly, the fact that Literal Monkeys here have drafted Zeri for TDK is pretty solid because Zeri does function really nicely into these champions that are low range, and she can just kite them into oblivion. So to get some range onto Elysium's side is definitely going to be something that they want. And we're locking in the Vi, we're locking in the Poppy. Some pretty solid engage options here thus far for Literal Monkeys. I'm surprised. Ambessa is a champion that Evil Gumi does play on the side of Literal Monkeys. We'll see if that ends up making it through the ban phase. If we see maybe some Ambessa gaming later on.
Yeah, I mean, also the big thing with the Zeri early pick, Maokai does really well into her, able to get the W, the Twisted Advance onto her, shut her down. It's not as strong as a Nautilus ult or the Vi ultimate, but it still works exactly the same way. So I'm really curious to see how the side of TDK choose to play out these team fights, being a semi-low range AD carry and, the likes of Suede and Maokai being locked in here for Elysium. But, Fade 2 bans coming out so far, Galio and Silas being banned away respectively. So really curious to see the way the rest of this draft pulls out. I'm not surprised seeing the Silas be banned away after they locked in the Swain. Don't want to give him that free ultimate. But a Malphite ban, not a ban you see very often in League of Legends, but it's choosing to show its face here today.
They have the full AD composition locked and loaded, so maybe a little bit worried that Malphite is coming through. I mean, if Elysium locked in a Malphite, like their composition is just so frontline heavy. But let's see now what we get now that the bans are done and dusted here. Into the second round of picks we go. It's going to start with the Literal Monkeys on the R4. I'm assuming this could be, this could be Poppy top. This could also be Poppy support here. I was kind of assuming just in my head automatically that it was going to be a Poppy support, but now with the Gwen lock-in, it is going to be the Poppy there. So, I mean, both of these teams have really short range compositions. I talked about how it was good for Literal Monkeys because they have TDK's Zeri, but also we're starting to see the value of this Swain pick start to rise here. So for Sofa, they could have themselves a really nice game here. And I'm not sure here, Chong, about the Xin Zhao. If this does get locked in, there isn't a ton of range damage. There's a lot of champions that can really go toe-to-toe with it.
I think it's just for the peel effect of the ultimate, and I know he also does very well in the isolated 1v1 versus the Vi. So it could just be a pick for that specific jungle matchup. But, I mean, this is some pretty good, pre-planning out of Elysium with the early lock-in of the Swain, knowing that Monkeys is probably going to, fixate towards a lower range composition. So really good pick out of them. And I was also told that, I saw on Twitch chat, I wasn't told that, Sofa is Naysayer, if anybody knows that name. It's apparently
Hmm.
they've done a name swap. So a player I have seen around for a while. I do know them. I just didn't know that they name swapped to we'll just say Sofa for reasons that we'll see when we load onto the Rift. But this Braum pick is also a very smart pick. So this is actually a Maokai top Braum support.
And this is really interesting. There's no range on this Elysium draft. This is and okay, Yasuo. This is a really weird Yasuo angle, but Cool Pro Ninja is a Yasuo Yone player. Like this guy loves the Yasuo Yone. So I mean, you don't have a lot of knockups here. You got maybe Keeper's Verdict, and you have Cease and Desist. Can you even combine Last Breath with Cease and Desist?
Yes, you can. And also,
Yeah, you can.
Vault Breaker is coded as a slight knockup as well. And also,
Heroic Charge as well, too, right?
heroic. If they try to, dash into the Poppy W, they're knocked up in the air, so you can ult them off of that too.
So there's a couple knockups here, but I mean, look at this draft. We have low range Marksman and Corki, melee, low range in Zeri, melee. Holy crap! This is going to be. We're getting scrappy, man. This is. I don't know what is in the air on the Rift today in Blue Auto League, but we are fist fighting on the Rift. Chong, who do you have in this one between these two compositions? Who's do you like better?
Depends which champion is DCing for each team this game. No, but I think I would have to favor Elysium just because, like you said, it is low range and 4 melees. Elysium has a Swain. Swain loves seeing compositions like this. If I expect he's going to take Ghost, I wouldn't expect a TP on the Swain this game. Ghost for the sticking power, Flash, and then you're going like the Malignance, Leandry's Rod of Ages, or like the Riley's Crystal Scepter build, just be able to stay on top of everybody. And Braum is so good when there's like no range threat onto him. The way his passive works with all these melee autos, and also that ultimate is just going to cause havoc over the side of literal monkeys. But I mean, I've seen Zeri's and Gwen's take over games, but I think overall as a team, I'm gonna just have to favor the Elysium draft here.
So you're favoring the Elysium draft. I'm going to counteract you, and we're going to create some caster competition here. I'm going to go with Literal Monkey's composition, and I think what sells it for me is the Gwen. This is such a turbo Gwen composition. The only problem for her is the absurd amount of crowd control that she might run into, especially with concussive blows from Braum. But the needlework, just imagine everyone from Elysium locked up, grouped up as 4 for the needlework to just absolutely tear them apart. It's going to be pretty insane. She is also the solo AP as well. So honestly, I'm looking towards Evil Gumi. How well can you perform on this Gwen? If you can perform, I actually think Literal Monkeys might be taking this game number 1. But we're going to have to find out how this all plays out as we are going to cut to a break as we are in the spectator delay. And when we return, game number 1 between Elysium and Literal Monkeys begins. We are on to the Rift for game number 1. Elysium taking on Literal Monkeys here in the BOL Premier League. This is our second best of 3 of the day. We're kicking things off with what we expect to be a pretty exciting game between two very low range comps that are going to want to scrap it out. And we also got some players on some of their picks that they very much like, most notably Cool Pro Ninja on this Yasuo. We'll see, Chong, how ninja-like he can be. Can you consider Yasuo a ninja? I guess Yasuo isn't a ninja in the League of Legends lore, is he?
I consider him a win shitter, but that's what everybody in League of Legends considers him. I guess he would be more so a samurai because the ninjas are Akali, Shen, Kennen, and Zed are the 4 ninjas in the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you can call him whatever you want, I guess. But yeah,
We always get the valid names coming out of you. The base names coming from Chong. You gotta love it. The way you described Syndra ult in the last series, and now what we're calling Yasuo in this one. But yeah, we'll see. Cool Pro Ninja in this 1v1 against the Swain isn't really outranged too much either. The Swain is pretty low range, so we'll see what he can do in the way of manipulating that. Maybe he can find some solo kills. Maybe he can work with Poppy Fox as well. Already hit that level 2, looking for some trades. Feels pretty comfortable on it. We're excited to see more coming out of him.
yeah, I'm also really interested to see how Poppy Fox does on this Vi, choosing to go the Halo Blades route instead of the Conqueror route that we see most of the time out of them. This is the more aggressive option. And shout out to our mod Pop Tart for approving my message in the Twitch chat. I'm not gonna say it live, but you can go check that out over there. But yeah, no, I'm really curious to see how these drafts end up playing out. This is just a super messy bloody game, and we see Cool Pro Ninja really putting the works to Sofa here in the mid lane, just playing their main out the way that they want to be, like looking for these dash-ins, little poke damage every single time. And that's the fun interaction of the Swain Q into the wind wall because of how it's coded. You saw that Cool Pro Ninja still took some damage despite being behind it.
Yeah, they look very comfortable on this. The most comfortable Yasuo players are the ones who are getting right in your face. You know, when you're playing these melee champions, you do kind of have to play on a knife's edge and really know your limits and what you can actually do on these champions. Otherwise, you are going to get bullied out by these long-range champions. So Cool Pro Ninja looks really good on this Yasuo thus far. Hopefully we didn't curse him, though. I'll acknowledge the fact that we could cast or curse him. He is very gankable, although going for that full clear is Guster Posey. And yeah, I mean, Halo Blades Vi, that's a good shout out that you pointed out there, Chong. It's going to be very much more burst oriented, and we'll see. We'll see if that can be as effective as we'd like. We assume the Gwen's going to have a pretty solid time here up against the Maokai as well. It should only get better as more items come through there for Evil Gumi. You see some trading bot side.
Yeah, I mean, I liked when I used to play jungle in solo queue, I used to like going to Halo Blades by myself and building a Yomu's Ghost Blade onto her just to get that bonus damage out quickly. But you know, it's not really the option we see in competitive play. So I'm curious to see if he still goes the traditional build or something a lot more aggressive. But like with aggressive, we just see all these lanes constantly trying to trade back and forth. We saw a lot of trading going on in the spot lane, but really nobody loses a lot of HP for it. And now Gwen getting the better of this Maokai here. He has no mana, so big trade there out of Evil Gumi. It's exactly what you want to be doing on this Gwen, is try to punish this Maokai the best you can, because he's going to be using all of his mana to try to push this wave and get a recall off. But if you're able to not let him do that, it's a very favorable matchup for the likes of Gwen.
Both junglers are here on the top side. I'm not sure if Poppy Fox knows. Well, now you know that there's a Xin Zhao waiting inside of the brush, and we're going to duel that one out. Ghost has been popped here from Evil Gumi. They're jumping in onto Guster Posey, forcing the flash away because the Vault Breaker does connect. And so they will get that Summoner Spell off the Xin Zhao. It's a trade, but you know what? Flash off the Xin Zhao. I mean, Gwen doesn't have flash in the first place. Getting the Ghost off, definitely going to be favorable here if you're Literal Monkeys.
Yeah, and I mean, Duddy Brain's really not able to help out Guster Posey there at all, considering he has no mana, and that's a nice trade out of there from Cool Pro Ninja. Both of them have already recalled and TP'd back, so this is looking very good for Cool Pro Ninja. Like we said, very comfortable on this Yasuo pick, and has the potential to maybe get a solo kill here on the Sofa if they are not careful.
At the very least, though, Sofa's had a lot of pressure being applied to them. They're still able to stay relatively in the same ballpark in terms of CS as Cool Pro Ninja. So really, if you're getting pressured like this, unless the Yasuo's taking plates, then there's not a whole lot of lead there. Remember, that was a really nice dash through to escape. That's one of the nice things about Yasuo is you can dash through someone if they are ganking you and they are behind you. And again, Guster Posey without the flash can't really follow that up. So able to get out unscathed.
Yeah, and we saw Poppy Fox there for the counter engage, but nothing really comes out of it. Both junglers just going to walk away now. And we see that Literal Monkeys here starting up this early dragon. I literally do not know which one it is because we have a fun little spectator bug that happens sometimes where you just get the wrong dragons or no display at all. But Guster Posey now going to be running up to the top side here, going to ping onto the Raptors, the Void Mites, to know that that is a potential for them to start. And it was a Cloud Drake going over to the side of Literal Monkeys here. But Guster's in a lot of danger. He has no flash, and Gwen is here hitting the needleworks.
Yeah, this is level 6 to level 4. This is a great read from Evil Gumi. Excellent work, moving down from the top side, finding that kill, denied every single grub here, Chong. And now the Cloud Drake went over to Literal Monkeys, and they're moving right on up to pick up the grubs now. That was such a nice heads-up play from Evil Gumi, setting up the team to grab some more objectives for themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, you have no flash. The second you see Gwen on your screen, you just gotta run away because she will kill you. And even still, Duddy Brains is in a lot of trouble up here. This Gwen, like you said, you said you favored the side of Literal Monkeys because they have this Gwen, and she is already starting to kind of run away with this game here.
Yeah, it's been fantastic so far. So they have now, well, they're 1 kill towards that feat of warfare, and then they have 2 neutral objectives in their back pocket there. So 1 more, they'll get the feat of strength for neutral objectives, and then they're 2 closer, or at least 1 closer to that feat of warfare there. As we're going to see a flash off of Pheromancy, staying a little bit too long for the plate. For any of you bot lane enthusiasts out there, staying for the plate sometimes really isn't worth it because something like that happens. And now Pheromancy can't recall. So, I mean, they do already have the symbiotic souls. There's not a boot you see very often. And let's actually talk about that, Chong. Do you think this is a wise pick here for the side of Pheromancy?
I'm not a fan of symbiotic souls. So, I don't know. I feel like it's just not as good as Moby boots like used to be. Like, we saw like everybody stop building Moby boots because they just weren't the best boot on a support anymore. And, like, that still hasn't really changed. I mean, I played a Scrim series the other night where I was subbing in jungle. And the support I was playing with, they built it every game. And it worked out. But, like, I feel like it's such a hard boot to actually play with correctly. And I feel like the benefits you get from the other ones are just superior to Symbiotic Souls. So I think it's, like, not the right choice almost ever. I mean, I've built it before. I built it on the likes of, like, wow, okay. What a wind wall there.
Yeah, that was nice.
Out of Cool Pro Ninja. Because I think he would have died if that actually hit. Because then he gets pulled under turret and then a Swain ult.
Here comes Sofa, popping the Demonic Ascension. The Never Move is going to go wide. And Cool Pro Ninja is in a lot of trouble here. That's Conqueror fully stacked. Nice flash to dodge away from the knockup. Solo kill to Sofa. He's angry. After all that beatdown he was taken early on. Doesn't land the Never Move to continue this play. But here is Guster Posey now going to flash forward, find the knockup, Crescent Guard. But the Cease and Desist will lock him under tower. He knows he's gone. 1 for 1, right? Ends up being a 2 for 1 in favor of Elysium. We're getting some action in the mid lane.
Cool Pro Ninja really tried his best to play it out there, but what a read out of the flash out of Sofa staying on top of it. And then Poppy Fox tried to get in there, and Swade just kept the ultimate up forever because it continues to go as long as it's dealing damage within a certain amount of time frame. And because it's 2 melees, they're just in that forever. So we just see the power of a Swain into the composition that Literal Monkeys has drafted. And Guster Posey really, getting in there and sacrificing himself for his mid laner. And honestly, I think that's fine at the end of the day if you side of Elysium, because this Swain is basically going to be your carry this whole game.
And we can't forget about the Corki as well. Dilly slowly progressing through this lane. And we also can't forget about TDK either. This bot lane has been quiet. There's been absolutely no action. Now, if you're a Zeri, you're actually okay with that because you are scaling, but we can't discredit the actual damage output that a Corki can put through. The wind wall will be impactful in those later fights. How many missile barrages and phosphorus bombs can Cool Pro Ninja block with that? If he can't, then Corki is going to be dealing a lot of damage too. But there is a lot of evasion of range damage here on the side of Literal Monkeys. There's that wind wall that I just mentioned, and there's also the Hallowed Mist there from the Gwen. So that could be something of importance to them. As Sofa, yeah, good luck trying to move in that one. And Evil Gumi's in a pretty awkward situation themselves, but they're just going to walk this one out. Now the squad is here to protect them. Glacial Fisher knocks up 2. Let's see what they can do. Can they take down Poppy Fox? Is locked up here. Can use the Vault Breaker to try and get away. And now it is Ferromancy going to be the sacrificial lamb for the team. 2 melee champions with the Braum here to stack up those concussive blows quickly is very, very nice. And they're able to get at least one there for their troubles.
Yeah, but the biggest thing is the warfare feed goes over to the side of Literal Monkeys, able to pick up that 3rd kill onto Sofa there with the 3-man play in the mid lane. But now, oh no, Vi. Vi's going to take that over into the pit and be all alone, all by herself. Wards at first is going to just try to steal one away so the feet can't go over to the side of Elysium, but never mind, decides not to sacrifice their life for it. So this is a good play out of the side of Elysium, picking up that late kill and now keeping the, neutral objective feet away from the side of Literal Monkeys until this dragon starts to be taken on the bot side of the map. But I wanted to take a moment to talk about Zeri, because she is a champion I have not seen picked in competitive play in a very long time. I know Riot August has talked about it before. Like, he feels like this is one of his failures as a character design, as like there's no way to feel like she's actually balanced without being overtuned, or like balanced without feeling weak. It's like one of those champions that if she's strong, she's just gonna run pro play, and that's not what he wants. But like, I still think if you are a Zeri main, you're always gonna find a way to make your champion work. And
well, we're seeing it now onto Arrow. Good heroic charge. They find the catch, and TDK is the one that's going to grab the kill credit, but we see it never move next here onto Cool Pro Ninja, and he is getting absolutely destroyed by this Swain Xin Zhao duo. They get another one here, 3 kills for Sofa. Cool Pro Ninja was kind of running the show here, Chong, in the early stages, but now this Swain is going to be something that is going to be very dangerous. Doesn't have Demonic Ascension for this Mountain Drake play. Do they actually want to contest this? It looks like they do. Guster Posey does have Smite. Can use the Audacious Charge to get in and steal away the Drake. Excellent job there. Gonna use the Crescent Guard to try and block the damage from the Zeri. Maybe get a kill back. They end up getting it. Cease and desist over the wall. Who is that? That is the Corky. Dilly able to kill one. Phosphorus Bomb. Missile Barrage is good. They jumped over the wall, but they've jumped into a Braum and a Swain. Literal Monkeys, what have you done? They've given 2 kills over to the Corky. It's a disaster. They lose the Drake as well, Chong, and now Ferromancy's on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, really well played there by Guster Posey, able to get in there, get the Smite steal away. Really big for his team because it still keeps him in contention for that part of the feat. But also, Dilly popped off in that fight, lived on barely any HP, able to pick up a double kill. Arrow literally jumps in front, says, "Get down, Mr. President," and blocks all the damage that TDK tried to do there. So really well played by that experienced bot lane duo together. But like you said, yeah, Cool Pro Ninja was running it in the mid lane compared to Sofa, but Sofa, once he hit level 6, was able to get that solo kill, and it's just been forever in his favor since that point.
And it has been nice that Guster Posey has realized that this matchup is definitely tipping in the favor of the Swain, and you want to abuse that, so getting involved as much as he can, and now he's feeling really, really good about this. And, it is an Executioner's Calling purchased here by Cool Pro Ninja, which is going to delay his first item spike there. Yone and Yasuo, they really like that Blade of the Rune King. That's where they really start to excel in the damage, but that's going to be delayed, especially because the Berserker Greaves were bought so early. I think that's pretty standard on Yasuo, but the Executioner's Calling as well is going to make Sofa just dominate this lane for a good amount of time before that Blade of the Rune King eventually comes through. And it feels like this top lane matchup too here, Chong, has stabilized. If you look at the CS, it's pretty much dead even between these two.
Yeah, I feel like Maokai eventually gets to a point where it's like, all right, I can't kill him anymore, but he never has kill threat onto me. So it just becomes like the, immovable wall versus immovable object kind of situation where they're both just not going to be able to kill each other, and handshake on however the lane ends up going. But I mean, if you're the side of Elysium, you are very happy with how everything's been going so far, except for this right here.
We saw that play like just a couple seconds ago.
I was going to say, but also I feel like every time a play happens for the side of Literal Monkeys, it's quickly responded to by the side of Elysium, and it looks like
last breath. Cool Pro Ninja, he's angry, but guess who's here again? He's like, are you serious, dude? It's Jungle Gap. He's typing it in the chat, but it's not actually Jungle Gap. No, Pop has been making plays.
That's exactly what I was talking about. Every time that Literal Monkeys makes a play, Elysium's there to make an own response play of their own, so it never gets too out of hand. Like, the gold is still dead even in this game.
Oh, they got him. Okay, Sofa and Cox, no Demonic Ascension there. Let's see. They can't really make a return kill on the Guster Posey unless he continues to play aggressive here. He's dancing back and forth. He's teasing them right now. They're able to get one back. This is what you're saying, Sean. Back and forth, back and forth. We're 7-7 between these two.
Yeah, and like with that, now we're still only at almost 1,000k gold lead for the side of Literal Monkeys. But I mean, in a second, another kill can be picked up here by the side of Elysium, and it can be dead even in gold. But the bigger objective, the Herald, the feats for the neutral objectives is up, and that will give Literal Monkeys 2 out of 3 here for what they're trying to achieve and getting those boots upgrade.
Duddy Brains throwing the Hail Mary sapling. Could you imagine? Toss that sapling, steals the Herald. That would be the craziest play
Sapling and
ever.
ultimate just to steal whatever Herald.
No, but they got
worth.
that. They got it. They secured it, and that will be the neutral objective feat of strength for them. I think the feats of strength in general, like you said, and okay, they've caught Poppy Fox at their Krugs. Nice heads-up play there. Arrow and Guster Posey have been a pretty formidable jungle support duo roaming around the map. They made the earlier play happen, which ended up bringing down Ferromancy. This time, they catch Poppy Fox at the Krugs, and it is going to be Guster Posey to take away a Raptor camp for that too, which is really, really nice.
Yeah, those two guys have been playing together for as long as I've been around the competitive scene, so I'm not surprised to see the two of them linking up and making plays all over the map together. Not something unexpected out of this veteran duo that they have on this side of Elysium, but it really comes down to how the rest of this game plays out, because like your carries right now on the side of Elysium, you got Dilly and you got Sofa, but you still got to be worried about this Gwen, about this area, and even about this Yasuo once these team fights come around and how you're going to play around them. And the big thing is Dilly took exhaust this game, so if these Yasuo ever gets in on one of his ultimates, you can just exhaust him and basically take no damage dribble.
They're going for another 1-versus-1. Last Breath is going to connect. There's the passive shield as well, but the Demonic Ascension is too much for Cool Pro Ninja to handle. Sofa once again. This time, no Guster Posey to hold their hand. They find themselves that solo kill. And it's been tough here for Cool Pro Ninja. I feel like... Oh, is he going to die here? No, Vault Breaker can't be channeled. I feel like it's that one meme where it's like, rest in peace this person, welcome back this person. Honestly, I'm blanking on the player's name now, but one of the players, I think it was Cora, was getting kind of played around in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's like, rest in peace, Cora. Welcome to the world, Cool Pro Ninja.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like, I think there's the one with Ronald Reagan and Ice Spice, because
Yes.
Ice Spice was born the day Reagan died. So it's like, oh, it's so good to see you again, Mr. President.
Yes. Well, that's what it's felt like, and Drake goes over to Elysium.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay if you're the side of Monkeys. We're only 6 deaths away from the Yasuo power spike. So you guys aren't in panic mode yet. It's when he hits the 11th death without getting a kill is where you got to start worrying.
Yeah, we all know about that, the patented 10 death power spike. I want to avert everyone's eyes as it is just some trading in the top side. I want to avert everyone's eyes to the builds of Elysium. Take a look at the boots. That is plated steel caps, plated steel caps, plated steel caps, steel caps, and more steel caps. So, I mean, again, as we'll see, maybe Ferromancy drops here. This is Evil Gumi. That is the solo AP for Literal Monkeys. Give this Gwen 3 items. Depending on what they build, I would hope they would just build Glass Cannon, go Riftmaker, Nash's Tooth, and then I would have just gone Nash's Tooth straight into a Death Cap. There is no magic resist in sight on this Elysium team. Pay attention to Evil Gumi. There's been a couple of people on Literal Monkeys that have had some struggles here. We see the 7 deaths in the mid jungle, but Gumi's had been pretty much completely untouched in this game. Is now finally there's some backup for Cool Pro Ninja, but is it even going to matter? He gets the last breath underneath the tower, but Guster Posey just tanks it up like a boss. And with the Demonic Ascension channeling, Sofa just wants to continue this. Are you serious? This mid jungle has been killer all game long for Elysium.
I mean, I don't see what they're supposed to ever do into Swain in these team fights. Like, he's just going to sit there and be a drain tank. Yeah, you have 2 forms of anti-heal, but it didn't matter. Even there, he just sat tanking a turret and picking up both those kills. But now, first turret is going to go down to the side of Literal Monkeys here, picking that up in the bot lane for TDK, who is on the 2 items as Zeri is ahead of Dilly right now. So you got to be happy about that as a side of Monkeys, but it's still a scary, scary Swain that you have to deal with as this game continues on.
I feel like the last hope really is Evil Gumi. I think it's all but too late for the side of Cool Pro Ninja. I feel like he's had a lot of opportunities. He's still staying relatively competitive in the CS, although down 20. But now it's going to be tough because you got to go to the side lanes. You're still going to be under threat of getting picked off there. And Otacon is up and alive. It is that, I believe it was the Voracious Otacon. Yeah, it's the orange Otacon. It's Voracious. We'll see how quick these teams are to try and contesting that. The AD carries have been pretty quiet here. Both of them sitting at 2 kills. It's the 2 random picks onto Arrow, I think, that netted TDK those 2 kills. And then, of course, the fight around the Drake that got Dilly those 2 kills. These guys have been pretty quiet. Carving up a Storm, both of them hovering around that 10 CS per minute mark. We're going to see their impact a little bit more now around this mid game.
Yeah, and I mean, the Herald now finally being summoned up, they're going to try to break open this mid lane turret, and it looks like Keeper's Raider just going to go back onto cooldown here. It only reverts back to 10 seconds if you don't cast it all the way. But yeah, back to what you're saying about the boot choices here for the side of Elysium. It's if anybody knows the old show from MTV, A Pimp My Ride, it's like, your dog, we heard you like plated steel caps, so we got you plated steel caps on your plated steel caps, so you can plated steel caps while you plated steel caps. But even then, even look at what this Swain has built. He's built into Winter's approach, so he's just going to be super unkillable. And on the top side, Literal Monkeys has started hitting up the Otacon, but Poppy Fox taking a lot of damage from that early, and you know, gonna be dissuaded from it as the rest of Elysium is gonna try to look to lay siege to this mid lane turret. But TDK is very quick to clear this wave.
Yeah, they just have no business trying to attempt that Otacon. There is definitely going to be a contest from Elysium's side. And also, can we just... I'm sure all top laners, maybe not all top laners, depending on how you play, but they might appreciate the way that Evil Gumi and Duddy Brains, for literally this entire game, have just sat top and just traded waves back and forth. There has been nothing else. There was the one play that Evil Gumi made to kill off Guster Posey at the Rift Herald. But other than that, this has just been Ultra Giga Chad top lane handshake laning right now. As now we're going to see TDK's in some trouble. The Wind becomes lightning connected, just completely out of position, and they will fall. Maybe Otacon potential here, but the Drake is coming up soon in 30 seconds.
Why did Arrow have to KS the kill? It was free. It was already going to go to Guster Posey. You didn't need the kill, man. But regardless, they do get the pick onto TDK, who was a little bit overextended there in the mid lane. You know, it's stuff like that that you like to see out of teams that have, you know, this established leadership and veterancy. So very good luck out of them. But like you said, Evil Gumi and Duddy Brains just playing some old school classic American League of Legends of just 1v1s up in the top lane for 23 straight minutes. I think they've only TP'd back to lane and literally nowhere else on the map.
Yeah, it's been funny. I'm an AD carry player, and sometimes I get autofilled top lane and I'll lock in Ornn and my team will just win. Kind of like the way that Elysium is winning this game thus far right now. And I'm just sitting there holding like a Fiora or something, and I'm just like, yeah, this is the top lane experience right now.
Oh no,
but
come on,
it's going to get a little bit more exciting for Duddy. They listen to me. They're like, you know what? You're right. Duddy Brains has been sitting here doing a whole lot of nothing so far. We're going to make his game a little bit more interesting. Can he escape from this gank? It looks like the answer is going to be yes. Excellent work. On the other side, it was Literal Monkeys, or sorry, the rest of Elysium that did grab that Infernal Drake. They are on soul point, but now onto the Otacon goes Literal Monkeys. They're trying to knock this one down. Remember, Duddy Brain's still alive. Demonic Ascension right here for Sofa, and he's forcing them all away. One Swain walks up, 5 Monkeys retreat. And that will be Otacon control back to Elysium. They didn't even reset it. They handed it to him on a silver platter. They get the Voracious Otacon. They might just get Evil Gumi as well. The concussive blows of stack. Howard misses buying time, but not enough. And Sofa grabs the shutdown.
Yeah, I think that finally answers the age-old question of what wins, 1 crow or 5 monkeys, and apparently it is 1 crow that ends up winning that fight by himself, basically. Really good stuff there out of Duddy Brains to stay alive, but you know, even better about Sofa knowing exactly how strong he is and is able to just.
Are they sending it? Nope, not quite.
Okay. But yeah, literally Sofa knowing the exact limitations of his champion and how much damage he can pump out right now, and literally just says, yeah, I can solo push them off of this Otacon, and they can't do anything about it, and it turned into a really good play for the side of Elysium, stuff you like to see out of a team who is in the driver's seat and is just trying to extend that lead even further.
And they want to kind of, they're looking to send it here with the Voracious Otacon. It looks like Guster Posey just saying, guys, we're going in. They need to be careful, though, because if they just all die for nothing, that is actually a lot of gold that they're going to give over to the Literal Monkeys. We're seeing this fight break out right now. And let's see. His ult's back up, by the way, Chong. We got another Demonic Ascension, but he's getting very low. Can he keep himself alive? It doesn't look like that's going to be the case. No one from the Monkeys have fallen. Remember, the Otacon nerfs have come through, so that's an entire 800 gold that just went to the Monkeys for virtually nothing back for Elysium. So that actually is pretty bad from their side. As we're seeing this 1v1, this is so depressing, man. You're trying your best, Cool Pro Ninja, but this guy is just mogging you on the Maokai. Maybe he can bring it back with the armor pen from Last Breath. Nope, he cannot. Duddy Brains, big solo kill on the bot side.
That was crazy. But that was also the craziest interaction I ever seen in the top lane, is that Sofa was in Demonic Ascension and got withdrawn by the Otacon buff, and it was still dealing damage to all of Literal Monkeys. I thought he was going to pick up at least 1 to 2 kills there.
Couldn't get it done. And now we see, so that was a pretty big chunk of gold going over to the Monkeys. And, well, you know, Pharomancy trying to get some vision around, being a good support. He's going to get caught out here. Again, this is the duo we talked about. It's Guster Posey and Arrow. Do they give the kill over to the Corki? That'd be nice. Oh, they're good teammates. That's so nice.
Guster scared
really
him a little bit there. Just barely missing a little graze there.
But he got it in the end. And yeah, I mean, they pick up that kill. They're in firm control of this one. 5,000 gold ahead. And 2 minutes to go here, Chong, on that Infernal Soul. Looking at the Gwen items, she's at 2. But you really want to get to that third one. Once you get that death cap, or maybe something like a Void Staff, but in this case you don't need it, that's when you really start to come online. Is Magic Resist finally being purchased here for Duddy Brains?
Yeah, I mean, I expected Duddy Brains to be going into that. I mean, this is the typical Maokai build that we see all the time. He just becomes an unkillable tree, and it's the most annoying thing to deal with, again, for, like, most enemy teams, because he just lives for way too long and deals way too much damage as a full tank. But another thing is, like, this whole time Elysium still hasn't chosen to start up the Baron buff. It kind of, you know, reminds me a lot of our last series where, like, the teams are just afraid to pull the trigger when they have the lead. But the biggest thing to remember is that, you know, Monkeys are only 3 deaths away from winning the game.
They are. That's true. That's very true. So honestly, Cooper Ninja should be thinking about that. They're trying to make a play once again onto this Maokai. They got a lot of people here. I think this time they're finally going to be able to take him down. And they do.
Look how long it takes.
Down as well. That took a long time, but there was no response here.
It took 3 ultimates.
And TDK gets that shutdown. They finally chopped down the tree. They needed a pretty big axe to do it. But they got it. Let's see if that, you know, you're right, 3 ultimates. Let's see if it ends up biting Literal Monkeys at all.
Oh,
they're jumping in. Okay, so this is the opportunity here for Elysium to get things done. Dilly is on a rampage. This Corki is completely untouched. The fight's not even close. Wrong time to engage for the Monkeys. Elysium absolutely put him in the dirt.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to get the pick onto Guster Posey, and it was the biggest bait I've ever seen, because the TP came in from Sofa, and like you said, Dilly's just been ignored this whole game. He is 4-0-3. He's just been getting to sit bot lane and get all the farm he wants, and is now showing up to these team fights and starting to dish out some real boy damage. Guster Posey is just solo taking the dragon, the soul actually, while the rest of his team is positioning up on this Baron side of the map, getting ready to get closer and closer to the end of this game here, once we are getting closer to this 30-minute mark.
Yes, we are. Baron is up and available. The Infernal Soul to Elysium. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of picks that just didn't quite play out the way that they'd hoped. One of those picks is this Yasuo. It looks good. I mean, you can tell Cool Pro Ninja is a really good Yasuo player. It just didn't quite work out for them this time, and that kind of just happens in this game we call League of Legends. Is there any type of way back in it here for the Monkeys? I mean, they do have a Vi. They could try and find a pick. But the side laners here, you're looking at Duddy Brains, and it takes 10,000 people to kill him. So you're going to have to try and win a team fight here, Chong. And is that even feasible at this point? You do have Infinity Edge on your Zeri, but is it enough?
Yeah, I think there's only 2 ways for Literal Monkeys to come back in this first game. It's that TDK gets the absolute team fight Zeri Penta goal that he's looking for, or you just literally let Iwagumi split push all game long. Like, never let him group again, just split push and win the game that way. Like, because they can't win a straight up 5v5. They have to look for,
Oh my
yeah, as
goodness.
they say
Oh,
that. They're
and it is Elysium that knows this, and so Elysium is saying, I'm going to force you to fight me, but hey, that Demonic Ascension is gone now. That just ran out, and the Keeper's Verdict just knocked away the jungler here. Now, Ferromancy getting very low. Arrow's the one that's picking that one up. There's the Braum tax. And let's see if it will be the win here for the Monkeys. It doesn't look like that is going to be the case. The blue health bars are running the show. Dilly as well on this Corki, man. He is the Whiskey Delta, and he is annihilating the Monkeys, and they're going to grab the bear.
Yeah, like I was saying, Dilly took the exhaust this game, and when Cool Pro Ninja dove on top of him, he just exhausted him, and Cool Pro Ninja got to do all 0 things in that team fight. But honestly, even with the early usage of that Demonic Ascension out of Sofa, it was still so cleanly played. Out of the 5 members of Elysium, they were basically separate fights throughout that whole thing. It was a 2v1 on the top side. Maokai was 1v2 on the bot side, and then the 2v2 out of Dilly and Guster Posey in the middle of it just turned into a 3-way winning front for the side of Elysium.
Now sieging on this mid tower. It's literally just Guster Posey on his own. Work up from Duddy Brains in the top side as well, taking down that tier 2. It looks like they're setting up their waves for a 1-3-1, and I think that should work out for them. I mean, this would be the opportunity, though, if they start to pull with the 1-3-1, for maybe 5 people to try and win a 5 versus 3, or maybe a 5-on-1, take out one, and then try and divide and conquer the Elysium squad here. But it's just going to be so tough. So tanky is Sofa, so tanky is Duddy Brains. There's a lot of escape tools on this Corki, like the Valkyrie and the Crescent Guard as well, makes it hard to kill the Zinzao. It's not an easy situation here, as we do get a little bit of a screen. Our screen is frozen here, but we should be able to fix this one up here soon. Kind of see how this push is going to continue for the side of Elysium.
Yeah, I mean, they're also 11,000 gold up here at this point in the game. It kind of just feels like this one is already over without a real chance for Monkeys to come back into this one the way Elysium has been playing out this entire game, this entire game 1. I was going to say series, but we're only on game 1 here, despite it being almost 8:30 at night.
It's been a long one, Chong. You and I, it's been fun though. We've had some fun games. I mean, well, I don't even want to bring up, I already did bring it up last series, but we won't get into that. But that was fun. This game has been pretty interesting too. You've seen a lot of cool stuff here. I mean, it's been a really entertaining game to see Elysium kind of just wreck house here. This Swain pick has been fantastic. And honestly, this team has looked really good. They've really played well together. I've been especially impressed with Guster Posey in combination with Arrow and Sofa. And then on top of that, you would think with all of that time that Arrow is spending roaming around with other people, maybe Dilly would drop the ball somewhere and die into a play here, especially with all the dive tools that are available for Monkeys. That hasn't happened. Dilly has been completely untouched and is deathless in this game, which I think is very impressive from the squad.
Yeah, and I mean, just even despite, Guster had that one little mistake early in the game on the grub play getting solo killed by Evil Gumi, the way he's played the rest of this game has absolutely been phenomenal the way you said it. But that also is the, story for this whole Elysium side here. Dilly deathless, Sofa after being harassed all early game by Cool Pro Ninja, just able to absolutely go ham the rest of the way through it. And Duddy Brains, just the unkillable tree up in the top lane. I really like that this Elysium draft and the way they're playing it is exactly what I had in mind.
So it looks like, unfortunately, we have one of those Riot client bugs. I think I think we're going to see if the game ended or not, and if it did, then we'll kind of recap what happened.
Game's over.
Oh, game's over. Okay.
Yep.
So the game's over. I mean, we can assume that Elysium was the victors in that sense. I don't think Little Monkeys made that big of a comeback. That would be the craziest thing of the night, despite all the things we have seen tonight. But that is game number 1 completed here. And yeah, I mean, we've touched on it here, Chong. Elysium, they looks like the better team in terms of just their team play. They got the right members ahead. Dilly stayed completely deathless in that game unless he died later on.
He died once in the game.
Oh, he did die. Okay. Well, for the most part, he stayed deathless and was able to still deal damage from the backline. So I guess to wrap things up here, what do you think? What do you think we change up here? This is Fearless. We don't see the next any of these champions again. What do you change up here if you're the Monkeys here, John?
Draft range, I guess, would be the one thing, because it just feels like Elysium had their number read from the start of the draft. They went blue side R3 or blue side B3 Swain, and just we're not punished for it at all. There is no ranged answer to try to keep the Swain in check. They just said, F it, just full in on the melee comp, and we can outplay it. We can build anti-heal, and it just did not work out for them in the end. So maybe switching it up, drafting some better range for themselves, and able to look for it that way.
They tried to fight fire with Fire Chong. It did not work out. The fire ended up winning. Look at Sofa, man. 13-2 on this Swain. That was a masterclass of a game. And we've already talked about how impressive Guster Posey was with Arrow as well. Dilly and Duddy Brains, they did their jobs too. So yeah, I mean, Evil Gumi had a chance there, was very close to the death cap of being that hero potentially for the side of the Monkeys, but it just wasn't enough there. They just got outplayed a little bit too much in the skirmishes, and the early lead was too much for them to overcome. We got game 2 coming up after a very short break, so don't go anywhere. We will return and see if Monkeys can bring us to game 3, or if Elysium has a 2-0 locked and loaded, ready to go. We'll be back soon. Welcome back to the BOL Premier League. Week number 1, day 2. It is our last best of 3 of the day. We have a 1-0 lead for Elysium, who really cleaned house in game number 1. They actually popped off. They played really well as a team. Let's see what the Monkeys can do to bounce back here. We got a side flip. I do believe it was the Monkeys on the red side last time around. I remember that big Swain pick being on that blue side. So let's see what the adaptations are. The bands are rolling on through. Got that rail band once again. Nocturne taken off the board here. And let's see if Monkeys can get a composition. Well, I mean, I don't even know if if it was really a composition problem or more just the fact that, it really was just Elysium who had their number in those skirmishes.
Yeah, I think it was a Swangle issue. I thought the Swain was really just the hero of that whole game, that whole draft for the side of Elysium. Despite everybody on that team playing well, it could have been a whole different story if they didn't even have a Swain at all, but who's to say with that? But, I'm really curious to see now with the swap of sides if the Proud for the Monkeys is actually on that Skarner pick, because we saw Elysium favored Corky pick one, but Monkeys didn't even gravitate towards Skarner as an answer. But now it's not even going to be picked. It's going to be banned away and not even be an option. And with Wukong being banned away, you're kind of falling into those, lesser known not lesser known picks, but weaker picks, where we see like the likes of the Vi, the Zinzao come out. That's where we start to see like Viegos and Lilias and Udirs and the likes of those. So really curious to see now what the B1 is. Varus is up, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that locked away here for the side of Monkeys if they want to, secure a very strong 80 carry.
I could see Okay, wow, a Moo. Okay. I assume to see maybe a Misfortune then come up next here. Or maybe a Misfortune takeaway. Dilly plays Misfortune. Oh, actually, Misfortune's banned. Never mind. Okay,
I was going to say.
If anyone has ever seen casts of me before and like sometimes sees me here and there, they will know that I always do that. I will literally like say, "Oh, this pick is really good here," and it's banned. But there's the Varus that you said there, Chong. So that's kind of nice. The Chains of Corruption can stop an Amumu if he's walking up and ready to hit that bandage toss. You can use the Chains of Corruption to stop that from happening. It's also a really good blind pick. So we'll see what the follow-up is with that. What do they want to blind pick here? I mean, they should just pick their jungle because the Amumu's already shown. And I would have to think that that's a Pantheon jungle. It could also be a Pantheon support, but they have options, does Elysium.
Yeah, I mean, this could be a triple flex Pantheon. It could be the Mantheon support. It could be Mantheon jungle. And if anybody's been watching the Bao stream lately, he has been playing a lot of Pantheon top. So who knows where this is actually going to... It could even be Pantheon mid. Who knows where this champ's going to end up. But I know he's very strong right now. He's one of those supports that has been rising in popularity alongside the likes of Elise and Zyra have really been rising in popularity just because of how much, skirmish power and early damage they actually do provide for a team. It lets you actually, gain momentum towards all these feats, but it can be a tough matchup into the likes of a Sivir who just, has the spell shield to stop you from stunning her, and also into the likes of a Mumu who is very good at dealing with these low immobile champions that are in the game of League of Legends. And we're going to see Tom Kench hovered and potentially locked away. Here it is locked away. So that could be top, could be support. Really curious to see where Monkeys is going with this draft. But with the 3 champions that they drafted so far, I'm a fan of what I'm seeing.
And they've got maximum protection in the bot side. Assuming this is a Tom Kench support, I don't think Tom Kench top is as prominent anymore after the nerfs that it received when it was super broken with the Riftmaker build. This is a hard bot lane to kill. I mean, if this is Pantheon support that Elysium was going for, they might end up opting it for the jungle at this point because it's going to be tough to kill a Sivir with a spell shield and Tom Kench with how OP he is just in terms of early levels with his base stats. He can also devour his 80 carry to keep them safe. It's going to be pretty tough. The Victor lock-in is going to round out our first little bit of picks. So now we jump on to the ban phase. We still have top laners here for, well, potential top laners for the side of the Little Monkeys and their mid laners. So Soul Lane's going to be targeted. The Mordekaiser will be taken away to start for Elysium.
Yeah, and I mean, Victor pick isn't something shocking. It's not the king of the mid lane or bot lane that we had seen at the start of the season. Has received, I believe it's 3 nerfs in a row, and the biggest ones being on this last patch with the AP scaling on his ultimate being reduced, as well as the Q damage AP scaling being reduced. So a really big hit to his just overall power in the game. Doesn't mean he still isn't a strong champion. He just isn't the prevalent first pick pick one, ban one that it has to be of every single game, which is I'm happy because I'm sick of seeing this champion. But we're gonna see, a counter for the Victor be banned away here in the Akali. A lot of people see Victor, if they know how to play it, they're gonna lock away the Akali. So not seeing that banned away from Cool Pro Ninja. I assume he can play that. He can play the Yasuo. His name's Cool Pro Ninja, and Akali does some Cool Pro Ninja stuff. So wouldn't be surprised to see him be able to pilot that one. But curious to see what he does choose to go against this Victor.
And Duddy Brains has an interesting, if we're talking back to Elysium, has an interesting champ pool. All I could really find and dig up was Maokai, a whole lot of Teemo jungle games from this player. So maybe that translates to Teemo top, and then Udyr. So he's already played the Maokai, and that's gone from Fearless. So what do we see out of Duddy Brains? That's, I guess, my biggest question here. Are they a Pantheon player? Do we see the Pantheon top? Could see the Malphite as well. Shen, okay, so that looks like that's just going to be the lock in there. That's a blind Shen too, so I'd be interested to see what Evil Gumi's got cooked up here in response. The Ambessa is open. I'm surprised. I mean, Evil Gumi's played Ambessa. I don't know. I don't even really know if Ambessa would be pretty functional here. She seems to be pretty strong on this patch. Maybe we get some of that action going on here in game 2.
So Elysium still does have some flex pick with their draft here so far, because that could be a Shen support and still be a Pantheon jungle. I know the Hens played it this morning in the LCK Cup, played a game of Shen support, so could still be an option here. Could be the old school Season 1 route of River Shen and have it be a weird Shen jungle angle. I know that was popular last season out of a lot of players, but if we're gonna just look at stock standard, it's gonna be Shen top up against this Gnar. We're gonna have Pantheon support, Victor mid, and we're still looking for a jungle pick here out of the side of Elysium. But who knows? Anything could be possible. I know these guys like to cook and have a good time, so I'm curious to see what they choose to draft here.
Well, it's definitely I would say this is a much better composition drafted set on 5. Whoa, okay, so this is going to be, I think this is going to be Pantheon jungle, Shen support, and they're going to throw setup into the top lane to face the Gnar. I don't know how that lane goes. I feel like set into Gnar is definitely not that great of a lane, but we'll see how it all plays out. And I definitely like the composition better for the Monkeys. It makes a lot more sense here. They have Engage, they can keep their backline safe, and Sivir can be that reliable backline threat that they need come the later portion of the game. And actually this time around, it's kind of Elysium that has a little bit of an all over the place draft. But they have a lot of melee champions. It might be really, really hard for them here, Chong, to get onto this backline because of the fact that Sivir is just so safe and they don't have a ton of range.
Yeah, I mean, it could be very hard, not even to get on top of Sivir, but even to get on top of this Orianna, especially with how safe they're going to be with the Tom Kench and a Mumu peel. But, I mean, I believe in Elysium. I mean, I bet some channel points on them. I said, why not?
Yeah.
Let's gamble a little bit.
Yeah.
Just for fun. But, yeah, regardless, I mean, even just looking at drafts overall, I would have to favor Literal Monkeys just because it seems their identity in the draft is more cohesive and safe, while Elysium has some risk-oriented picks with the likes of, picking the set and the Pantheon and all this stuff. But if they're going to make it work, I think any team that's going to make it work, it could be Elysium. So I'm curious to see if they're able to pull it out in this one.
Elysium, like I said, I've said it 5,000 times now. They really impressed me with their teamwork in the last game. One thing to note about their composition is global ultimates. So we have Grand Starfall, and we also have the Shen ultimate as well. So the Stand United. And that can be massive ways for Elysium to pull ahead on the map. If Literal Monkeys makes a play, and all of a sudden there's Stand United here, I can't tell you how many times, you make big plays in a solo queue game, and then a Shen ult just ruins it and just completely wins the game for the other team. That's something we could see from the side of Elysium. The Grand Starfall as well. Unique gank opportunities, can join plays, counter ganks as well. If a Mumu falls behind, he's going to struggle in this game to the high tempo that Elysium can play at. And we'll see how the set Gnar lane goes as well. But there's definitely a lot of variables to look at here. A more structured team for the Monkeys and a lot of playmaking potential here for Elysium. It's backs against the wall for the Monkeys heading into this game. Number 2, can they bring us to a game 3? That's what we're going to find out after this very short break as we wait out the spectator delay. Don't go anywhere. This series will continue right after this. Welcome back to the BOL Premier League, and we are game number 2 between Elysium and the Literal Monkeys here, as we're getting a view of Arrow doing some sit-ups inside of the brush. We like to see that, and as we kind of look like we're in our 5-point start here, and barring any type of level 1 shenanigans, we're going to give a shout-out to ProComps, who is our sponsor, a game-changer app for the league community. And this isn't just like other tools. It's your personal draft coach, perfect for both teams and solo players. You can pair it with any other app you use. With ProComps, you'll receive real-time drafting advice, tailored champion picks and band recommendations. It stands out with features as the ability to generate champion pools in seconds that you can share with your friends, a post-draft guide to attack the game. You can generate comps based on your preferences, coaches, and analysis, and can even create personalized tier lists. Think of it as having a virtual coach and strategy toolkit all in one. I guess my favorite feature would be kind of the recommended bans. Is in solo queue, I never know what to ban. The app already has 280,000 downloads and thousands of daily users. And ProComps is friendly, totally free, and a no-brainer. Give it a go. Download ProComps now, and you'll experience a whole new level of drafting power in your League of Legends game. Go to procomps.gg, download it from Overwolf, or click the link in our bio. Check out ProComps. Pretty cool stuff. You want to learn how to draft. I'm going to help you figure it out. As we're on to the Rift here, we didn't see any action here, Chong, so we can get through with an early game and see how things go on in this one. As it is the set support. That's crazy.
I was about to bring that up. We did not expect the set to be going support here, and this is the classic set strategy.
Yes, it is. Fist fight. It's the Hoo-Hee strategy. Hoo-Hee's the one that was always playing the set support over in the LTA, or what was formerly known as the LCS. And I mean, at least they got a good chunk there, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing here is that Arrow has gone the Grasp, but also doesn't have the Hex Flash, so not as powerful as the Hoo-Hee set, who would just burn Flash on level 1, face break, get a big trade, and then have Hex Flash to do it again once you hit level 2. But still, it's still what you want to do as set support. You got to be looking to push any small advantage you can have, because it kind of feels like he becomes a useless champion from the support role later in the game if you can't find the correct angle. But Sofa really put in the works here to Cool Pro Ninja early in this game. Unlike the last game, he's having the advantage in the early game.
Wow, nice reaction. That was really fast from Dilly, if you saw that right there.
Yeah, it sounded like somebody was in his ear warning him, was like, hey, somebody's here right now.
Moo is bot side. Oh, bandage toss, I'm out of there. So that's going to be flashless for the Elysium bot laner. We'll see if the side of the Monkeys can punish that any further. And honestly, back to the set support conversation. Tahm Kench is a champion who, for a long time, everyone was complaining about being super busted because of his crazy base stats. And I feel like Set is one of the exceptions of a support champion that could actually go blow for blow with him, as we're seeing some engages here, or maybe some scrappage in the bot side river. Didn't look like anyone did actually get caught up in anything, and we remain killless, as, like you said there, Chong, Sofa trading really heavily in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, like you were saying, Tahm Kench is kind of like known as being like, oh, if this is a melee matchup, 9 times out of 10, Tahm Kench is going to win no matter what the melee champion is. I feel like the only champs that really beat up on Tahm Kench that aren't like these weird support, like top laner picks like a Set is like the only one who ever stands a chance against him is the likes of a Braum, just because of how Braum beats every melee champion in the game basically for support angle.
Sofa's in trouble. Out of mana completely. Cool Pro Ninja needs to be careful. Does have flash, is going to use it. Flash follow from Sofa, not going to do that. Just going to give over the first blood to Poppy Fox. And the Monkeys are on the board first. Excellent punish of the over-aggression there from Sofa.
Yeah, the lack of mana is really what cost Sofa there, because I think he would have been able to get the first blood kill onto Cool Pro Ninja in response, but just not having the resources to be able to get that one. So really well played by Cool Pro Ninja, literally at limit's edge there, and just good awareness by Poppy Fox to get into that mid lane to be able to pick up that first blood, while Gusty's just on this full clear path. And still kind of slightly behind a Mumu in just tempo overall, because I feel like it's not as strong as it used to be as this Pantheon jungle, but we got to gank up in top lane.
Here's Guster Posey, cancels the hop with the stun there. Now the flash follow, there is the Q, finishes off that kill. We're seeing trading in the bot side. TDK getting very low, Boomerang Blade. Piercing Arrow is going to connect on the Tahm Kench. Spell Shield was still available. So no kill there, but Barrier burned off a TDK and one back for Elysium top side.
Yeah, I mean, A really good cancel on the hop there out of Guster Posey. Was able to get that, Evil Goomy tried to flash away, but instant
Oh,
flash.
flash forward. Wow, connects. That looked like it was almost through the wave there. Dilly has Ignite ticking, and Poppy Fox getting active in multiple lanes here in this early game. Second charge of the bandage toss. There's the Haymaker. Not quite as much damage as it might do later on, but that's Feats of Warfare. The Feat of Warfare now for the Monkeys, and it is a 3-0 Amumu at the 6-minute mark.
Yeah, and that was just a great punish and rotation timer there by Poppy Fox, knowing that Dilly still had no flash and was able to just get down there after ganking mid again, ganking mid and going back for the clear. Was on the top side of the map when Guster ganked top and just full sprints down bot lane. Gets Guster Posey before he's able to get that recall off and then able to turn it into 2 kills and the Feats of Warfare for the solid literal Monkeys. So this early game starting off a lot better than it did in game number 1 for the sides of literal Monkeys. And, we talked about the Elysium draft before we loaded in. It is a riskier version of the draft that they played out in game number 1, and it looks like literal Monkeys is already punishing that here in this game.
Yes, they are. Definitely wanting to get towards that game number 3. And Poppy Fox, you don't necessarily look towards the Amumu as the primary carry of a team, but at the current moment, that is definitely going to be the case with how accelerated that Amumu is. Going to be taking down the Grubs. Amumu, one of the better champions at doing that with the fact that the tiers are AoE. And the trade is going to be the Mountain Drake for Elysium. Going to get a little bit of extra resistances back in their pocket. And let's see now, Elysium is the team in the last game that had control for the majority of the game. And we'll see how well they can bounce back here. Again, not a deficit that's too large to overcome, but 1.5K, the 7-minute mark is pretty formidable here. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like Dilly and Arrow were playing the bot lane bad when before Poppy Fox came in. They almost had the 2v2 kill onto TDK and Pheromancy, but just not able to end up picking that one up. But it looks like we're getting another spectator bug here, which is never fun to deal with and have to worry about in a series at all.
Well, hopefully, yeah. Again, this is more of the producer knowledge. They know of all these bugs. We just get a frame switch. I don't know. Hopefully this isn't one of those bugs like, oh we're back. Okay, good.
Thank God.
Thank goodness.
Oh, God.
That would have been bad if it happened, right now, so early into the game. There was that one bug that was happening a couple months ago that
where it was like 7. It was any single-digit number would cause a 30, a 35.
An Arcane Storm and a Shockwave. The mid lane is getting really dangerous. Last tick of the Arcane Storm cannot take down the Poppy. That would have been huge for Elysium because Poppy Fox has that 200 gold bounty on his head. Not going to give it over to Elysium. Very close, though, and a good counter gank there from Guster Posey.
Yeah, really good counter gank. Almost was able to pick up that kill, but the bigger thing is that Riot didn't kill us with a spectator bug, and we were able to see all this action that's coming out on the rift so far. But yeah, like I was saying, the bot lane duo of Elysium does have the advantage over TDK and Pheromancy, but it was a really good play by Poppy Fox to be able to get down there and kind of mitigate all that momentum and make it a much more even lane for the side of literal Monkeys, not really under a lot of threat anymore. So really curious to see how Guster Posey gets on this map and starts to get these lanes going back in the favor of Elysium. We saw him at that gank there mid lane, also in the top lane, but now he's going to try to have to get down here to help out his bottom lane.
We'll have access to the Grand Starfall very soon, so it'll be also telling of how well Elysium can play with these level 6 power spikes. They do have the Stand United, although, I mean, this Shen pick into Gnar is absolutely miserable. In the last series, it was Mordekaiser into Jax. This time around, it's Shen into pretty much any ranged champion is just miserable. And yeah, 25 CS late for Evil Goomy having their way in this one. The Stand United available, and the Monkeys do have to be careful because Grand Starfall is now active for Guster Posey. We'll see what they can do with that level 6 ability now. People like Evil Goomy, when you are in the mini form of the Gnar, you do have to be careful of getting one shot. It looks like they might potentially try and go in here. Yep, you can see we are frozen again. Hopefully we'll get this back soon. But in this freeze frame, you can see that Guster Posey's ultimate has been used and where they are on the map right now. They're ulting right over to the top lane as the taunt does land. But Chong, I mean, Evil Goomy's getting really close to Mega, so this could be disastrous.
Yeah, this could turn really south really fast. And I'm hoping that this client bug just fixes itself like the last one did, and we're able to see the play that happens here. But this is not ideal if you're going for a gank at this timer because of how, like you said, how close Evil Gumi is to this Mega. Just it will be able to possibly turn this fight very quickly.
Indeed. And yeah, when we get back, hopefully we can get back. I mean, we did recover from the last one. We'll see. We'll see if we can get back from this one. But yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty good so far in comparison to the way the previous game has gone for the Monkeys. I mean, the bot lane has had priority for the most part for the side of Elysium. Dilly and Arrow again doing a really good job, barring that one play that was made there, that monster play from Poppy Fox to grab a whole bunch of kills. But the Sivir isn't down that much gold here. Tom Kench. Oh, actually, no, we're still in the same frame. Okay. We're just taking a pan down to the bot side. Every time it flips, I think we're back. But yeah, I mean, they're going to have to try and make some plays here on these level 6 marks and get back. But there is also the Victor scaling here, Chog. And Sofa's been doing a pretty good job here in this matchup. Up ahead, 14 CS.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of scaling on both sides of the draft here. You have the Victor scaling with Avarius, but then you also have Orianna and Sivir scaling. So it really comes down to execution. Of course, it gets later in these games and in these team fights. But for the early game momentum, right now it's all on the side of literal Monkeys with how Poppy Fox has gotten on the map. But a champion like Pantheon is so early game focused. I'm glad that we see the top lane play starting to happen. And I'm curious if we're going to be able to see the rest of it play out once we figure out what's going on with this bug. As you can see, you get to see our wonderful faces again as we try to figure out what is going on here and hopefully be able to show you the rest of this game.
Yeah, I hope so as well. I guess for the moment, what we'll do is we'll cut to a break and we'll see if we can bring it back. If not, we'll come back to our faces and explain what we do, what we'll do going forward. But for the moment, we'll be on break until we get this fixed. We'll return with the continuation of Elysium versus Literal Monkeys. And we are back, and I think we are good to go. We've pulled some strings here a little bit to try and get the game back here, and we've done a whole lot of stuff, and we're here at 26 minutes right now, and we are going to just jump into the game from what we've missed
All
so
right,
far.
let's go.
And here we go. Okay. So for those who have been waiting, thank you very much for being patient with what's been going on. It sucks what's gone on, but yeah, we are here in the game, and Baron has been secured by the side of the Monkeys, and we got. Well, we're taking a look at the KDAs here, Chong. It's looking pretty good for the Monkeys on forcing a game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, it does look very good for them, but also shout out the side of Guster Posey putting up a 9-2-1 KDA on this Pantheon jungle. It looks like the rest of his team has really been struggling this game off the early game that Literal Monkeys was able to pull out on their side. So looking a bit rough for the side of Elysium to come back in this one, but anything is possible in the game we call League of Legends.
Anything is possible, and I think we'll have the sort of the choppiness of the stream there, but we it is pretty much the best that we got here, so we'll roll with it. We'll see how the game concludes, and we'll see. It kind of feels like right now Elysium definitely on that back foot. I mean, you can see it in the bot lane, in the mid lane, and top lane too has absolutely suffered. Still 5 deaths on the side of Evil Gumi, but this Shen very much behind. And we can see him basically just bullying around, even the Victor as well. Sofa struggling to deal the damage necessary to kill Evil Gumi. Now with this Baron buff, and can the side of the Monkeys crack the base? And we'll see if that ends up being the case here.
Yeah, and not only do they have this Baron buff, but they also have Otacon, and the only person it's not on right now is Evil Gumi, who's going to be flashing away. Yeah.
Well, he actually gets back.
They tried to get the pick onto him.
It didn't end up working. Did I see a Chains of Corruption? I think I saw a Chains of Corruption here. We're getting a fight around the inhibitor tower. It doesn't look like anyone's dropped yet. We don't see a Curse of the Sad Mummy or anything going down just yet. Poppy Fox probably trying to look for one of those. Cool Pro Ninja as well. You have to be careful. It does have that Shockwave in tow. And they're just going to rotate right around here, Chong, to that bot side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to get the pick onto something on name Evil Gumi here, but, you know, he was able to outplay that one. Did have to flash away, but able to group up to the rest of his team to break open the mid inhibitor. And now they're looking to get that siege going onto the bot side. Evil Gumi taking a recall and Hex gaining his way back. So a little momentary 4v5, but with no real engage options on the side of Elysium to be able to punish them. The side of Literal Monkeys is feeling good about this one to stay pushed up while Guster Posey is posturing for something, but nothing going to come out of it.
The wave is going to be cleared away. So for the moment, Elysium holding on as best as they possibly can. They got the Victor clearing out in the mid wave, but still very persistent is the Monkeys right now. They want to make this happen. They want to make this push go. They still have a lot in the tank. They have literally every single one of their ultimates. And if they do find an ace here, they will be able to end the game. They are right there, knocking at the doorstep, trying to force a game number 3. It looks like Evil Gumi's jumped on in. We're seeing a whole lot of stuff go down. I think that was a shockwave that landed onto 3. Cool Pro Ninja has slain Guster Posey. That is the most fed member on the side of Elysium. Double kill goes through as well. And this is looking like it is very much going to be that game finish. 5 versus 3. There's still Dilly that's alive. Sofa as well. And I think the resets are actually coming through. Yep, Hex gates are being taken. And the base has been cracked, and it is now the Monkeys in retreat.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like they had the opportunity, Elysium, there to get the pick onto Evil Gumi when he dove into the tower, but Arrow kind of saved Evil Gumi's life, ulting him out and away from the rest of the team, while Poppy Fox was able to get in the back with the Shockwave, Curse of the Sad Mummy combination that did a real deal to the side of Elysium and made it difficult for them to even put up a formidable defense. I mean, they're able to keep their Nexus turrets alive, but they still lose 2 inhibs on that Baron push, and now Evil Gumi just back to what he was doing up in this top lane, bullying on Duddy Brains, looking to just be a nuisance for the team of Elysium to deal with.
They're trying to chase down Dilly in the mid lane. Not gonna be able. He's just gonna emote on him and back on away. Is Pharaohmancy. I think an attempt on a play on Evil Gumi was attempted here by the side of Elysium. It didn't end up working out to their favor. And we'll see here. Looks like a fight is breaking out. Potentially trying to hold on to the tier 2 is Elysium. Again, they have to be so careful. It is 5 versus 4 on the map right now. Everyone from the side of the Monkeys is here. and they do have such phenomenal engage. When Gumi is Mega, Poppy Fox with the Curse of the Sad Mummy, this tier 2 is just going to be gone, and they're going to try and continue the siege onto that inhibitor tower in the top side and knock down all 3 inhibitors, Chong, which is going to be nearly impossible here for Elysium to defend.
Yeah, I don't think Elysium's wave clear is as strong as we saw out of the side of Omega in that first game of our first series tonight. And then
we're seeing a Shockwave and a Gnar jump right on it. That was huge. A 4-person Gnar into the back, but it was Gumi that ended up dropping arrow, claims the kill. It's a trade though. Cool Pro Ninja has somehow been able to find Dilly, who I think was actually stunned up against the wall. Now it'll be the 4 versus 4 siege continuing.
Yeah, I mean, it looked really good there out of the side of Elysium with the counter engage, getting Evil Gumi under the turret and picking up. But Evil Gumi first got that huge Gnar, a 3-man Gnar, I believe it was, into the wall, followed up by Cool Pro Ninja Shockwave. So looked really good there. And we're getting another back off here out the side of Literal Monkey. So this game is going to continue on. We do have the Baron spawning in 30 seconds, so it looks like you're going to fall back and try to pick up that one and end the game with it instead of forcing their way through without the buff.
You definitely don't want to take a chance on the game. You're up 9,000 gold and backs against the wall. May as well walk back, take the safe route, and grab that Baron, because once you grab the Baron and you also have 6 super minions barreling into the enemy base, I mean, that's just going to be lights out. There's simply no way you can defend this. So it will have to be Elysium to try and mount a defense here at the Baron, find a steal, prevent this from going over. The ideal case is you get in and out with it, but the question is, Chong, is that even remotely possible, as Ferromancy's just playing bodyguard to this pit?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really tough for Elysium to do anything. Arrow takes so much damage. This is kind of what I was talking about with the set support. It kind of feels like once the game goes later and later, he really doesn't do much, but Ferromancy got chunked down there. Gus Percy almost stole that away, but it looks like this is going to be the end here.
It's going to be the end. That was the engage. It was a smart attempt from the side of Elysium, because if you don't attempt to steal that one away, I mean, it is just going to be game over. But now it's going to be game over anyways, because there is the ace, and there will be the end of this game. We've had a whole lot of issues with the spectator client. Hopefully that doesn't continue for game number 3, but we will have a game number 3, as we do have to have a restart of the stream, I do believe, as to prevent that from happening again. And so we will get that done for you, and we will get game 3 loaded up and ready to go. Elysium, I mean, it's hard for us to really talk about this game here, Chong, because we weren't really a part of it for the most part. All we can really comment on is the fact that it was Poppy Fox that got that early lead, and it looks like they did a really good job of snowballing it right there for the side of the Monkeys, and they tie up the series 1-1. So we're going to cut to a break, and we'll be back for game number 3 very soon. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Blue Otter Premier League, week number 1, our final match of the day. Thank you to everyone who's been sticking through the hardships of the Riot client and Vanguard and all the wonderful things that come along with a League of Legends broadcast. We are here close to the finish line. We're going to see how this series concludes between the Monkeys and Elysium. We got 20 champions taken off the board for Fearless and 6 other champions in the bands. First pick for the Monkeys is going to be that Misfortune that was taken away last time around by Elysium. Or actually, it was the Monkeys that took it away last time. This time around, they're picking it up.
I have a sneaking suspicion that the teams are supposed to be on the opposite side. Just based off looking at the bands here would be my guess. I think just because
Elysium,
right. I was like, Elysium has been banning away Ferromancy's Rel, and I didn't think they would change that up. But triple jungle ban for the side of Monkey, banning away the Skarner, Nocturne, Wukong, all the way from Guster Posey. So pushing him onto something completely different compared to the likes of the Pantheon he played in Game 2 or the Xin Zhao. But Dilly, first picking the Misfortune, and it's responded to by the Ezreal for TDK. So curious to see what they choose to pair this champion up with, and they're going to pick up a Volibear, which could be flexed between jungle and top. I've been seeing it more top lately than I have been seeing it jungle.
Yeah, it is a flex pick nonetheless. Response Ornn, I mean, it would pair up nicely with the Misfortune, and it would be kind of dangerous, though, because a counter pick could actually end up happening here. We'll see what they end up going with. The Ezreal isn't necessarily the greatest into Misfortune in terms of a lane phase, but I guess they just want that range. They want to be able to have that Arcane Shift to get out of any type of bullet time combination that Elysium does end up drafting for themselves. They lock in the Ornn. That's going to go into the hands of Duddy Brains. Again, Duddy Brains' pool, I mentioned it earlier, it kind of pinched. I didn't see a whole lot there in terms of top lane for this player. So going to take that Ornn up in the top side, play that weak side, and play through the carries here of TDK and Cool Pro Ninja. And we'll see what they pick here on the R3.
I like the draft that is forming out here by Elysium so far. You know, you have the Ornn, you have the Misfortune, you have a clear teamfight identity, especially with the likes of Braum being picked away since you guys played that in game number 1. There's no real easy way to mitigate the damage coming out from the Misfortune ultimate or stop it unless you're going to pick like a Leona. But that also means Ornn ultimate is even that more powerful. But now we're going to see a real fun jungle pick here. We get the Kindred locked in for Guster Posey, and then we get an immediate response of Gragas. So I assume Gragas will be going top, and the Volibear will be going jungle. 9 times out of 10, people who play Gragas will pick it into Kindred because you just cask in the middle of the Lamb's Respite and everybody gets knocked away. But as a former jungle main myself, Kindred was one of those champions that was always my favorite to play. I love this champion. I think she's so unique and so much fun and can really be... She really is a Feast or Famine style champion, not to be ironic with the Wolf and Lamb kind of play on the champion, but if they're not getting up to those 4 stacks and so on and so forth, where every 3 stacks after the 4 you get increased range on your Q and your auto attacks, this champion really struggles to be efficient in the game with how low range she is without those marks.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Whenever I see Kindred in competitive, it's always the Kindred show for whichever team that picks her, and if the Kindred succeeds, they succeed. If she doesn't, then usually they don't. Misfortune likely not going to be enough to be able to bring the team over the goal line if it is just the MF that is strong. She's usually the one that's relying on the setup of the team to get the big bullet times going through. And Volibear Kindred jungle matchup, again, like you said, it is likely going to be that Gragas in the top side. It could be the Gragas jungle. I mean, I don't know. We've yet to see as the draft continues on, but we'll see how well Kindred can do inside of this game. More specifically, Guster Posey on that champion did get pretty aggressive. Again, we talked about the synergy of the support and the jungle for this team could be another big factor here. And they're locking in the Galio for the side of the Monkeys there for Cool Pro Ninja. And at the very least, post 6, this will help out if any Kindred evades happen. They're going to be able to be moving around the map quite nicely. And so they're making a lot of plays. They're tower diving with Volibear. They're creating space with Gragas. They're diving in for follow-up, engage, or even disengage with Galio here. So a lot of play making potential here for the Monkeys. The question really is how coordinated will they be?
Yeah, and I mean, they, like you said, it really is kind of a counter to Kindred so far because she wants to stay inside that ultimate. But with Gragas and then even the likes of Galio is going to make it feel very uncomfortable to be staying in it. It's like, yes, I know I'm not going to die, but the second this is over, I probably will end up dying because of this. But we do see a Taliyah lock in here, which is typically a counter into Galio. I thought I was going to sneeze. Okay, we're good. Is typically a counter into Galio just because... you know, you have the range on him. Yes, he has the AP shield, but it's also the fact that he does want to use his Justice Punch, I believe it is, forward, which he will get stunned up on the E of Talia. But also, I do like this pick out of Arrow. It's his Thresh. It's a champion that I know him well known for. So I'm excited to see him go to work on this champion. Overall, I do think Elysium is lacking a little bit of engage in comparison to the likes of what Monkey has drafted. And this is Galio's support.
This is Galio support, and this is also Ari into Talia. Not a champion that people are openly, willingly picking into Talia these days. It's normally Talia into Ari because the Unraveled Earth obviously will stun you in your Spirit Rush, and it's really annoying to deal with. So the self-counter pick actually coming through for Cool Pro Ninja, which is interesting. We'll see if the side of Elysium, and more specifically Sofa, can actually find value in this counter pick. There's a lot of setup that they have. They have good engage with Horn and Thresh, a good peel as well, Thresh as well. Weaver's Wall, we'll see how Sofa can get involved across the map, make plays with this Kindred, and if the Galio will be a thorn in their side, which honestly, Chong, I don't think it will be as much anymore unless the plays are being made on the bot side. Galio is really going to have to, and more specifically, Ferromancy is going to have to do a really good job here of finding their way around the map, especially post 6.
Yeah, I think Galio support is not as bad as it used to be just because of how often we're fighting in this current meta with all these neutral objectives and how strong the feats are. Galio just kind of wants to sit bot, get level 6, and then since he's going to be basically mid lane 9 times out of 10 because of where the neutral objectives are, he does get to have that impact across the map. But in the early parts of the game, it does feel rather weak, and if you're not roaming correctly and not getting enough XP, the later you delay your level 6 on Galio support, the worse and worse this champion starts to feel to play. And look, as somebody who recently played Galio support into Kindred jungle, it feels really bad to play if Kindred gets stacks, because then you can never get on top of her and you lose all your HP for breathing in her general direction. So it can be very hard the later the game goes on if this Kindred is getting all of their marks for anyone on the side of Literal Monkeys to play the game.
And a very skill shot reliant team for the side of Literal Monkeys as well. They have Ezreal, they have Ahri. If the skill shots are missing, there's not a lot of damage that's being pumped out. I assume the Gragas is going to be on a relatively low economy in the top side, not going to be super fed. It might go tank, might go damage. Galio is going to be on low economy, and the Volibear you can't really rely on for the big damage as well. So we need a strong performance out of TDK and Cool Pro Ninja. And honestly, I like the Elysium composition better. I think there's just a lot more tools that they have. It's a little more organized and less all over the place. And we'll see what kind of plays they can make. Can they get this Kindred ahead? If they can, they're going to be set up for success. If they can't, that's where they may potentially struggle. We got game number 3 on the horizon, the final game of the night. Hope you all been enjoying the stream so far, and we are going to conclude it once we come right back from this break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon with the conclusion of Elysium versus Literal Monkeys. we see the conclusion of this series, and we're starting off, holy moly, we almost got a kill right off the bat like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Well, this will be the conclusion of the Monkeys versus Elysium and the first week of the BOL Premier League, which has been quite fun, quite interesting, quite loaded with content and everything you might have ever hoped for an opening week of a league. And let's see who comes out on top here between these two as we close it out.
Minions have spawned.
Yeah, I mean, big thing on that first fight there is that Volibear did have to burn Flash. Yes, Arrow burned his own Flash, but it has the Hex Flash. Also used Ignite to try to pick up that kill, but not going to really mean all that much in the long run. Interesting thing for me is that Ferromancy choosing to take this heal on the support Galio and not Ignite. I mean, the 2v2 pressure out of Elysium's duo makes sense to want to take something like that, but could, you know, have a little bit of a lack of damage in the late game. Not that I think it will matter in the long run. It just lowers your 2v2 kill potential in the bot lane.
Both junglers starting on that top side of the map. And let's pay a lot of attention to Guster Posey and their pathing around the map.
Yeah,
This
so
Kindred. Yeah, go ahead with the.
yeah, I was gonna say a big thing about Kindred Jungle is obviously the first mark of every game is going to spawn on one of the scuttle crabs. If you are on the bot side of the map and have to spawn on the top side, you can just bypass the scuttle crab, go up and see if you can get anything out of your opponent's side of the map that the scuttle isn't on, and wait for the mark to reset onto that scuttle crab that you were trying to
We got a
pick
hook.
up.
This is level 2 advance. Oh, okay. Summoner spells.
Yep, just a heal out of Ferromancy there. But, like, you can, as Kindred, you can wait for your mark to reset onto the Scuttle Crab that's on your side of the map. Yes, it'll make your opponent know that you haven't taken it yet, but it'll also let you get that first early mark without being behind on, just, like, tempo and everything. You can just try to get an advantage in CS by counter jungling. But we're going to see a play mid here.
Sofa is going to get hit by the charm and is potentially going to die. Did not use the flash. Thought that maybe they wouldn't die if they got hit by the charm, and they were wrong. And they end up using the flash anyways to try and get out, and it does not matter. It's an actual disaster here for Elysium in the mid lane. The Monkeys, they get first blood and may be able to punish this once again.
Yeah, and the big thing there is Guster flashed over the Raptor wall to try to help the mid laner and pick up a kill, but then failed to Q over the small wall into the mid lane river, so ended up just using that summoner spell for absolutely nothing. And look at this top lane, Evil Gumi just beating up on Duddy Brains at the start of this lane. I think he even did a little bit of a belly dance in front of him, having no respect for his opponent laner, but not the start you want on the side of Elysium here in this game. And Arrow could be in a little bit of danger here.
Definitely could be, because
Actually,
he doesn't have the flash. He's all right.
Oh,
and
what is he doing?
now he's walking back up. Now you're going to be in some trouble. That's a good play, but you're still going to get hit up by the taunt. And now all the damage is raining down onto your face. Arrow will drop 2 kills now over to the Monkeys. They're trying to continue the play onto Dilly. Arcane shift forward. Guster Posey is here as well. Wow, Ferromancy out of nowhere. I don't even know if he knew Guster Posey was there. The Winds of War will claim that kill. Now we have a 1 versus 1. Dilly versus TDK, but the minions are on Dilly's side and can block all those Mystic shots. Flash forward. Barrier is used, but Dilly has a barrier of his own, and he wins out in that trade. And now Poppy Fox is here to join the party. Holy moly, 4 minutes in. We got a whole lot going on. Dilly can waltz their way out of that one. Feats of warfare for the Monkeys, but lots of action. Both teams getting some gold.
Yeah, I mean, really crazy start of this game. I'm surprised Arrow tried to walk back up after he saw he was being chased by Ferromancy and TDK with no flash. Ends up getting bursted so quickly. And then Guster and Dilly tried to do something down there in the bot lane, but Ferromancy quick to snap on the engage there onto Guster Posey and pick up the feats of warfare for his team. And TDK even flashed forward to try to get the kill onto Guster, but it was picked up by Ferromancy, so it was able to be an easy trade kill for Dilly, holding onto the barrier, knowing that he had the win. It did flash, end up burning both summoners there, but 2 kills onto Dilly in this early game is, you know, something you kind of do want on the side of Elysium. You would like to not have to burn all your summoners to be able to do so. But now, the only person with the summoner spell in this bot lane is Arrow on Thresh. He can look for a flash Q.
Oh, he found the hook. He's going to try and Lantern in Guster Posey, but he's going to fly out of range. The Arcane Shift is going to bring TDK to safety. I like what the side of Elysium is doing right now. They do have those 2 kills like you mentioned there, Chong. So a BF sword for your misfortune. She is really, really strong right now. So any type of play that you make down here bot lane, even if it is 3v3 and Poppy Fox is here, should be pretty all right for you guys. And they're going to get themselves a Mountain Drake. The grubs have not spawned yet, but I assume once the location of Duster Posey is revealed, they will try and go for that one.
Yeah.
Get that trade going.
The biggest thing right now is that Poppy Fox hasn't recalled at all since picking up those 2 kills. Is just invading Guster Posey here, took their Grom, is taking their Wolves, and could potentially also wait for the blue buff to respawn, but should just either go up here and take these first set of grubs, or just recall, and it's going to be the first set of grubs, and then Gus is going to go into his top set and realize he has nothing up there. Oh my gosh.
Both connects, but again, backing goes Ferromancy. Should be okay, and it will be all right. I mean, this Ezreal, the thing about him is he's got that escape, so a lot of these hooks, while they would be a literal death sentence, pun intended, for someone else, Ezreal's able to walk that one out. But you know what, Arrow, you talked about this Thresh pick. Chong for Arrow, it's been doing pretty well. I mean, except for the one misplay that he had, mispositioning there. He's been hitting a lot of his hooks. There's another one.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few Thresh players that I am familiar with, and, you know, Arrow is one of them, so I'm glad to see that he's pulling up on this champion and showing out. I think Thresh is one of the supports who is, like, always semi-strong in the meta, but there's always just better options than him, and I do think he's in a very strong state right now, but not enough people want to pick this anymore after a lot of sets of nerfs to him. But I do think if you're able to perform on this Thresh, it is one of the better supports in the meta right now.
Played steel caps completed for Ferromancy, so should be a whole lot tankier in this bot lane now, especially so if Guster Posey gets involved as well. That's another auto attacker that you can absorb a lot of damage with. And they've been attacking this bot lane a whole lot. You can see Guster Posey tapping down there once again. We'll see if they continue to make plays. That trade for grubs did go through. The monkeys did acquire that. Now we've got a pretty slow game state thus far. We see a lot of camps being cleared away, but I mean, you pointed out, Chong, that the entire top side of Guster was taken away from Poppy Fox. It's a 20 CS lead in the jungle right now. You know, you don't like to see your Kindred here if you are Elysium down almost 20 CS. A whole bunch of camps, 3 or 4 camps to a Volibear.
Yeah, and also the biggest thing to note is that Guster hasn't even gotten his first mark yet, because we saw both Scuttlecrab, we saw the Scuttlecrab respawn, and it has been already marked up, so still looking for that first mark, which is, if you're getting delayed on marks as Kindred, it's, like I said, you kind of feel like you're just... Okay.
Saw the kill go there. It was Cool Pro Ninja who used the Spirit Rush defensively, now trying to use it offensively. They almost knocked down Sofa, but now with no escape, Guster Posey will claim their first kill, but here comes Poppy Fox to try and support his top laner. Is it going to work out though? The Ornn is taking up so much damage. Another hook lands. That's 2 kills to this Kindred. That's exactly what you want. Nice sidestep on the seismic shove, but I think Evil Gumi is going to end up dropping. Give the next kill to the Kindred as well. We talked about it, Chong. Doesn't get a stack. Well, 3 kills is going to make you feel a little bit better.
I mean, he did get 1 stack because he still had Volibear marked from level 1 and is now going to pick up a second one here on this Scuttlecrab. So 2 out of 4 that you're looking for. That is the break. That is the first break point, and then it's every subsequent 3 increases your range on your Q and auto attacks. But Ferromancy going to have to flash away here. Arrow really showing up on this Thresh so far, involved in 4 out of the team's 5 kills, while Guster Posey has all 5 kill participations for his team. So looking really good in this early game on this Kindred, despite being down in jungle CS, is going to be one of the main carries the later this game goes now.
I want to shout out Arrow as well for the fact that Arrow was there during that play. And I don't believe Ferromancy was, so that's a big for the support to get involved in that play to get those kills over to your carry junglers. Now we're going to see a hook go flying in, but Arrow, this time, you don't have your teammates with you. TDK and Ferromancy have the backup, and it will be the kill that goes over to TDK. As we're also seeing, Chong, you and I talked about this item The Symbiotic Souls is on the Thresh as well, which is pretty interesting. We're seeing a scrap right now in the jungle. Ferromancy's jumping right on in. They're trying to look for Guster Posey, who does have the Lamb's Respite, doesn't have to use it until now when he picks up the kill onto the Galio. This is super tense right now. Can TDK finish off the Kindra? The answer is no. He's 1 HP, but can he escape? The answer is no. Finally, the gap will close. Nice flash over the wall from Cool Pro Ninja to land the charm, but Dilly is just going to finish off the kill for himself. Big shutdown on this Misfortune. Can Poppy Fox finish it off? The answer is yes. The Lantern not there in time. Arrow can't quite save his 80 carry. And 8-7 at the 11-minute mark. We have got a fist fight on our hands, Charles.
Yeah, I think we already know what Otacon is going to be spawning in this game. But before I got to mention it, you pointed out that Arrow has gone for the Symbiotic Souls. And I was going to say, I am fine with it this game when the actual carry of your team is your jungle Kindred. So you want to be there. Oh my god, Arrow. that is crazy. But yeah, your carry of this game is going to be Guster Posey on this Kindred, so it makes sense for Thresh to build those to always be able to roam around this map and be there for his support, because he does not have the semi-global pressure that Ferromancy does, so he has to be able to rotate faster to be able to be there for these plays.
We're seeing a Weaver's Wall come through here from Sofa. Good taunt, though. And the hook only lands onto a minion. There's the seismic shove. Can they knock down Ferromancy? True Shot Barrage comes through. It's actually TDK who grabs the kill onto Arrow, taking too many tower shots. Guster Posey going to jump underneath the turret as well. Last tower shot will not go through. No Lamb's Respite would have saved Guster, but able to stay alive. Do they fancy themselves a dive here? Actually, just eating the seismic shove is TDK. He's going to drop to Dilly, who took a couple tower shots, but is not going to fall. A lot of key mistakes being made from both teams here in this game 3.
I think that's mark number 3 acquired there for Guster Posey, if I'm not mistaken. If our producer could just click on the Kindred profile picture, and it will pop up with the information there, and we'll be able to see how many marks that Guster is at, because once he gets those 4 marks, like I said before, that's really when this Kindred gets to become a champion. But in the meantime, you have Poppy Fox up here on the second spawn of grubs, so that's going to be all 6 grubs going over to the side of Little Monkeys, and Arrow is in a rough spot here, gonna get caught out again. Oh wait,
he might be okay if Daddy Brains can help him out, but Daddy Brains kind of like, bro, I can't really help you here. You're kind of on your own. Arrow is now it's twice now. They've just been trying to scout out some spots for the squad, and unfortunately there's a little bit too many enemies hanging around. At least the trade will come through, and now that's 2 Drakes to Elysium. Question is, can Monkeys make enough out of this 6 grubs? Can they apply the pressure that they want to do? The gold is dead even right now, and it's been a very aggressive game, so the 6 grubs might prove to be a pretty valuable asset if this trend continues.
Yeah, it's very true, and it comes down to like side lanes in later games where it kind of feels like they're even, but because of the siege pressure that you can have, because of just having natural 6 grubs, it could favor Monkeys the way this game goes, but you also got to be worried about what's Elysium been doing. They're up 2 Drakes to none now. Yes, it is a Cloud Soul, but with their team comp, a Cloud Soul is actually super good for them. You have the likes of, you know, your Talia and Ornn and even Kindred with a Cloud Soul, and even, you know, Misfortune, who's already so naturally fast because of her Strep passive, becomes even faster. It could be a real pain for Little Monkeys to deal with that the later this game goes.
Absolutely. Now we're seeing 4 people grouped up in this bot lane once again. Weaver's Wall has just come off of cooldown. Guster Posey and Sofa are waiting inside of this brush, but the push is coming through for Cool Pro Ninja. And so Sofa's going to have to get right back to try and catch that wave. And now the alarm bell should be ringing if you are the monkey, saying, where the hell is the enemy mid? Again, this is a Talia. She's got ult. She could be barreling towards any of the side lanes. I think you can see that's why TVK and Ferromancy kind of just hugging their tower right now. But we're seeing the flash forward from Arrow, and the hook actually does connect through the arcane shift. But here is Poppy Fox to defend them. And they see the volley bear, and they will immediately back off. No casualties to either side. But both of these teams not afraid to make any plays in this one. This could be a solo kill. Evil Gumi's making it close. Cask is going to be used. Going to knock back Duddy Brains. Just one more bit of abilities would do the trick, but not quite enough in the tank to finish it off.
Here's if Duddy can actually now solo kill Evil Gumi, it's going to be close, but big thing to know on that roam that tried to come out from Sofa there was a crucial ward right behind the Dragon Pit. We can see they're on the mini-map for the side of Literal Monkeys. They was able to spot that out, but now they're going top lane.
They're going for it. They get it. Evil Gumi, wow, 1 HP. That is a free kill for Guster. They're going to try and chase down Cool Pro Ninja as well. One more charge of Spirit Rush is available. Is going to use it to try and close the gap. I think they're going to be able to find him, though. There it is. Guster Posey has red buff. You're not getting out of this one. Don't have the damage. You don't have the dashes anymore. And finally, Sofa
That's Mark 4.
is able to grab the first kill. And Mark number 4 for the Kindred. We're seeing more action bot sides, too. All over the map. True Shot Barrage. That'll clean up. Arrow. Another kill to TDK. And I think it's certain now. We should be seeing a Ruinous Otacon.
I don't know.
Actually, I don't know. Did you see what it said it was going to be yet?
Nah, I think it's gonna. Nah, I'm just joking. I mean, you got 25 kills at 16 minutes. I think it's pretty obvious which one we're gonna be getting this game, considering I think at like 10 minutes we were at like 11 kills.
Yeah, I think you're right. So we should be getting Ruinous, and that'll be interesting because the most games we've got Voracious, this time they'll be fighting for the flowers and that extra XP. I
mean, we already know. We can see the flowers there on the map starting to bloom up for the team. If people don't know what these do, it gives team-wide XP and adaptive force damage for each one that you pick up. So very nice to be picking up if you are walking past them.
Is dead. Cool Pro Ninja is also dead. This is 2 kills over to Elysium. I don't know what's broken out here inside of the middle river, but Poppy Fox is also gone. Elysium is starting to run away with this game. It was Monkeys that were probably trying to play for that Herald Grubs combination, and they just got caught out. Caught with their pants down the river, not ready for a fight. Elysium, they take him down.
Yeah, I was going to start talking about Gus Posey's items here because he is sitting on the Trinity Force and Collector at this point in the game already. So he is the scariest champion on the map between both teams, and that's something you want to have when you pick a super carry oriented champion like these likes of Kindreds and Nidalees and everything like that. So the way Elysium has been playing around Guster Posey this game is exactly what you want to see when you tell your team, hey, if you lock me in this carry jungle, we will win this game. And he's proving that so far. And it's not like he's the only one who's picking up these big kills on his team. We got Dilly with 6 kills, and then Sofa has been all over the map, 1, 2, and 8, helping his team out wherever he can.
And Dilly's got the Infinite Resources build locked up and ready to go. It's the Bloodthirster, Essence Reaver, never run out of mana, never run out of health. And he's just going to park himself in the mid lane, shove these waves, and then just move to fight with his team. That is ADC 101. That is Misfortune 101. And it's going to be hard for an Ezreal to deal with that. And Ezreal can't really apply the pressure that he wants to. His Cool Pro Ninja almost dies underneath the tower, gets hit with a seismic shove. Has to use the Spirit Rush to get out. They were maybe trying to set up a dive, but that plan is going to be thrown by the wayside thanks to the nice seismic shove there from Sofa.
Yeah, I mean, Sofa also did have to flash there because he did get trimmed up by Cool Pro Ninja, and Poppy Fox was right there. But an interesting thing I had just noticed is that the Herald did go down to the side of Elysium, but it had to be picked up by Dunny Brains, so it's now has to be grouped up with the team to summon it mid. It wasn't on the likes of Guster Posey, so first turret now still going to go down in mid lane, but, you know, having to sack top wave and possibly top lane turret for that play because of where the Herald was.
Ferromancy, I like how Ferromancy kind of just channeled the recall. While 1 HP in the face of everyone on Elysium and just did not cancel it, just full Giga chatted and said, you know what, if I die, I die. If I get back to base, I'll get back to base. And fortunately, he was able to survive, but this looks like it's going to be sole point right here for Elysium. Unless Poppy Fox can get inside the pit. There goes the Stormbringer. Going to try and jump onto Dilly and Guster Posey, who does still have the Lamb's Respite. This doesn't look like a fight that's going to be super nice for the side of the Monkeys, but there's the casket. No Lamb's Respite was used. He just was not aware of the burst that was going to come through from the Gragas, and now Cool Pro Ninja with the resets is getting involved in this play as well. Gets a double kill. Make that a triple as well. Make it a quadra. Do we have a quadra on the table? Flash away from Dunny Brain. So tanky. And that cask from Evil Gumi might have just saved the game for the Monkeys.
Yeah, I 100% think it. Oh, okay, we got to pause because Guster has to do some math. Didn't think that the barrel was gonna kill him like that. But okay, we're quickly back out of the unpause, thankfully. But you know, like you said, I do think that barrel out of Evil Gumi actually saved the game for literal Monkeys because it was able to stop the dragon stacking, get a huge shutdown on a crucial member of Guster Posey, and able to get Cool Pro Ninja back into this game picking up 3 kills and much needed kills, has that malignance. So the amount of damage they're putting out with the ult charge resets was actually insane in that team fight.
The pop-off potential of the Ahri is there. It's going to knock down the tier 1 tower. Chong, I don't know if I can handle another 50-minute one. How is it Voracious Otacon? Oh, that's crazy, dude. It's Voracious Otacon that spawns. I just interrupted myself there. I'm flabbergasted. I mean, how bloody are my solo queue games? Holy crap, every single solo queue game is
yeah, yeah, I was gonna say,
this is Voracious.
I think we need to call up Riot HQ and have them check the codings to their games, because there is no way that this is Voracious Otacon. There's no way. That's insane.
It's like it knows. It's like it's a sentient client that knows when it's a competitive game and it has to be Voracious. But that's what we're going to get. And I was about to say before that happened, Chong, I don't know if my heart can handle another 50-minute bang out. This is definitely kind of building up to be that, as we're dead even in gold. Only about 1K apart, so maybe not dead even, but it's a pretty close game after 21 minutes. It looked like maybe Elysium was going to take it away there, but the monkeys, they stood their ground.
I don't want to do another 50 minutes. I can't, guys. Please, I don't know what I'll do, but I gotta get some sleep. Some of us got work in the morning. No, I'm kidding. If we're here for 50 minutes, we're here for 50 minutes, and it's gonna be a great game regardless. But like you were saying, I feel like every game I play in solo queue, I never ever see Voracious Otacon. So how much more bloody are my games in comparison to this before it's determined which one is spawning? Because that is just absolutely insane to me.
Yeah, it really is. We felt like it's been action nonstop. There's like one play's happening top side, another play is happening bot side. But you know what? Otacon is hungry. Otacon wants more fighting. Well, Otacon is going to get more fighting. At least we think. We don't know when this Otacon will go down, whether the teams want to take it now or whether they wait around the time of the Baron so that they can do the patented Baron or Otacon into Baron combination, where it is really hard to find any type of counterplay to that. And let's also take a look at these Drakes too. The monkeys, fortunately, were able to actually pick up the Drake on top of that team fight win, preventing the soul point from going through. So 2.5 minutes time. They don't want to contest. They don't have to. But this game, I mean, it slowed down a little bit here. We do still have to pay attention to that buff at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, I mean, like, Otacon wants more fighting, but how much more can it want? We're at 33 kills in 22 minutes. It's absolutely insane the pace we're on for this game, but it seems like teams now that Otacon has spawned onto the Rift, they're starting to slow it down and take their time just because of how powerful that retreat buff is. Even if you die when your team finishes it, you'll still get it when you respawn. It's just basically a free, oops, I made a mistake, let me go back and try this one again. And that's why we see a lot of these professional teams, when they take that one, will immediately rush it right into a Baron, because there's no real counterplay to it if you're able to save your teams, I mean, your summoner spells as the team who has the Otacon buff for that play.
And we could potentially see that. We are 2 minutes out from the Baron spawning, and no one has made an attempt on Otacon just yet. They're setting up vision sort of around this top side. Maybe looking for a pick. Is Elysium up here? They still have to knock down that tier 1 in the top side. Still working away is that Duddy Brains sitting in his workshop up there in the top lane, clearing those waves, playing that weak side, those weak side champions. Duddy Brains has been a true warrior this series. We're going to see a play made now onto Dilly, and that's going to get the flash forced out. So really big here for the monkeys, especially if the fight does break out. Talking about Otacon, talking about potentially Baron in a minute and a half. That's not going to be up there for Dilly, so big thing there for the monkeys to get.
Yeah, I want to say it's a little disrespectful from Dilly this game not to take Cleanse with all the CC that it's up against between the Volibear, the Ahri Charm, and the Galio, choosing to go Barrier instead. So having to burn Flash there instead of just cleansing the stun from the Volibear is the difference between a 5-minute cooldown and I believe it's like 180 seconds for the cleanse. So definitely a more dangerous choice to not choose to take the cleanse, but it has been working out for the most part for in this game. So what do I know?
Well, we're seeing the dance around the Otacon. Hook is going to connect. Seismic Shove is going to follow it. Is this the one-shot? Stormbringer for a little bit of extra HP, and Poppy Fox kind of just tanks it all. Bullet time goes out as well. Big cooldowns being forced out here, so might have been both a gift and a curse for that death sentence. Let's see what happens onto Arrow here. Just going to get chunked out a little bit. Phase Rush from Even Boomy, going to run on away. The Drake is up as well. Would be Soul Point. This looks very similar to what we saw 5 minutes ago, but this time around, Poppy Fox is nowhere in the area. Everyone is hovering. Nothing really they can do here. And Soul Point is secured, and Baron is now live on the map.
Alright, I was getting a little worried. I thought this game was going to be even longer if that happened to be a similar play to what we had last time, but Elysium able to pick that one up, put themselves onto Soul Point, and now they're walking up to the Baron side of the map. We got a ping on Baron from the side of Literal Monkeys, but as we know, as we have omnipotent vision, is that Elysium is not on it. They're just stealing away some camps here and forcing some resources to be burned by Literal Monkeys in fear that this has been started by them.
They're not making any type of moves into the Monkey's jungle. They're getting some more farm onto Gusticles. He has a lot of camps up, so he's going to want to clear those away. And we're at a little bit of a weird game state here, Chong, because we have two big neutral objectives up and available, but neither of these teams are making the real big steps or any type of map movements that are actually threatening these objectives. They're kind of just ignoring them, really. Especially Otacon, which has been alive for the last 6 minutes. So
Yeah,
because of that, we're not getting a lot of action here.
Yeah, I was going to say, this reminds me a lot of the first series that we had here today, where the teams aren't just kind of afraid to start up these objectives and not really contest over them. But this is the biggest mistake I see when teams fight this bot lane Otacon, is they don't dodge any of the abilities. When it shoots out the spheres, you want to just walk to the side because it will only shoot them in one direction. And then when it does that AoE damage on the ground, even if you are a melee champion, just walk away from it, because that applies its passive to everybody instead of just one person, and it'll make your team so much more vulnerable when the engage does come around.
I'm afraid they've leashed the Otacon, and in the Lamb's Respite is the Otacon. Flashing forward is Poppy Fox, but the Otacon just can't die, and who is going to get it? It's going to be Elysium. That was such an anticlimactic way for Otacon to go down. The Monkeys leashed it for the other team. They lose their jungler. I have a feeling, I think what happened was, I mean, Poppy Fox does have smite, but I think Poppy Fox smited inside of the Lamb's Respite.
That is a possibility. They even flashed it. Oh, they did. You're right. I'm seeing the play back here. He flashed forward into the Lamb's Respite to try to smite the Otacon, and it goes on CD. So in the end, it wasn't even Guster Posey who picked it up. It was actually Dilly who got the finishing blow onto the Otacon for his team here. But now Baron is going to go to the side of Elysium after all is said and done. And they're going to be double buffed up, looking to put an end to this game. They can go for these little bit of a, you know, as we like to say, a little bit of a more stupid play, because you do have that free death for a little bit, and just has you go back to the base instead of actually, you know, going onto that great screen simulator.
And now Elysium have in their possessions the Holy Grail of League of Legends right now. A two-part Holy Grail. That is the Otacon, Voracious Otacon buff, and the Baron. You have all the pushing power of Baron with essentially no drawbacks if you overextend here. Maybe not no drawbacks, but, you know, for the most part, you're doing pretty all right if you can trade a couple kills. So see what they can do with this. They need to fix their bot wave. They need to get some people up in the mid wave as well. We're going to have Duddy Brains push up here. And they're going to have Evil Goomies is the side of Monkeys trying to hold him. Actually uses the cast. They didn't really get a whole lot of value here. This Ornn is pretty tanky. And so is that wave. So now they're pushing up in a 4-1 style here. Let's see. You want to get these tier 2s at least. Is Duddy Brains going to stay alive in this side lane, though, is the real question. PK is here. And Duddy Brains, well, he doesn't take a whole lot of damage. Is he going to drop? It looks like that answer is going to be yes. His team is wreaking havoc on the other side. He's buying a whole lot of time. So now he will finally withdraw. And the rest of the team also kind of backing off as well.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think you can be too upset about that. You got the outer tier 2 in, sorry, the inner tier 2 on the bot side, the outer tier 1 in the top side, and then you only trade over 200 gold for it. And yeah, it did go to Ezreal, but at the end of the day, it could have been much worse if you did not have that Otacon buff. And so Ornn gets to keep his Baron, gets to regroup with the team now as they push through mid lane, and then look to reset that top wave and push out through top after they all take some group resets here.
And this is the big moment now. You mentioned a little bit back in this game, the Cloud Soul. How effective it can be for Elysium. A lot of people like to hate on Cloud Soul. It's actually not Well, it's no Inferno Soul, but it's really not that bad, and it can be very powerful. Weaver's Wall will be nice, and, here they go. They're finding a pick. Call the Forge God is going on through. Stormbringer has already been used. There's the bullet time. Can they find Poppy Fox? Guster Posey is going to find that. Once again, the jungler is not present for the Monkeys at the critical neutral objective fights. It was the soul point last time. This time, it's the soul. They're still looking for more. Excellent Weaver's Wall actually cuts off Pyromancy, but the question is, can they chase him down? The Drake is alive. They want this 5 versus 4 fight. Billy gets chunked out a little bit by the Ahri. They do eventually catch up to Pyromancy. Seismic Shove going to force the flash off of Cool Pro Ninja as well. This should be soul. And kind of getting close to the end here, Chong, for the side of the Monkeys.
Yeah, we kind of start to see the writing on the wall here. Cool Pro Ninja get absolutely chunked out by Dilly and then finished off by Sofa, who really didn't do much to deserve that kill. But Cloud Soul picked up here by Guster Posey for his team. And like you said, it's not as flashy as the Infernal Drink or as strong as the Hextech, but I think you can debate that it's debatably the third best dragon. It's either that or Mountain, and then vice versa.
Maybe going for a fight? We'll see. Well, actually, Phase Rush kind of baited me there, I'll be honest. They're trying to siege this inhibitor down, though, and the Monkeys do have to be careful, because if they die here, this will be their series. TDK gets knocked up by the series charge, has to flash away, the Arcane Shift comes through as well. Here comes the Hurricane, who's only going to land a knockup onto Gutty Breaks. Pyromancy doing a fantastic job of tanking up in the front line for his team, but the question is it going to be enough? It doesn't seem like that's the case, because Poppy Fox is gone, Pyromancy is gone, Inhibitor is down. There is only 3 people alive as Cool Pro Ninja is respawning now. Are they going to go for the end of this game? It does look like that's going to be the case. Excellent hook from Arrow will bring in Cool Pro Ninja, who has to ult himself away. Does the bullet time secure themselves any kills? It does not. Evil Gumi trying to do his very best. TP coming through as well. This could be the end of the night here for us. The end of the series. Elysium with the series win in their eyes. Cool Pro Ninja. Last charge of the Fear Rush will not be enough. The Nexus is exposed, and Elysium will win 2-1 and deny the reverse sweep from the Monkeys.
Yeah, I mean, they put their foot to the gas at the end of the game there and just did not relent on Monkeys. Once they saw the wound opening up, they just went all in and put an end to their prey and are able to pick up the 2-1 victory. I mean, shout out Guster Posey, man. 10-3 and 11 on this Kindred to end out the series. Absolutely popping off in this game alongside of Dilly, who ends 9-2 and 10. The 2 carries of this team showing up in this crucial game 3 to pick up the first win of the BOL Premier League in week 1 here.
Elysium get it done. And what a wild day it has been. But what a performance at Augusta Posey and also Dilly as well. More specifically in that game, you can see their KDAs 10-3-11, 9-2, and 10. They really kind of did the damage for that team. But this team as well just played really nicely. Again, can't comment as much on what happened in game 2 because we really didn't see a whole lot after it was client bugs. And then we had to do our best to try and show the game on the stream with a couple choppy spots there. But we got through it, and we saw Elysium clean up 2 wins there. And we had quite the interesting series for the first time around. But that is going to conclude our stream, and we'll close it out here. Thank you so much to everyone. If you stuck through it all the way, you are an absolute legend. It was a wild ride tonight, a marathon. Chong, it was a pleasure, my friend, casting with you tonight. Shout out to our producer, Shivam, as well, for having to deal with all those client bugs and everything. That is a pain to deal with, and Bully and Wookie, who are helping us out behind the scenes, getting things back up and running. We'll see you next week for the continuation of the premiere, Saturday and Sunday, 4 best of 3s over the weekend. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll catch you next time. Goodbye, everyone. Have a great night. Yeah. Are we are we off stream? We we finished off and everything.